All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Can I have your attention, please? I'd like to call to order the Judiciary Committee public hearing for Monday, February 24th, 2025. Hopefully, folks can find a seat. And we will get started. We will start with our nominations for review. The way this is going to work today is we will call our nominees up. Before you have a seat, please raise your right hand. I will administer the oath. You'll then be given time for a brief opening statement. Emphasis on brief, please. We do have to be done by 5 o'clock today. Then the members of the committee will be able to ask questions. So, all right, we will start with Judge Bright to be an associate judge of the Supreme Court and a judge of the Superior Court. Judge Bright, if you might raise your right hand for me, please, sir. You swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury. Great. Have a seat, turn the microphone on. I guess the advantage of being here for the Supreme Court and having gone through this a few times, you can be our guinea pig and show the rest of the folks how this process works.
Yeah, my statement probably won't be as brief as you would like, but I'll give it a shot. Good morning, Chairpersons Winfield and Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Ranking Member Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. It is an honor to appear before you. I want to thank you for taking the time to consider my nomination to become an associate judge of the Supreme Court. I also want to thank Governor Lamont for his trust and faith in me. I first thought about being a lawyer when I did a debate in 6th grade. What I knew about lawyers was the little I learned from watching Perry Mason reruns with my grandmother. There were no lawyers in our family, and I knew none personally. I grew up in a small town, Stratford, New Jersey, where my two brothers and I were raised by our mom, her parents, aunts, and uncles, many of whom had emigrated from Italy in the early 1900s. I was the first in our family to go to college. For whatever reason, I never deviated from the idea of becoming a lawyer, even though when applying to law schools, I still did not have a complete understanding of all that lawyers do. It was not until my first year of law school that I realized that a very large percentage of lawyers earn livings without ever seeing the inside of a courtroom. My interest, though, then, as it is now, has always been what happens in a courtroom. My first legal job was working as a summer intern for a Chicago criminal defense attorney. I worked on a wide range of cases, including the criminal appeal of a young man who was wrongfully convicted of a grisly murder. His conviction was reversed, and he was exonerated years later when advancements in DNA proved that he was innocent. He was the first of 3 exonerees with whom I would work before I became a judge. After working for another small firm in Chicago during law school, my wife Jennifer and I returned to the Northeast where our families lived. Jennifer's with me today, and we've been together for over 40 years. I joined Cummings & Lockwood's newly opened Hartford office as a litigation associate in August 1987, and we bought our first house in Columbia, where we have lived for 37 years. I worked in the same office in Hartford for over 20 years, first as an associate with Cummings & Lockwood, and then as a partner at McCarter & English. As a trial attorney, I tried and argued cases in state and federal courts for individuals, municipalities, nonprofit organizations, and businesses small and large, including small family-owned food distribution businesses, a small church, foreclosure defendants, property owners, a fellow Columbia resident who owned a junkyard, and the towns of Washington and Roxbury to protect the natural flow of the Chippewa River. I have never taken for granted the unique position attorneys have in society and our ethical obligation to provide pro bono representation to those in need. I, along with my colleagues, handled a wide range of pro bono matters, including criminal appeals, habeas corpus cases, and juvenile matters. I also served for 6 years on the Connecticut Civil Liberty Union's Law Firm Advisory Board. When I was the managing partner of McCarter & English's Hartford office, we took a particular interest in wrongful conviction cases. We represented Mark Reed for years and ultimately succeeded in overturning his conviction for sexual assault and proved his innocence. We also worked closely with James Tillman to obtain compensation for him after he was exonerated. Based on our work with Mr. Reed and Mr. Tillman, I recommended to our firm that we provide free office space to the newly formed Connecticut Innocence Project, a recommendation with which my partners readily agreed. As a judge, I have tried to seek out opportunities to contribute to the advancement of the law and justice beyond the cases that I handle. Although I have held a number of administrative positions, served on several committees and commissions, and served as a board member of the Connecticut Bar Foundation, there are two roles that have been particularly meaningful to me. First, with the support of Chief Justice Chase Rogers, I formed the branch's pro bono committee in 2010 and chaired the committee until 2016. In that role, I worked closely with legal aid providers, law firms, and other stakeholders to remove barriers to the provision of pro bono services. As a result of these efforts, I was pleased to accept, on behalf of the judicial branch, the Connecticut Bar Foundation's 2014 Legal Services Leadership Award. Second, I've been a member of the Access to Justice Commission since we formed it in 2011 to oversee the work of the branch in several areas, including, among other things, language assistance, disability accommodations, resources for self-represented litigants, legal aid funding, and promoting pro bono activities. In 2023, Chief Justice Richard Robinson appointed me to chair the commission. I am proud of the work we do, and that Connecticut consistently ranks in the top 3 states in the annual National Center for Access to Justice rankings. There is always more to do, though, and the commission continues to work on initiatives to improve access to justice for all of Connecticut's residents. I also recognize the importance of public service beyond the legal profession. Among other activities, I was active in youth sports in Columbia for more than a decade. In addition to coaching my 4 sons in baseball, soccer, and basketball, I helped form and became the first chair of the town's Recreation Commission. It was my interest in public service and my love for the courtroom that led me to apply to become a Superior Court judge when I was 43. I served almost 10 years as a Superior Court judge and loved everything about it. In my first 2 assignments in GA 14 and GA 12, I felt like what I did could impact a defendant's life in significant ways. My goal always was to find an outcome that would have a meaningful and lasting effect on the defendant's life and that of any victims, whether that was through a program, restitution, or a sentence thoughtfully explained. I treated each person who appeared before me as an individual and not just a name on a docket or in a police report. Later, as a trial judge, I tried to give the attorneys and parties the opportunity to present the cases in the way they wanted, while providing jurors with the tools they needed to decide the case. This obviously meant providing clear instructions on the law, but also permitting jurors to take notes, and on a couple of occasions, allowing jurors to submit questions to be asked of witnesses. When I was the decision maker, I took great effort in my opinion writing to address all of the issues raised in the case and to do so in a thoughtful and respectful manner. Throughout my judicial career, I have always sought the input of others on how I could be a better judge. I paid close attention to my judicial evaluations and reflected on the feedback I received from the attorneys and jurors. At the conclusion of each case, I asked jurors what I did well and what I could do better. I also had the opportunity to work with talented and experienced judges in all of my assignments, and I regularly sought their guidance, advice, and feedback. I have taken the same approach as a judge of the appellate court. In my more than 7 years on the appellate court, I have been privileged to work with the best colleagues, law clerk, and staff. As a junior member of the court in 2017, I had the opportunity to sit with judges and judge trial referees who had spent years, if not decades, as appellate jurists. We also have a group of experienced permanent law clerks who have worked on thousands of cases in every area of the law. I cannot begin to tell you how much I have learned from all of them, not only as to areas of the law with which I was not as familiar, but also how to be a better writer, a better listener, and a better colleague. As people have retired or moved on and we have added new members to the appellate court family, we have maintained the collegial attitude and camaraderie that make the appellate court a special place. It has been the honor of my career to be the chief judge of the court for the last 4.5 years. If confirmed as an associate judge of the Supreme Court, I will dearly miss working with everyone at the appellate court. Having said that, I carry with me the lessons that I've learned at the appellate court, in the Superior Court, as a lawyer, and as a husband and father. I fully appreciate that I have the opportunity I have and the responsibility that comes with it. I know full well that I can still become a better judge and person. If confirmed, I will have a new group of colleagues to help me in my journey, and I promise to listen with humility and to give to each party who appears before us the same attention, fidelity to the rule of law, and compassion I have tried to demonstrate throughout my judicial career. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. Judge Bright, congratulations. One thing that I've noticed or I've seen over the years, but is clear to me today is that Governor Lamont has a discerning eye for judicial talent and timber. I think you're going to make a fantastic jurist on the Supreme Court. I wish you the very best. I appreciate the fact that we had a chance to talk earlier about a variety of issues. I'm sure you were happy that the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
It was. Stratford, New Jersey's in the southern part of the state, so right outside of Philadelphia. Yeah.
And one last thing, it's my understanding that in your career, Jason Welch had an opportunity to work with you. He's now on the bench himself.
Yep.
And he had the utmost esteem for you. And it must mean a lot to know that someone that learned at your knee is now a Superior Court judge. But your reputation precedes you. You've done a fabulous job on the appellate court, and I wish you the very best on the Supreme Court. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. I am really proud of that. We have a little bit of a family tree from Cummings and Lockwood. Jason, Judge Patrick Caruso, Judge Matt Weiner, and my colleague on the appellate court, Ingrid Mull. So I'm proud of all of them. Thank you.
Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge. I just wanted to thank you for the backup. I can't tell you how many times, I read everything.
Mhm.
And I learned so much from your backup, especially the question number 6 about the Supreme Court. Your answer is different from any other I've ever reviewed. Dred Scott is usually where I'm going after.
Yeah.
But you went after women's rights,
Yeah.
and the ability of a woman to be a lawyer, and something I didn't know the history, and I very much appreciate that. The other thing is I want to thank you for the Kaminsky decision, and I know you were a trial judge at that time, but when Commissioner Bradford issued his memorandum in the wake of the 2014 gun control legislation, everybody that called me about that, I told them no, he was wrong. The legislature makes the law, and it's not up to the commissioners to interpret the law. It is for them to administer the law. And for years, I was going through that for about 3 years, and then finally we got the Kaminsky decision where you agree with me, and I've been vindicated. And I thank you for that. And congratulations. And I think you will be fine in the Supreme Court. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge, it's good to see you this morning. I wanted to let you know I really appreciate you welcoming me to the appellate court a couple weeks ago for us to sit down and have a good conversation about your view on the judiciary and what the courts mean to Connecticut. We talked about some cases, and after reading the background information, nobody reads more than my ranking member, but you're just the type of person that I'd like to see on our courts, and would honor Connecticut to be sitting there. I also just wanted to make a brief comment. One of the things we talked about that day was Alfred Tim Cavello, who passed away on Tuesday.
I saw that.
So I just wanted to let this committee know that he was a valued member of the appellate court, and I'm sure most of you know that. But he also took me up in an airplane and buzzed the Cape with me one day. So he was a great guy and a big loss to the state. But I'm glad you'll be moving over to the Supreme Court, hopefully, and doing good work for the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I had an opportunity that junkyard case I mentioned that I tried before Judge Cavello. He was a wonderful man.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Rep. O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I know we got a long day. Good to see you, Your Honor.
Good to see you.
It was what, 18 years ago by math that you were before judicial selection when I was there.
Yeah, that
and
sounds about right. Yeah.
well, we both come a long way. You've come a longer way. Congratulations.
Thanks.
I just want to thank the governor for his nomination of you to the Supreme Court. I think you made a great choice and looking forward to see you up there. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just because it's on your submission here, the question about question number 23 about the 3 individuals who filed against you.
Yes.
There's no clarity on why they were dismissed. I have an assumption because they generally go a certain way, but could you speak to what happened?
Sure. We don't get an explanation as to why they were dismissed either. 2 of the 3 were litigants in cases where I was on the panel and they were unhappy with the result. And the complaint was that the panel in that case did not faithfully discharge the law because we ruled against them. Those were dismissed, again, without explanation to us. We were never asked, I was never asked to file a response to the complaint. The 3rd complaint was one, I wasn't even on the panel of the case. The litigant was unhappy with the result of that case and felt that I had somehow covered up the fraud of the judges that actually heard his case. Again, I didn't have any involvement with him or his case. I got a notice that it had been filed and then it was dismissed and I never had any response. So that's all the information I have about it.
Appreciate that. And then there's a question that usually gets asked, and sometimes my follow-up question is looked at as a question that's a little strange for the Supreme Court, but I think a system of accountability is important no matter where you are. So what systems of accountability have you put in place for yourself as it relates to the way you act in your current role and the role you will be taking on in the future?
Sure. So I think that the accountability for a judge changes depending on what level you're at. So as a Superior Court judge, we have the reviews that we get. And as I said, I pay close attention to those reviews. I would get them. I'd sit down with the Chief Court Administrator, the Deputy Chief Court Administrator, my administrative judge when I wasn't the administrative judge, and go through them and make sure I completely understood what was going on. As I mentioned, I also at that time would talk to the jurors after a case and say, what did the branch do well? What can we do better? And personally, what can I do better? As you move to the appellate court, it's a little bit different. We don't have a review system in the appellate court. I don't have that same kind of contact with lawyers that I had in the Superior Court, where if I had a rough day with a lawyer, I might say to the lawyer afterwards, sorry if it was a little tough on you today. We don't get as much of that opportunity at the appellate court. But at the appellate court, I tell my clerks, my permanent law clerk knows this, and every term clerk I hire, that if I'm wrong about something, I need them to tell me I'm wrong about it before one of my colleagues tells me I'm wrong or the Supreme Court tells me I'm wrong. I know that I can make mistakes. And if I do, I count on the people who I work with daily to point out those mistakes to me. I also rely on my colleagues on the appellate court. We sit in panels of 3. After we hear cases, we go into the robing room and we discuss those cases. We give each other feedback during that process. You know, I might say, was I a little too hot today on that page, or I got upset on a particular issue? Did I handle myself okay? We check each other to make sure that we are handling things in the right way. I also talk to the lawyers who regularly appear before us. So Justice Story and I recently did a presentation to the appellate section of the Connecticut Bar Association, and it was an opportunity for them to ask us questions. But I ended it by saying, I want to ask you all a question. What are we doing well? What annoys you as lawyers? What could we do better? And there was a little chuckle at first from the lawyers, like, you really want us to tell you? I'm like, yeah, I really want you to tell me. And we got some helpful feedback. I have another session with the appellate section tomorrow night, and I'm going to ask them the same thing. What is it that I as a judge can do better, and what would you expect from the court? On the Supreme Court, now I'm sitting with 6 colleagues, and I would expect and hope that those colleagues will give me that feedback, because I know that, you know, when you become a judge, your jokes get funnier to the lawyers. And so I understand that we have to be very careful about what we hear from people who are going to appear before us and depend on our rulings. And we have to therefore police ourselves and monitor ourselves and check ourselves.
Thank you for that response. You're right. The jokes do get funnier, except that they're not.
I know.
And I think the chuckle you received in response to your inquiry is indicative of part of the issue. I appreciate that you've thought this through. My only thing to anyone who's sitting here for any position where they will be either in the Superior Appellate or Supreme Court is to make sure that they've done things that folks don't chuckle when that question's asked. Thank you very much.
Judge Bright, congratulations.
Thank you.
On your nomination. Just a couple questions for you. So, recently, last week, this committee had a whole day of hearings on wrongful incarceration awards, where individuals in our state, were convicted of crimes that, there was at least a probability they did not commit, and that they spent a significant amount of time in prison as a result of that. And the state is now going to pay out tens of millions of dollars to compensate those individuals. And while we can't unring that bell for those individuals, I think it's a wake-up call for the day we had last week is a wake-up call for all of us. But particularly for the judicial branch, because somewhere the system failed, right? And so oftentimes when it comes to the Supreme Court, the court of last resort, you're dealing with issues such as, I'll take a recent one, eyewitness identifications, and what restrictions should be placed on law enforcement to provide sort of the maximum amount of due process to make sure that if somebody is going to identify someone else, that that is a reliable identification. And oftentimes it's the court, not the legislature, who's the one sort of prescribing those rules. And so, you know, as someone who, in your opening statement, you talked about the, you talked at length about the Innocence Project. I guess I'd sort of open it up to you, whether you had an opportunity to view that hearing or not, but sort of you could speak to your thoughts on, particularly on the criminal procedure realm, what role the courts play in making sure that we are not just holding to a minimum standard, but that justice is actually being done, and the person who is convicted is the person who actually committed the crime.
Sure. Thank you for that question. I did not get to see the hearing last week. I'm, as I mentioned, working with James Tillman and Mark Reed, and the case when I was in law school, I'm very sensitive to those issues. And I think that it is the primary role of the judiciary and of our Supreme Court to make sure that the procedures in place minimize as much as possible the possibility of a wrongful conviction. So, and I think the court has made a lot of progress in the time since I've been a judge, requiring, limiting first-time in-court identifications, concluding the Dixon case. There is nothing more suggestive than an identification in court where the defendant is the only person sitting at the defense table and is clearly the person on trial. I think that the police have done with guidance from our courts, have done a better job of conducting double-blind identification procedures, where instead of showing a card that has 8 pictures on them, showing them sequentially and having the person who's conducting the identification process be completely unfamiliar with the case, so that there is no implicit kind of confirmation or suggestion to the witness that they identify a particular person. I think that those types of procedures with respect to identification are very important. And I think that originally there was some resistance from law enforcement that would make their job more difficult. And I think they've realized that it actually makes the case they put together a better case and a more reliable case. And we don't run as great a risk of a wrongful conviction. The same thing is true of taking statements from suspects. The process now is that, and this was done through legislation, that those should be video recorded. And again, there was some pushback from law enforcement out there. We're gonna have to video record every interview with a suspect. And I think it's benefited not only law enforcement, but defendants in cases. And we've made those types of improvements. We in Connecticut have always recognized that the United States Constitution on Fourth Amendment issues is a minimum, that our state equivalent in our state constitution provides greater protections. We don't have a good faith exception to the exclusionary rule. We don't have a good faith exception to the failure to preserve exculpatory material. So our court system has done a lot to minimize the possibility of wrongful convictions, because there's frankly very few things that are worse.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that answer. And like I said, I hope you will keep that in mind sort of on the court. Because I mean, it seems to me that probably no place more so than the Supreme Court really should be the place pushing for higher and higher and higher kind of burden to make sure that we are not in a situation like we were last week, where here the state's being asked to pay out $37 million for two folks who were, frankly, the system failed.
I agree with you. When I was a trial court judge, I was presiding over a criminal trial, and there was some piece of evidence the state wanted to put in that I kept out, and the state said, "Judge, you're making it really hard for us to get a conviction." I said, "Well, it should be hard to get a conviction. I mean, this standard is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It should be hard, and we should be satisfied that we've met that standard."
Agreed. Judge, one of the other issues I wanted to ask you on, and we've been wrestling with as a committee, is on the issue of pretrial detention and bail. And as somebody with as wide a pedigree as yours, coming up through the state court system and now as chief judge of the appellate court for the last few years, any thoughts or advice to us on our pretrial incarceration system and how we can improve it?
It's really hard. I think it's largely a policy issue as to kind of where you want the balance to be struck between holding people pretrial and making sure they show up to court and they're not a danger to the public. Because those are the only two reasons that we keep people incarcerated pretrial, or we shouldn't keep people incarcerated pretrial. One, we're worried that they won't show up, or two, they pose a danger. At the appellate court, we see motions for review, bail determinations, but we view them for an abuse of discretion. And as long as a trial court judge has thoughtfully considered those two factors, danger and coming to court, and has factored that in, it's really hard for us to find an abuse of discretion. And each superior court judge has kind of a different sense as to where that balance should be struck. So I think you have a really hard task if you're trying to figure out from a policy standpoint where to strike that balance, because it is so much a case by case decision.
Right. But I think you just hit on part of the problem, didn't you? That you've got every judge has a different line on where they draw that. So it's the luck of the draw of the judge you get on that day. And then your recourse is to appeal it up to the appellate court, who, as long as the judge has considered it, it's abuse of discretion, nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, it is true that in every case on every issue, the judge you get may impact what the outcome is. I mean, we all wear black robes because the message we try to send to everyone is justice is colorblind, and it doesn't matter who is wearing the uniform, we're all the same, but we're all individuals and we decide things differently. The branch, though, does provide guidance, does provide training to judges on how to eliminate some of that disparity that would happen between from judge to judge.
Final question for you, Judge, because you mentioned sort of in your intro all your work on the pro bono committee and the like through the branch. There's a push. Some of us would like to see your pro bono service count towards your mandatory CLE.
Yeah.
Support that?
Yeah, I do. We've talked about it. And our Access to Justice Commission has 4 subcommittees. One of them is pro bono. And we've talked about ways to encourage people to do pro bono. And that's one of the things we've talked about is that doing pro bono work, which involves being properly trained, would count towards your mandatory CLE.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Representative Osborne just joined us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I promise I was listening to it all on Zoom on the way in. Thank you very much for being here today and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
Anybody who's watched any of these proceedings since I've come onto the Judiciary Committee will know that I have a particular interest in family law. And there's one case in particular that everybody knows I really don't like, which is Dan versus Dan. It's a Supreme
Yes.
Court case that really changed the playing field in family law
Mhm.
over the last 10 years or so. And you can hold aside whether you agree with the policy espoused by the Supreme Court's decision in that case. I maintain policy is the purview of the legislature. And I really disagree with the Dan holding specifically because I view it as judicial activism, as reading policy into a statute, words into a statute that never existed, and that this body never changed. So I wanted to ask you specifically, when it comes to sitting at the Supreme Court and your view of the role of the Supreme Court in reading words into statutes that aren't there or not reading words into statutes that aren't there, and how will you take care to deal with those difficult policy issues that come before you before the legislature has made any changes on them? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So my approach to legislative analysis is to start with the language of the legislation. I really hope in every case the language is clear and unambiguous and I can apply it and I don't have to try to figure out what was meant. And I think you have to look at the statute. You have to look at where it fits within all the other statutes, related statutes. And to the extent there's something unclear about that, the first thing I do is I look at the whole body of legislation to figure out how it all works together and figure out a way in which that makes sense. If I can't do that, then I have to look at whether it's legislative history, whether it's the policy behind the statute, to try to come up with a sensible way as to what the legislature intended, because my role in interpreting legislation is always to try to figure out the intent of the legislature. The clearer it is in the statute, the more comfortable I am. And, we all the further you get from the actual language, it gets more difficult and reading tea leaves at times, but that's what I always do. I don't like to read words into a statute or, create policy that's inconsistent or not set forth in the statute. As I've said to people, I've never been elected to anything. So I should leave the creation of policy to the legislature where we're talking about statutes.
I thank you for that answer. And obviously, as a practitioner, I also prefer when the legislature is clear and unambiguous in the
it makes our lives
statutes that
easier.
it creates. So thank you very much. And again,
Thank you.
congratulations. And I'm very much looking forward to having a jurist with as much trial court experience and such a panoply of experience representing a breadth of different experiences of litigants. I'm really looking forward to having you serve in the Supreme Court. Congratulations. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? If not, Judge Bright, congratulations on your nomination. Thanks
Thank you.
for being with us this morning. All right, I am going to turn the gavel over to Senator Winfield because I need to recuse myself on the next nominee. Senator Winfield, I got to turn the gavel over to you. I got to recuse on the next nominee. I believe Representative Blumenthal does. Judge Wilson, the problem with having an active docket is a number of us have to step out of the room. Don't take it personally, but
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, I will be recusing myself out of an abundance of caution.
Thank you, Representative. And they will take a moment to step out and then I'll read you your oath. All right, good morning. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide us with your opening statement.
Good morning, Chair Senator Winfield.
Just
members
if you could pull the microphone a little closer so it projects. Sorry to interrupt you.
Is it on? It's on.
It's on.
Good morning, Chair Senator Winfield, ranking members, Representative Fishbein, and Senator Kissel, and honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Robin Wilson, and it is an honor and a privilege to appear before you today. I want to express my appreciation to each member of this committee for considering my nomination to the Connecticut Appellate Court. I also wish to express my gratitude to Governor Lamont and his confidence in nominating me to the Appellate Court. I am humbled and honored by this nomination. I have been a public servant of this great state for nearly 40 years, and if I am fortunate enough to be confirmed, I will strive every day to continue to serve the people of Connecticut to the best of my abilities in this new and challenging role. I would also like to express my gratitude for the immense amount of support I've received from my family who's here today, friends who are here today, colleagues, judicial staff, supporters, many of whom are here today. By way of background, I was born and raised in New Haven, and although my parents are not with me today, my stepfather having passed in 2018 and my mother having recently passed in November, it is because of their hard work and the many sacrifices they made that I am before you today. My stepfather owned a small moving company in New Haven for over 50 years, and mom worked for nearly 40 years for Southern New England Telephone Company. Both instilled in me the importance of education, hard work, and community service. The products of the segregated South, my paternal great-grandfather and great-grandmother imparted to their children the importance of education. Despite many of the injustices African Americans in the South faced during this time, my grandmother's sister, Great Aunt Eva, defied convention by earning a college degree in the 1920s, a time when few women and fewer Black women pursued advanced degrees. She taught school for many years in North Carolina, and when she migrated north, she went on to earn a master's degree from Southern Connecticut State University and continued teaching for over 30 years in the New Haven public school system. My father and two of his brothers also attended college. At the age of 4, when most children were playing in sandboxes, I was spelling words like rendezvous and Czechoslovakia and family spelling bees held by my grandmother and great aunts, or at their instruction, scouring maps in home-based geography lessons. By the time I reached 6th grade, I knew I wanted to pursue a career in law. Growing up in a close-knit and highly educated family, I learned early on that education is key. My family also fostered in me a sense of social justice and community service, particularly my mother, who was a member of and volunteered for many state and local community organizations. I can imagine my parents, grandparents, and great aunts all now looking proudly upon me while praising each other, celebrating and saying, well done, well done. This moment for me is both humbling and bittersweet. Humbling because this job and the robe I wear has never been about me, but about the people I serve. Bittersweet because having recently lost my mom, I don't have her here right by my side as she has been throughout my entire life and career. I know though that she is here with me in spirit right now. I have served on the bench since 2003, and I am presently assigned to the Waterbury Complex litigation docket. Prior to my assignment in Waterbury, I sat in New Haven as a civil judge for 15 years. I've presided over numerous trials, both jury and court trials. I have an immense love for research and writing, particularly on complex legal issues. I enjoy the research and analysis required to unravel a complex legal Rubik's Cube, knowing in the end, I've done my best to issue a decision that is well-reasoned and supported by the law, but more importantly, is understandable and provides guidance to the lawyers, litigants, and my colleagues. Over my 21-year judicial career, I have authored nearly 1,100 decisions on various complex legal issues. One lawyer who sent an unsolicited email to me thanking me for a particular decision that I wrote said, quote, "Hi, Judge. I know this is random, but your written decisions did it again for me. I have a complex negligent security case, less than a day to finish a brief, and then I find one of your many written decisions that lays out the law like a silk carpet. I cut and paste your statement of the law, make my contextual arguments, and I'm done," end quote. This, to me, is what is gratifying, knowing that I have developed a body of work that assists attorneys, colleagues, and litigants. Community service is near and dear to me. To whom much is given, much is required. I am a member of many community service and church-affiliated organizations as reflected in my bio, and I enjoy the work that I do as a member of these organizations. My dedication stems from a deep understanding of the challenges faced by individuals and families within our community, and I am determined to make a positive impact in any way I can. I view every opportunity to serve as a chance to learn, grow, and connect with others who share a common goal of improving our community. I believe that service is not just about giving. It's about creating lasting relationships, empowering those around us, and inspiring others to join in the effort. I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to serve for the past 21 years as a Superior Court judge, a responsibility that I have taken very seriously. I thank you all, and I'm very happy to answer any questions that the committee has for me.
Thank you. And your recollection about the sandbox makes the accolades you've gotten on your writing make all the more sense. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Judge Wilson, congratulations. Another stellar pick by Governor Lamont. And you know that you have my deepest sympathies on the passing of your mom. I enjoyed our conversation a couple of weeks ago. Just an incredible amount of decisions that you have written, which makes you perfect for the appellate court. And as I had indicated when you first came before us years ago, you are the real deal. You're not here because of the color of your skin or anything like that, although all that family history sort of makes you who you are. And you clearly value it and are giving it the pride that it deserves. But it's you. It's your heart, it's your passion, and your desire to make sure that everybody gets a fair shake that comes before you. So it's more than just meting out justice. It's meting out justice in the most professional manner possible. I know that maybe some of our colleagues may ask you the Robitis question, but I don't have any doubts that would never afflict you. It doesn't to this day. I know we had a good discussion about artificial intelligence and where it may lead the judicial branch in the not too distant future when it comes to decision writing. I have my own ideas regarding that, but things move fast in our society. All I can say is I don't really have any questions for you. I believe, like you believe, that your mom's in this room looking down with great pride and happiness at what you've attained. And I know you're going to just do a fantastic job on the appellate court. And it's very unusual for all the new nominees in the room today to have someone who's being nominated to the Supreme Court and now someone who's being nominated to the appellate court. Very rarely in my many decades in this building have we had all that kind of business all in one day. And so I think it's very interesting, but I just wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
We haven't had a case together in a few years, but I can remember the times I have been before you, and it's been a worthwhile experience. And I learned today that we have something in common. We're word nerds together. My first Holy Communion, my godmother bought me a dictionary, very thick dictionary. One of the few books that I had, and I read it from cover to cover. And my siblings still make fun of my vocabulary to this day. So very much appreciate that. In the have you ever sat family before?
No, I did volunteer to sit family, but I didn't get chosen to sit family.
Well, I know you've done a lot of good work in civil, so I can understand,
I did
Perfect.
cover the family magistrate, but that was for a few days. But no, I've never set family.
okay, that must have been interesting, an interesting difference between regular civil and,
Covering for family support.
yeah.
It was interesting, but I do have a little bit of experience. When I worked at the Attorney General's office, I started out in the child support unit. So I did have a tiny bit of background in family support.
I appreciate that. Your backup for question 13, basically we ask about cases that were important to you and why they're important. For the first time, it's a record, 22 and a half pages was your response, okay? The least is like one little paragraph, and I'm not faulting you, but the thing that jumped out at me is it's written in the third person. Is there a reason for that? Did you use something like a program to do it? Because you're talking about cases that you actually did, and like Cohen versus Rossi, which is West Haven, the election case.
Correct.
And I quote, the trial court issued a memorandum of decision, right? But it's you,
It's me.
right?
It's me. I modesty.
Okay,
I just, that's
that's
how
a
I laid
cool
it out.
answer. Okay. No,
The
it's,
trial court.
I
am
got
the
it.
Trial
No,
court.
I got it. But very, very lengthy. And once again, I learned a lot. In the testimony that was submitted electronically in the system, I don't know what the person's position on your appointment is, but I just wanted to give you an opportunity. It has to do with a case that your decision was affirmed by the appellate court on a 46B 16A civil order of protection
Civil order of protection, yes.
on the subjective objective test.
Correct.
Is there anything that you want to mention to us about that? Only because, it sits there in the testimony, and I don't know if somebody's going to testify and say something that you did something wrong, or I don't think you did anything wrong, but just want to give you the opportunity.
The reason I listed that case as a significant case, because it was a very, very difficult case for me. And that is one case where my skills as a judge, me putting aside public opinion and focusing on the issue before me, focusing on the facts, assessing credibility, I did it. I have no qualms about it. I did it. I made the decision to deny the civil protective order, which was not a popular decision. But I called it as the facts were presented to me, the credibility of the witnesses as I assess them to be, and the applicable law that I applied to the facts of the case, and I denied the civil protective order.
Yeah,
So
and
that-
I think you did the right
And I was
thing.
affirmed by the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and I think it's the first time they dealt with the subjective objective.
Two
Tests.
things. The first time they took it, very rarely does the Supreme Court take a public interest case, meaning they take it right up. It doesn't go to the appellate court. So that's the first thing. But then they had the opportunity to explain the subjective objective tests, because the litigant in that case, the appellate in that case, was trying to change that subjective objective test. And the Supreme Court affirmed that it is a subjective objective test, which is what I applied, and I correctly applied it.
Yeah, and very worthwhile for public policy, you know, merely because one feels threatened should you get an order. You know, what you said is you may feel threatened, but it's got to be that other people would feel threatened too, so that the perpetrator, alleged perpetrator, would have knowledge that what they were doing was wrong, could rise to that level. So yeah, very important as far as public policy. So I appreciate that. Congratulations. I look forward to seeing you on the appellate court, and thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Vazino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Judge Wilson. It's good to see you again.
Good morning.
And congratulations on your nomination to the appellate court. I won't ask you to spell onomatopoeia for the record, but maybe if you
That
want to
one
meet
they-
after the meeting, we can discuss.
That one, they didn't test us on, my aunts.
I just want to say when we met a couple weeks ago, I was deeply moved by your anecdotes about your relationship with your mother growing up and how that really kindled your passion for law and for justice and for civic involvement. My mom was very instrumental in me wanting to get involved in public service in the first place too. And so I just wanted to say that was an incredibly moving aspect of your life. And it's very clear that it was very inspiring in your passion for going to the bench. In our meeting, we also spoke at great length about your role in Cohen versus Rossi. I know it was touched on in your discussion with Representative Fishbein, but we're all very well versed in your workhorse ethic in publishing opinions. But I was also impressed at the volume of documents that you had to go through in order to reach the decision you reached in Cohen versus Rossi. So I just wanted to provide you with the opportunity to maybe provide a little more detail on the work that went into that decision and how the skills that you learned in that decision specifically will translate well to your work on the appellate bench.
Thank you for the question. So that case involved the mayoral election in West Haven. The Republican candidate was challenging the election and had challenged all 700, over 700 absentee ballots, and had raised violations of the statutory provisions which govern absentee ballots. So it was my job to, first of all, I had to go through the complaint in preparation for the trial, because they had challenged, they meaning the plaintiff had challenged every single one of had challenged the absentee ballots, stating that, alleging that there was a violation of almost all of the statutes, the absentee ballot statutes. So that I had to go through. But also the evidence that was introduced, there was testimony from the election officials. I had to assess credibility. There was also documentary evidence that was introduced, ballots, envelopes and ballots, envelopes and envelopes and ballots, because the statutes have a specific way in which the ballots are to be enclosed and counted. So I had election officials that had to testify. Ultimately, after reviewing all the evidence and reviewing the law, I ended up tossing, I think it was 9 ballots, but the election, it didn't make a difference in the election. So according to the law, I had to uphold the election because the tossing of the ballots did not make a difference in the election. That was a very difficult case because it was fact intense. As I said, I had to listen to all of the evidence. I had to go through all of the documentary evidence. And it took a long time to go through that. I enjoyed it. That's what I do.
A lot of late nights. That's the type of work that you have to enjoy in order to do it. But in conclusion, I just wanted to say that being on the appellate bench requires you to often step into the shoes of the trial judge and to make your decision accordingly based on the mindset of the trial judge at the time. And so I appreciate the fact that you as the nominee have extensive trial experience in multiple courts, and I have every confidence that you will translate that work to your job on the appellate bench as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have Senator Miller, followed by Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Judge Wilson.
Good morning.
I am so sorry that I'm not there to congratulate you in person, but I want to say this is a journey that's well deserved. You've had a long journey, and you and I have had numerous conversations since last year when you showed, I guess you applied for your interest with judicial review to apply for this position. And so I want to say to you, thank you. Thank you for your humility. Thank you for being the person that you are. You know that I took you through a very long and thorough in the sense that I asked you many, many questions and vetting you. And I know that it wasn't easy, but what impressed me most about you was the fact that you were a judge and you were humble. There are times that you could have pushed back, but you didn't push back. And so I want to thank you very, very much because that showed me the type of person you are, that you're not a judge just to be a judge and for power. You're there to make a difference. And to put it in the words as my colleague, Senator Kissel, you are the real deal. I was impressed by because that's one of the things I ask you. What do you do outside of the courtroom? What do you do that has your name on it? And you were able to give me that information, your community service, because you know that being a judge you have to go beyond the walls of the courts. That you went and you met the people that who could potentially come in your courtrooms. And that says a lot about you as a person, even how you define community service. And so I just want to say thank you. And what also impressed me was your passion for the law, your passion for justice and fairness, and your love for people. And I know your mom is very proud of you. I've been in that situation where I've been elevated and my mom wasn't there to share that with me. But she was there to share the fact that you were a judge. And I know she's looking down from heaven because I know she's in heaven looking at the daughter that she raised. And I know that she's very proud of you. So I just want to say thank you and congratulations. And I know that you're going to be a great appellate judge. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Quay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Your Honor.
Good to see you.
I'm having a hard time removing the smile from my face, seeing you in that chair. For the ladies and gentlemen of the committee here, I had the pleasure of trying a very difficult case, although I was a little upset you didn't list it as one of the more difficult cases. But we were together for a month about in last August, or actually 2 August.
I'll say that it was a very, very complex and interesting case, and I had fun.
We did have fun, and I just would warn the appellate attorneys maybe watching or listening, you better be ready because you're going to face a hot bench and a good bench, a fair bench, and someone who I know your mother. You talked about her in chambers, how you were helping her out. She's helping you out. So congratulations. So good to see you there. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Quay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Judge Wilson, congratulations on your nomination. And I can't believe it's been 22 years since you left the Workers' Compensation Commission. I mean, it seems like only yesterday, but it has been a long time. And I know that my partner, Brian Mahan, would want to extend his congratulations to you because I know he played a little role when you left for the bench in the first place. But I know you're going to be great. And thank you for your willingness to do this and continue to serve the state of Connecticut.
Thank you, Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? If not, I want to thank you as well for showing up as you have showed up. I know earlier that there was a comment about the skin and having nothing to do with it, but it does. It has something to do with the way in which you show up here. It has something to do with the way in which you were raised. And I know that it has something to do with the drive being what it is. And thank you for recognizing the importance of being who you have been and who you continue to be. There are a lot of people smiling, not just from our city, but from a lot of different places because of the impact that you have had. And I usually don't smile on the day that we're doing judges because there's a lot wrapped into that. It doesn't look like it, but I'm smiling. So thank you for that.
Thank you. May I just
You may.
say, can I say something?
Yes.
I probably shouldn't, but I do want to acknowledge the people behind me. They are my check. They are my external accountability, if you will, Senator Winfield. A lot of the community service projects that we work on, we work collaboratively. And I have to listen to my Delta sisters that are here, my Coalition sisters that are here, my Elm City sisters that are here, my family that's here. But we have to listen to each other. We have to listen to opinions from each other. And they will quickly put me in check and say, and I take that back with me to the bench. I can be direct when I'm in court, but I have a little Delta sister soror on my shoulder. Remember soror, okay? I can't ignore them. So I just wanted to acknowledge my sisters who are here today, my brothers who are here today, my family.
And thank you for that. There's a reason I didn't ask you the question because I already know. All right. Well, see, I am actually smiling. So thank Representative. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for not being more effusive in trying to catch your attention earlier, and I'll be short. Thank you very much and congratulations on your nomination. I'm just excited to have an opportunity to ask a future appellate jurist a question about a case, and it's back to the civil protection order case. I also practice family law and I represent both people who perceive themselves as victims and people who have been accused or respondents to applications for restraining orders. So I'm particularly interested in that case and in the subjective objective standard. And my question is, and on the facts of this particular case, I don't question that that's the right outcome on this particular case. I don't know anything about other than having read the case, what the facts were beyond what was there. But my struggle with the subjective objective standard is that victims of domestic violence have often been subjected to years of forms of abuse, subtle and not so subtle, and often are not particularly great at determining when they're actually in danger, right? So, we know that police will show up to some domestic abuse calls and they'll perform this danger risk assessment, and women are shocked, or men, to find out that they're on the very high risk end of the spectrum, and they just don't have any idea. It's like a lobster. You put them in the pot and you turn up the heat and they have no idea, right? So people may not be in a particularly great position to understand whether something constitutes a threat, and they should be in fear at the moment that it occurs, but that later on, mom, dad, sister, brother, friends go, oh my gosh, like, why weren't you afraid, right? So requiring a subjective fear at the time of the incident doesn't take into account necessarily that somebody their ability to perceive danger and to feel that fear in that moment may be compromised. So in that kind of circumstance, would you, as an appellate court judge, allow that there's still room to under the current test from this particular case, to allow for a subjective fear and a genuine subjective fear that arises after the incident?
So my role as an appellate judge, Representative Osborne, I would be limited to reviewing the facts, making sure the evidence supported the facts, and applying the test that has been established by the legislature in 46B-16. That's all that I am allowed to do as an appellate court judge. I appreciate truly what you're saying regarding domestic violence victims and their inability to communicate their fear. I am, as an appellate judge, required to look at the facts, make sure the evidence is there to support the facts, and to apply the existing law, which is the objective subjective standard. I can't change the law. That's the job of the legislature. And that was an issue that was raised before the Supreme Court. The
But so just-
standard.
I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
I was just saying that was one of the issues raised before the Supreme Court regarding the objective subjective standard and that it should be changed. I can't change it as an appellate judge. I have to apply it to the law and the facts, as found by the trial court.
So, and in your view, just to clarify, that subjective portion is temporally fixed. Agreed?
Is temporarily fixed?
Temporally.
Oh,
It is
temporary.
a moment in time at the time that the incident occurs, not a retrospective fear.
It's at the time the incident.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
I don't have as much experience reading your other opinions, but I'm very much looking forward to it. I love nothing more than a well-written law set out for practitioners to follow. So thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you.
through you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? If not, thank you very much for joining us
Thank
today.
you.
All right, so next, we will have to be a judge of the Superior Court, David G. Bothwell, Fairfield. When you are ready, raise your right hand and I'll read you the oath. Okay, do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide us with your statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Stafford, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is David Bothwell, and I'm truly honored to be before you today. Thank you for having me. I'd like to thank Governor Lamont for this nomination, as well as Attorney Braswell and her staff, who have been so helpful and supportive throughout this process. I'm a lifelong resident of the great state of Connecticut. I grew up in Greenwich, one of 6 brothers in what I describe as a classic, large family, middle-class home. It was not easy on my parents raising 6 sons. At times it was definitely a struggle, but they worked hard, they sacrificed, and I know that everything they did in life was for the benefit of their boys. And my brothers and I will always remember that and are deeply grateful. One of the things they always stressed to us and sacrificed greatly for was our educations. I was fortunate to attend Villanova University and Quinnipiac Law School. After graduating in 1996, I was hired as a temporary assistant clerk in the old Stamford GA Criminal Courthouse. The pay was not great, but the experience was invaluable. I was able to watch and learn from some of the great criminal judges and attorneys I believe this state has ever had, each of whom inspired me to begin my now almost 30-year career in the Connecticut criminal justice system. I've spent a majority of that career in one way or another in service to the state of Connecticut. I was employed on 2 different occasions with the Public Defender's Office. Sandwiched in between, I operated a private practice dedicated to criminal defense and worked as an assigned counsel public defender in multiple court locations. I have represented thousands of clients, helping them to navigate what I know to be some of the most difficult and traumatic periods of their lives. Additionally, I've tried numerous cases on charges ranging from minor misdemeanors to some of the most serious felonies on our statute books. I am currently employed as the legal counsel to the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles, where I work with the board and so many dedicated professionals in balancing the need for accountability and public safety with understanding and the opportunity for a second chance. It has been a challenging but definitely satisfying career.
I now sit before you today seeking your consent to be a judge of the Superior Court. In doing so, I am reminded of what my friend and mentor, Judge Richard Comerford, used to tell all of us that worked in the courts. We work for the people of the state of Connecticut, and we have an obligation to do right by them. I knew what he meant with those words, and they will never be lost on me. If confirmed, I intend to continue working tirelessly for the people of the state of Connecticut. I will serve with empathy, humility, and an understanding of all who come before me. I will do more listening than talking, and I will always respect this great and honorable position. In closing, I would like to thank my 5 brothers who I share such a deep bond with and are truly my best friends. And of course, my family, my wife, Jessica, who herself has worked for our state as a social worker for the past 24 years, and our 3 children, Finnegan, Piper, and Kellen. Anything I achieve in my life is only possible with their love and support. Again, thank you for having me. It is my honor and privilege, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know we've got a lot to get through before session, so I'll try and be quick here. Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning.
Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
A couple preambles that you probably know that somebody was going to ask. On Robitis. I see you haven't, you've been practicing criminal law the extent of your career. Obviously, a lot is weighs on your clients as criminal defendants. How can you assure members of this committee that that the way you are now will be different when you could put the black robe on and now are a judge?
You know, Representative O'Day, I've heard you ask that question many times, and I think that, you know, for me, I am so honored, humbled, and appreciative to be up here. And I have such respect for the judiciary and the courts, you know, that I worked in for my entire career, that I couldn't ever imagine me doing anything to disrespect that or to tarnish that in any way. I have been lucky enough in my career to meet and become lifelong friends with many of the people that I've worked with over the years, attorneys, clerks, marshals, even some that now sit on the Superior Court. And, you know, if there was ever a time where I thought that I did anything inappropriate or disrespectful, I would fully expect them to you know, to march into chambers and let me know, and that would be certainly be welcome. So I think that's how I would handle things.
So the good chair and I have kind of asked this question from different angles. My question generally focuses on, from an internal standpoint, what kind of humility do you have? And that's a big thing from where I sit, making sure people have sufficient humility. The good chair, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but to speed things along, wants to know what kind of external checks do you rely on to make sure you're not going in a direction that would be disrespectful or unfair to a litigant?
Right. Well, I think you know, how I just explained, you know, I have made so many relationships and have built such a great network of people who are just really, you know, more than colleagues, but they're close friends. And I fully expect that if there ever was a case, which I hope there wouldn't be, that I acted in a way that wasn't respectful of the court or the people that come before it, that they would let me know, because I certainly respect their opinion. And like I said, they're from all aspects of the court. You know, I've made many friends, judges, attorneys, clerks and marshals who, you know, I would feel, you know, confident that they would come in and let me know. And I think that would go certainly a long way. I'd also say that I know you're not really, you know, supposed to lean on your wife, but my wife plays a different role because she's been involved in the courts, in the criminal courts for 25 years as well. I think she is as respected as they come down in Stamford, and I think throughout the state. And I think if I ever did anything as well, then, you know, she would certainly let me know it, and that would go a long way as well.
well, as a fellow spouse of a social worker, I do get a lot of free treatment as well.
Yes.
And just make sure, I know you live in Fairfield. Are you willing to serve anywhere in the state assigned?
Absolutely.
At least 9 to 5?
Absolutely. Yes,
All right.
sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good luck, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee, Representative Fishbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You know, I have to admit that, you and I got into it over the last 2 years over your representation of the Board of Pardons and Paroles. And I disagreed with certain legal advice that you gave your client. And when I saw your name on the list, I had to do a lot of reflection. And since that time, I'm comfortable. And I appreciate the guidance and advice that you gave to your client, even though we did have that disagreement. So I'm in a different place here today. And just so, you know, we've heard a lot about meetings with various nominees. I just want to, as the governor's office knows, I don't do those meetings. I don't like the secrecy of this process. I think this process should be open and transparent, and therefore questions, discussions are more appropriate for this room than a back room, with all respect to my colleagues. I wanted to ask you about question 11 on your questionnaire. We ask about your practice within the last 10 years. And you do admit that you haven't tried a case in the last 10 years. But I'm trying to figure out 11A, what percentage of your court appearances were in, and you say 5% federal court, 95% state court, that the court appearances were 100% criminal. However, none were jury matters. Can you just explain that?
Sure. So, in the last 10 years, I've been at the Board of Pardons and Paroles for about 3.5 years now. Prior to that, I was at the Public Defender's Office in Stamford, Norwalk. I think the last time that I had tried a case, and I may have tried small misdemeanor cases, but the last case that I think of significance that I tried was probably around 2013 or 14. So 95% of my work was going to state court, but there was a time where prior to me going back to the public defender's office, which I did, I think in 2018, I was in private practice, and I did take on one federal court case. So I just tried to, divide it up that way. But the majority of my work in my career has been in the state courts in Connecticut, in the GA and the JD courts of Connecticut. The majority, 100% of that, I would probably say in the last 10 years has been criminal. I may have, when I was in private practice, done something that I can't recall, maybe in another court, but the majority of my work has been in the criminal courts. And I put non-jury just because in the last 10 years, I have not tried a case. So while I've handled, hundreds of criminal cases, it just happened that none of those cases had proceeded to trial. So I just put non-jury because I didn't pick a jury.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or Representative Roberts?
Thank you today. Thank you, sir. Just being a kid that comes from Norwalk, Connecticut, I've definitely heard your name a lot. And just the work that you've done. I think you just stated that your last big case that you did was around 2013, 14, a well-known case in the city. And to see the listing in number 13, I do remember the case. I come from this background of those people. And to work and see that gentleman now currently with one of the biggest nonprofits in the city, after any mistake that he has made, I truly appreciate the work that you've done on that gentleman's life and for him to turn it all around. And like I said, to have a big nonprofit still currently in the city helping the youth out, I truly appreciate that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. He's doing a phenomenal job, and I consider him a friend. He texts me every once in a while, so I'm so happy for him.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Roberts. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? If not, I would just say this. First, thank you to Representative O'Day for incorporating the question. It does shortcut it. But I will say, in terms of your response to the good representative, that one, I don't have an issue with folks bringing their wives into or husbands into that question. The issue is really that normally what they bring them in is because they have to take out the garbage, right? And that doesn't mean anything. But on a more serious note, your response was that you are honored and humbled, and that you respect this system. And I would tell you that most of the people who've gotten caught up respond the same way. You are taking on a position that is wholly different than anything that any position you've been in before, and you'll be looked at wholly different. And so my hope is that while you expect that folks might operate a certain way, that you do the things necessary to demonstrate to them that in your new position, it is okay for them to have those that way of operating, and feel free to come. And as a matter of fact, I put it this way for myself: it's only when people don't do that I get angry. But I appreciate the work that you've done, and congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Okay. So next we have Tracy C. Brown, Windsor. When you are ready, you can raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. All right, good morning. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury? You may provide us with your testimony.
Good morning. Good morning. Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield, Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, Lozano, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Tracy Brown. Thank you to Governor Lamont for nominating me to serve as a Superior Court Judge, and to General Counsel Natalie Braswell and her staff for their kind and encouraging guidance throughout this process. I thank God also for the countless number of people who have encouraged and supported me. Without them, I would not be here today. Most notably, I'd like to thank my husband, who is my best friend, Troy, and our amazing twins, Maya and Asia, who are a constant inspiration for me, and of course, my parents. I began my legal journey at the University of Connecticut School of Law, and during that time, I interned as a student law clerk for the Honorable Judge Michael Sheldon. I volunteered at the Neighborhood Legal Services, focusing on family and housing law. I interned at the Freedom of Information Commission as well. Not long after law school, I accepted a position at the Freedom of Information Commission, where I served for 21 years. As an attorney there, I served as a hearing officer, presiding over contested case hearings and issuing hearing officers' reports. I also served as commission counsel. As such, I defended the commission's final decisions when appealed, enjoying the opportunity to argue at the Superior Appellate and Superior Courts. In 2018, I began to serve as the Assistant Legal Director for the Department of Correction, and I joined a team of outstanding attorneys to work in partnership with the Office of the Attorney General, which handles significant litigation in state and federal courts. I also provided internal legal advice and represented the agency before the Freedom of Information Commission and the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. I also completed a master's degree in criminal justice during that time. I'm currently the Chief Operating Officer at the Department of Motor Vehicles, overseeing the legal services and fiscal divisions and branch operations. My duties as COO include providing internal legal advice to the Commissioner. I also continue to conduct legal research, appear before the CHRO, and collaborate with the Office of the Attorney General to resolve complex legal matters involving the department. From my education and legal experience, I have developed strong communication, legal research, and analytical skills. I've gained insights into our judicial system, and I have a proven track record for fairness, impartiality, and reasonable decision-making. Serving as a Superior Court would be an honor beyond any words that I could express, and I am humbled to my core. I understand the weight of the responsibility that, if confirmed, that would be entrusted to me, and I will work diligently to uphold the high standards of ethics and integrity, as well as the professionalism and legal principles that foster trust and confidence in our judicial system. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today, and I welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Attorney Brown, congratulations. I was just wondering where you live in Windsor. Are you, is Senator McCrory your senator, or am I?
McCrory.
Shoot, just outside my part of Windsor. Well, I grew up in the town of Windsor. First English settlement in Connecticut, 1633, for those from Weathersfield that would like to challenge us. I think it's great. You're with the Department of Motor Vehicles?
Yes, sir.
So Commissioner Guerrero is ready to give you up?
Reluctantly, yes.
Yes, okay. I figured, had the pleasure of serving with him when he was here in the legislature as well. I think you have a very interesting background, a lot of different life experiences, a lot of different judicial experiences. I had the pleasure of knowing Judge Sheldon, and he must have been quite a pleasure to work with. Would you comment on your time having been with him?
Sure. I remember mostly his demeanor. He initially, I thought he was the greatest and biggest thing there ever was. He did civil work. I was with him when he did 2 jury trials. One was a lawsuit against the Mercedes-Benz Corporation. And I just marveled at how he managed the courtroom. I marveled at how he was diligent in the evidentiary process that he engaged in there. Being very young, very impressionable, it was a good time for me to learn what jury trial, jury practice would be like.
I found that my experiences with Judge Sheldon, I mean, if you want to emulate anyone for being just a regular down-to-earth human being that's not pretentious whatsoever, I think Judge Sheldon is a great role model. But it sounds to me that you have a lot of great role models along the way, and I appreciate your efforts in keeping the sunlight on government with freedom of information. Just your career path seems to have gone in a lot of different directions, and I think that's going to really serve you well as you sit on the bench. And I wish you the very best. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Congratulations on your nomination.
You.
And the good commissioner has reached out to me and is going to miss you there. But a couple questions that I ask everybody, and by all means, any other members of the committee can ask these questions, please. But robitis, you've heard the phrase before?
I have.
And how can you assure members of this committee that once you get on the bench and put on the robe, you won't be afflicted with robitis?
Well, I have 3 reasons for which I am confident I will not be afflicted with robitis. The first is that, I consider public service, being a judge is a public service. It's a service, and it's a privilege, and it's an entrustment from the public, from this body, that warrants giving deference. You're part of a team, I believe, of individuals whose jobs are to try to resolve matters in an orderly fashion under no circumstances with the authority that is given to a judge in that particular role. Does that warrant being overbearing, having overweening pride, or treating people with disrespect? The second reason is because I actually was subject to a form of robitis during my days at the Freedom of Information Commission. It's demoralizing, it's frustrating, and it can be extremely distracting. And I would never want to subject anyone to what I experienced during my time. And the third is quite frankly an ego thing. I actually want people to be comfortable approaching me while I'm in the court or outside of the court. And I feel that the conduct that you display in the courtroom reflects on how you are outside of the courtroom as well. And so for those reasons, I'm pretty confident I will not be subject to robitis.
And from, you heard the back and forth with the good chair. I certainly don't want to step on his toes, but to speed things along, you know, you and I were just talking, what I heard was some internal guardrails that you have, so to speak, not the fiscal guardrails, but your guardrails as a person. And I appreciate those responses. If you were to, and the good chair has brought out, what external measures or guardrails do you have that are around you that you could utilize or use as a measure on or listen to? Who are some of the people that would alert you to any issues that may be happening in a courtroom?
Well, for me, the first external tool that I think I would use would be the code of conduct for judges. That would be the first place that I would start. I was reviewing it and there are a lot of guardrails there. Second would be, I think, something that I would call peer and mentor review. I hope and expect that to have a mentor and to have discussions with my peers on the court to review ethical issues, legal developments, best practices. I think having those discussions on a regular basis would enhance my judicial performance. I believe that putting in place a mechanism for feedback where I can get informal or formal feedback from folks actually in the courtroom, whether it be litigants, attorneys, or court staff, being approachable and receptive to constructive criticism would be important. I think another guardrail would be continuing education. I know that there's opportunities for judges to go to training. Training would also help you keep abreast of legal proceedings, changes in the law, but that would also help, I think, keep in check if I were to be confirmed. Developing an appropriate system for timeliness in issuing decisions, as well as having an effective case management system allows you to be accountable to the public and the people that are before you in court. I certainly would be happy to learn of any other things that I could do externally, but those are the things that I consider to be key tools in ensuring that I'm accountable and responsible as I sit on the bench.
Thank you for that. And look, when I was on judicial selection, some of the things that we looked at in somebody's experience was how many jury trials they've had. And I see all of your experiences has been a non-jury experience. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
I would encourage you, obviously, I know I've been informed since the last time that I had asked these questions that Judges School does a very good job of preparing judges for jury trials. I would just encourage you to sidebar conferences. I always find them very illuminating from a litigant standpoint, but also I think it gives the judges a chance to articulate some things that they can't do necessarily on the record or in front of the jury. But in any event, the last question really is, are you willing to serve anywhere in the state of Connecticut? I know you're up in Windsor, but my question is always, are you willing to serve in Stamford?
I'm ready to go.
All right. And you were willing to work at least 9 to 5, Monday through Friday?
At least, yes, yes.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on the nomination. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I will admit my first day up here, I was assigned a mentor. That was Dave Yacarino, and that lasted about 10 minutes.
Okay.
You know, this is an unusual process. We do have 3 branches of government, the judiciary, the legislative, and the executive. And this process is such that it's almost like the NBA picking the players on the Boston Red Sox. It's a totally different branch of government that we are thrusting, legislative branches thrusting upon the judiciary, their team. It is unusual, and you do have an unusual background. And I, I don't fault that at all. You know, we go through this every year and, you know, we see lawyers from different areas. And you have a unique background. I very much appreciate the, you mentioned humble, right? Very early on. And, in your list of cases, the commissioner versus, there's a commissioner of DESP versus the FOIC. I think in that case, you admitted, well, halfway through, like during the appeal, that the law may be different than what you would put together. And you took a turn
Yes,
based upon that. That must have been a humbling experience. And I
it was.
appreciate that because some people are, you know, this is what I'm doing, this is what I've decided. And, you know, I appreciate that. I'm trying, you know, during your response to Representative O'Day's questions, I thought I heard you say that your experience on FOIC was a demoralizing experience. Is that something that you said?
Perhaps that's maybe what you heard. The robitis that I experienced was demoralizing, not my entire experience at the Freedom of Information Commission.
Okay.
Let me be clear, that was an amazing experience. I learned almost everything that I am from the folks there.
Yeah, and administrative law is a very interesting area of law. You did mention in your opening statement that you have experience in family.
So when I interned at the Neighborhood Legal Services, I did work in the Family and Housing divisions there. That was in law school.
Okay. And how long ago was that? About?
I've been out of law school for over 25 years.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But you did mention on your backup that you'd be willing to sit in family and we may hold
Yes.
you to, we may hold you to that. So,
Yes,
or the
I'm
judicial
great.
branch may hold you to that.
Yes,
so,
yes.
Okay. Congratulations on your nomination. Look forward to great stuff. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from Rep. DiCaprio?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for sharing today. I had a question on question 17, just about your volunteer work. Can you just elaborate the Crossroads Community Cathedral, that work there, and how long you've been doing it?
Okay, so the volunteer work that I do there is the food pantry is the bigger part of the volunteer work that I do. I also work in the nursery as well, but it's my church, my home church, and they have a food pantry service. They distribute boxes to families of 4 and families of 7 every second and fourth Sunday of the month. And in the evenings with my children, we go and we box those boxes. We give about 100 boxes each time. At least we pack about 100 boxes, and I think they actually distribute more than that on the following Wednesday. So that's the nature of the volunteer work there.
Just as someone that worked in a soup kitchen a number of years, it's very admirable, and just wanted to thank you for that, for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us today. Congratulations. Michael C. D'Agostino of Hamden. Might take all day. Yep. If you'd raise your right hand, and you should know better.
Chairman.
Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide us with your statement.
Morning, members of the Judiciary Committee, Chairs Winfield and Stastrom, Vice Chairwoman Flexer and Gadker Wilcox, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and a special greeting to your new Vice Chair, Representative Fazzino, and his new role in the leadership of this committee, even though it is the second best committee in the legislature after the General Law Committee.
You do want votes, right?
The General Law Committee's loss is the Judiciary Committee's gain. My name is Michael D'Agostino, and thank you for allowing me to appear before you here today. Look, simply getting to this stage, as you all know, is a laborious process and results from the efforts of many people. I'd like to recognize a few of them. I want to say thank you first to the Judicial Selection Committee, whose staff and volunteers put in countless hours poring over candidates. Thank you to General Counsel Braswell and her team for preparing us for this process. Thank you to the governor for nominating me for this position. The modernization and diversification of the bench is due in large part to his efforts and, of course, the efforts of this committee. And as a final thank you to this committee. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to your staff who put in also countless hours preparing for this day. Representative Fishbein, you touched on something actually. This committee really is the gatekeeper for an entire branch of government. The electorate serves that role for the legislature, for the executive, but you serve that role for the judiciary, and that's a remarkable thing to think about. And it's a responsibility I know all of you take very seriously, having served with you. And I want to mention, obviously, you've seen my application, my materials. I do highlight the legislative service a bit in those materials. And I think it's important because honestly, I feel like the experience here prepares a person to be a judge almost more than an entire legal career does. I mean, if you think about it, you see people here when they are at their most vulnerable, when they are looking to the law as the ultimate solution for their problem. And you have to be receptive to everyone who comes in. Just like a courthouse, this building is open to all. And if you're going to do that job well, or you're going to serve on the bench well, you've got to develop certain skills. You've got to listen to people. You've got to understand where they're coming from. You've got to hear them out. And that's something that I always try to do as a legislator. You're not going to solve everyone's problem. The law is not a balm for every single wrong. But at the very least, people who come before you have to know that they've been heard. And you've got to give them the dignity of that process to hear them out. That's something that I know I always tried to do here. And it's something that I'm going to try to do on the bench. And I'm very grateful for the nomination and happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Congratulations, Mike. You're going to be a fabulous Superior Court judge. I've had the pleasure of working with you probably since you began in the legislature, since I've been here now all 33 years, and also worked with you closely in the General Law Committee. Representative Lamar's doing a great job, but you were one of a kind, and miss you here in the legislature. I guess one of my questions is, I think that you have the legal prowess. I definitely think you have the demeanor. I see no problem with Robitis, but it's what I've heard though, is that it's in some respects a rather solitary existence. We're trying to tell everybody, be watchful, that poor jokes are going to be laughed at and stuff like that, because you are going to be the emblem of power. You control people's lives. That black robe should weigh heavy on you and remind you when you put it on that you're the final arbiter, you're the decision maker. And yeah, folks can appeal, but a lot of people don't have the financial wherewithal to appeal. So pretty much the buck is going to stop with you for the vast majority of matters that come before you. And that's great, but people are going to treat you a little bit differently. You're going to have to internalize that, but also it's a solitary existence in that I guess you have to, like, if you've been hanging around a lot of lawyers and stuff like that, all of that sort of changes. And one of the things that I asked the chief court administrator over the years was, how come the new judges get sort of sent as far away as they do for their first 6 months? And what I've learned is that part of that is to protect the judges themselves. So if you have a practice that's in a certain geographic area, you can expect your first 6 months or more to be far away from wherever that was, so that you're not inadvertently bumping into people that you had practice with or that you just did business with. And so they're keeping that at bay as best they can. But it also means that your commute's going to be real long, and just when you say, yeah, 9 to 5, no problem, it's going to be long days, regular days. And so are you ready for that shift as far as your personal life?
I certainly consider myself ready for it, just from a sort of physical standpoint in terms of being willing to go wherever I need to go. It's interesting you mentioned that sort of geographic isolation. I kind of look at it the other way, Senator, which is that's a good thing, because if you're sort of still in the same community of people that you've been with, maybe that gets to be too much of an echo chamber, and better for a new judge to be sent somewhere where maybe they're a little uncomfortable. You know, I've been a civil practitioner my whole professional career. Send me to family court, you know, send me to the GA. Let me do something different that's intellectually, you know, stimulating and challenging in that regard, but also get people out of their comfort zone, out of that insulated echo chamber, and dealing with new groups of people. I mean, that to me is the exciting part about being a new Superior Court judge.
I'm sure that Judge Bizzuto wrote that down. when you said you want to go to family court. Yeah.
I'll take the train. I'll take the train.
I think that's a great perspective.
Yeah.
I just think that you're at the right spot at the right time, and you're just going to be such a great benefit for the folks here in Connecticut. And I can't really speak any more highly about, it was just a tremendous pleasure serving with you. I view the legislature the same way. I view whenever I'm lucky enough to get the votes from my constituents in support of being able to serve them, I feel like it's going to college. I mean, because rather than us being sent out to the four corners of the state, we have somebody from the four corners of the state all brought here. And if you avail yourselves of the opportunity to learn things, it's not just about cobbling together good legislation and seeing it past the finish line. It's solving people's problems. It's cutting through the red tape. It's trying to demystify things that other folks want to mystify, to make them more powerful and things like that. And so I love the attitude that you're bringing to the bench, and I congratulate again Governor Lamont for a great pick, but I wish you the very best.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Senator Flexer, followed by Representative Fishbein, and then Representative Osborne.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations on your appointment. Really happy to see you here today, and please send my warmest greetings to your parents. I just have a quick question for you that is frankly more directed to the people who choose folks to sit before us today than to you. In this century, 2 judges have been appointed from Windham County. A Democratic governor has never appointed a judge that lives in Windham County. And so my question for you is, are you willing to serve in the Windham Judicial District?
I am certainly willing to serve at the Windham Judicial District.
I know
Senator.
you're familiar with the area, so thank you very
Yes,
much.
indeed.
I appreciate the question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein, followed by Representative Osborne, followed by Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, I agree with you. I have changed as a person serving up here. And I agree. I've learned a lot from especially on this committee, I've learned a lot. And perhaps you would have learned a lot if you had been on this committee also.
It's a lot of work, this committee.
You know, you and I really first met when we negotiated face to face the Janus law. And I appreciate the camaraderie, the working together. And you know, I had people coming to me and saying, you know, you're in the back room with D'Agostino. What's he like?
I may have heard the same thing on my end, just so you know.
Oh, I'm sure you did. You know, every time, at least in my experience up here, we had a tough bill. You were the one, no matter what committee that bill came out of, that was chosen for your oratory skills, your articulate nature, to bring that bill out and to debate that bill. I can't tell you how many times I was poised to go after the chairman of a committee, only to find out that that chairman wasn't going to be in the hot seat. It was going to be Mike D'Agostino. So I want to thank the governor's office for making the Republican caucus stronger by taking you out of the House. Last but not least, I just want to, because I know you were being fun and funny. One of our questions, question number 20 is, do you engage in any hobbies? And Michael's response to that was, I am bad, very bad at golf. I am somewhat better at breaking clay pigeons. Looking forward to testing my skill at the ladder against Representative Fishbein at some point. And I will take on that challenge. So,
I'll see you on the clay course.
absolutely. I think that you will make a great Superior Court judge. I look forward to being before you somewhere in family court. So congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Osborne, followed by Senator Miller, and then Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Michael D'Agostino, on being here today, and congratulations on your nomination. I'm particularly excited about your nomination, not because I served with you, not because you were a fantastic chair, which you were, but because of your experience as an attorney. And the part that I find particularly helpful, we're constantly asking people who appear before us, what kind of trial court experience do you have? And your combined willingness to step out of a very successful private practice, combined with actual trial court experience and being willing to serve in family court, is just music to my ears. Because we don't get a lot of applicants out of judicial selection who have extensive family law experience. I don't know why judicial selection doesn't seem to approve family law attorneys at the same rate that it does others. I think has a lot to do with no jury trial experience if you're very experienced in family court. But be that as it may, you're going to be so far ahead when you're placed in family court because of your extensive trial experience. And I have every confidence, knowing you and knowing your vast intellectual capacity, that you will be able to get yourself around the complexity and the nuances of family law, which a lot of people don't really think exists, but it does. It's very complex, and it is mired with, especially the cases that do give you an opportunity to really delve into the law, mired with really complex emotional issues that are brought before you. And I'm telling you, people care so much more about what happens to their children than whether they're going to go to jail or what happens in a civil litigation issue. You will find no greater capacity or no greater opportunity to exercise that empathy bone and to really delve into trying to understand people. And I know that your great constituent service here as a representative will serve you well in that effort. And congratulations. I'm really excited about your nomination and looking forward to your success. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We will hear next from Senator Miller, then Representative Howard, and then Representative Baudet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michael, I never got the opportunity to tell you how I really feel about you. And so I'm going to use this platform to do that. I did something I normally don't do before nominees that come before us, but I jotted down a couple of things. I think you need to hear them. I've learned that I've witnessed that you've always been willing to listen, that you love a challenge, that you pay attention to details, you have strong decision-making skills, you're impartial, you manage complex issues, and you're willing to listen, you're knowledgeable, you're professional, you communicate effectively. When Representative Fishbein talked about you debating, you definitely know how to communicate effectively. I've always admired how you would take on a bill that really belongs in another committee, and you would bring that bill out, and you could tell that you did your homework. And so I've always admired that about you. You're a problem solver. I remember we sat down with a group of individuals who, there was a bill in your committee at general law, and we all sat down at the table, and you may not have agreed with them, but you sat there and you tried to come up with a resolution. And so we walked away from that meeting with everyone being satisfied with the decision that you came up with. And so I believe that you are a problem solver, but you also, I called you a mediator as well. And so I believe that you have the temperament to be a judge, not only the skills and your professionalism, but just the temperament. And you know, Craig talked about, I'm sorry, Representative Fishburne talked about, this is the place that you learn to grow as in the General Assembly. And I agree with him. And I was going to say that I've seen you grow. You are not the same person that walked in the door when I met you as a freshman. I remember you came in and you were quiet and you kept to yourself and you walked by people and you say hello and keep going. But you've now become a people person. And so, Michael, I just want to say congratulations. And I am so very, very proud of you. And I know that you are going to be a superior court judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Great
Thank-
to see you.
Thank you, Senator Miller. Representative Howard, followed by Representative O'Day, and then Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can be brief because I would align almost wholeheartedly with Senator Miller in her comments. You know, I don't know if you're going to get the Robitis question or not. I'll tell you, I don't.
I'm sure I will.
I don't need to hear the answer. You know, in my 4 years with you, we've been on the opposite sides of some pretty controversial things, but you have treated this institution, this process, and pretty much every person I've ever seen you interact with the utmost respect and professionalism. I think you're a true public servant. I think your backup and the pro bono work that you've done to improve access to education, healthcare, and financial services to underserved people in this state speaks to who you are as a person. And so I align my comments wholeheartedly with Senator Miller, and congratulations. I do have one question, follow up on my colleague from Windham County, because there's 13 judges on this agenda for the Superior Court, none of whom are from east of the Connecticut River. So would you be willing to serve in New London County? Because we actually have courthouses in New London County. They need to be staffed by judges, and there seems to be a bit of revolving door sometimes down there. So would you be willing to serve in New London County?
Love to go east of the river.
And Attorney D'Agostino, soon to be Judge D'Agostino, I will tell you on behalf of myself and the people down there, we would love to have you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. It is now at this point in time. Counselor, congratulations on your nomination. Few preambles. I understood you've already agreed to serve Justice Pizzuto down in Stamford in the family courts. That's good. On the Robitis question that I asked everybody that I got from Justice McDonald, and if you could answer to save some time, both the good chair and I ask it a similar question, but from different angles. One, I like to know a person's internal guardrails, not fiscal. We're going to get into that later, but the internal guardrails you have on Robitis. How would you describe for us the internal and external guardrails that you believe you have that would prevent that affliction?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the interaction between you two on this is terrific, and how you sort of approach that question with all the candidates. So, having thought about it, you know, and I don't say this to be flippant at all. There's another element to Robitis, another strain of the disease, and it's called legislativitis, right? And you're all familiar with it, right? Just like you can get Robitis when you put on a robe, you can get legislativitis when you walk into this building. It's the same thing, right? Your Honor this, Your Honor that, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman this, you know, Senator.
You're part of this side of the aisle to get it, but yes.
Yeah. But you get that even though half your constituents probably don't even know who you are, right? But you start believing in your own importance. And, you know, I want to align myself with Supreme Court Justice Bright's comments on that, right? That you have to have processes in place where you're relying on the people around you. And that starts here to combat legislativitis. The first place you rely on is your colleagues, right? And we've all seen it, right? We've all seen someone who acts arrogantly or snidely, particularly on the floor. And, you know, Representative Fishbein, Representative O'Day aren't letting that person off to sit down if you act that way. There's a check amongst your colleagues, and I fully expect that check to be there with the fellow judges of the Superior Court. But it's not just your colleagues, right? You all are blessed to have amazing staff here, clerks and aides who have been here doing it longer than you have. And you have to be willing to listen to all of them and know that you are susceptible to the disease, right? That's the internal process, the self-check. I can get this. I'm not immune to it. And listening to those people, taking advice from them, taking feedback from them. I'll give you an example. She's sitting in this room, Bonnie Gray. You are very lucky to have her on the Judiciary Committee. For years, she was with me in general law. And I can tell you, right, Bonnie, 10 hours into a public hearing, you know, a little whisper in my ear, hey, you know, that the questioning may have been a little bit more aggressive than you might have thought. It was coming across more aggressive than I think you probably intended, right? That's the kind of check you have to be willing to, the kind of system you have to have in place. Self-recognition, willing to listen, and then having all of those external controls there, your colleagues, the people around you. That's what we had in this building to combat legislativitis. That's what I fully expect to have at the judiciary. One thing I've heard talking to judges who are there is they tell you that everybody wants you to succeed. The clerks, the judges, everybody in the building wants you to succeed. So it's there. That process, Senator Winfield, is there to help control robitis, to have those systems in place that you need to succeed. You got to be willing to listen. And I'd like to think that, and that's what I meant in my opening remarks, that actually it's the time here that prepares you best for that than it is a 28-year legal career, in my mind.
And thank you for that. You know, now that I have you under oath, there's a few questions about the last CBAC agreement I'd like to ask you about.
I'm going to recuse myself.
All right, I couldn't help myself. Honestly, Council, it's such a pleasure to see you up there. As you've heard from my ranking member colleagues, you have nothing but the utmost respect from everyone on this side of the aisle and on the other side of the aisle, in the upper chamber, lower chamber, because of who you were as a legislator. And I hope your family is as proud as they are, it could be, to see you up there. And, you know, you and I often debated on the floor, and one of my favorite movies is Unforgiven. And when the sheriff was on the ground about ready to get shot by Moody, he said, "I don't deserve this." And Clint Eastwood said, "Deserve's got nothing to do with it." And I will say, at the risk of alienating some, but you do deserve this because of what you've done as a lawyer, getting to this point, and as a legislator. So it's a pleasure seeing you up there. I commend the governor on nominating you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank
you. Thank you. Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Mike. I'm glad to see you sitting there. A couple quick things. First off, I think perhaps other attorneys that are legislators could perhaps take you as an example and maybe learn something from you, that if they have any judicial ambitions, perhaps they should treat people at the legislature as well as you did when you were there. Because I think that even though you can often disagree with people, just being civil goes a long way. And I certainly thought that our interactions were, if anything, they were quite civil. The other thing is, Senator Flexer asked you about serving in Windham County, and Representative Howard asked you about serving in New London County. Have you thought at all about moving to Eastern Connecticut?
You go where the job takes you sometimes.
Well, congratulations. I'm glad to see you sitting there, and good luck with your confirmation process.
Thank you, Doug.
further gloating from the committee, further gloating from the committee? Being none, Mike, get out of here, go back
Yeah.
to work, please.
Thank you all. Thank you, members of the committee.
All right, next up would be Jesse Giddings. If you could raise your right hand for me, do you swear or affirm as the case may be the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury? Great, have a seat whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer, Gadkar, Wilcox, and Fazino, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and Honorable Members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jesse Giddings, and I'm truly humbled and honored to be here before you today as a nominee to serve as a judge on the Superior Court. I would like to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to my wife, Maisha, and my children, Harper and Kingsley, for their unwavering support. I also wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to Governor Lamont for nominating me. Finally, I am eternally grateful to the many attorneys and judges who have mentored and inspired me throughout my career. I was born and raised in Connecticut. Both of my parents each dedicated over 35 years of service as state employees as research biologists with what is formerly DMR. My father immigrated from Guyana, earned his degree, and served with distinction in the Navy. His journey, coming to a new country, working hard to earn an education, and dedicating himself to public service has always been a source of inspiration to me. My mother, who moved to Connecticut from the South as a recent college graduate, faced the challenges of finding her way in a new environment. Despite the obstacles, she built a successful career here and taught me the importance of perseverance, hard work, and adaptability. Together, my parents instilled in me and the rest of their children the principles of civil service, humility, and a deep commitment to helping others. These values have profoundly shaped my life and continue to guide my personal and professional journey. I entered law school knowing that I wanted to pursue a career in public service. Upon graduation, I began my career as a temporary assistant clerk for a family court judge in Waterbury. In 2014, I had the privilege of joining the Hartford State's Attorney's Office, where I've worked for the past 11 years. I started my career as a line prosecutor, handling motor vehicle and domestic violence cases for both represented and self-represented litigants. My career continued to evolve as I earned the privilege of working on the gun docket, handling all firearm-related arrests in the Hartford Judicial District. In that role, I worked closely with the Hartford Police Department and the U.S. Attorney's Office as a liaison for Project Longevity and Project Safe Neighborhood, two initiatives focused on reducing gun violence and promoting community safety. In 2020, I was promoted to the Part A office, where I began exclusively handling the most serious felony matters in the jurisdiction. Finally, in 2023, I was promoted to Supervisor of Violent Crimes, a role I have held since. Throughout my career, I have worked in a high-volume, fast-paced GA and Part A court. I've tried over 20 cases to verdict, either jury or bench trials, and I've been privileged to serve as a student, a mentor, and a leader to my colleagues. Outside of my role as a prosecutor, I served on the executive board of the National Black Prosecutors Association from 2014 to 2020, where I worked to advocate for diversity within the prosecutorial field and support the professional development of fellow prosecutors nationwide. Throughout my career, I've remained committed to the core principles of fairness, dignity, and respect, both in and out of the courtroom. I firmly believe that these values are the foundation of a just and equitable legal system. It would be an honor to be confirmed by this committee. I've devoted my entire career to public service and contributing positively to the community. If given the opportunity, I will continue to serve with the same dedication, integrity, and commitment to justice that have defined my legal career. Thank you again for the opportunity to address you all, and I welcome any questions that you have.
Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you, sir.
You know, reviewing your backup, I wanted to ask you about a particular case.
Yes, sir.
State versus Donald Mims.
Yes.
And I'm sure you remember the facts. Can you just summarize the facts for us?
Sure. This was a case that was in Hartford. There was a motor vehicle stop. The defendant was asked to step out of the vehicle. And I'll tell you what was written in the police report versus what I actually saw. It was written in the police report that the defendant was asked to step out of the motor vehicle. Upon him stepping out, some drugs had dropped from his crotch area. Those drugs were then picked up, and at that point, there was a search of his motor vehicle where a firearm was found. So those were the facts that were in the police report. I reviewed this was just when Axon body cameras had just sort of come out. So I had the opportunity to review the Axon footage, and upon reviewing it, there was nothing that was found. Nothing did drop out of his crotch. There was mention of it. There was a search of it. There was a comment essentially about, I'm pretty sure I saw it somewhere, but it was never found on video. And based on that, that was the basis of the search. So what was in the police report versus what I was actually able to see was obviously starkly different.
And so police report and arrest alleges that the individual, upon exiting the vehicle, drugs are in the possession, come out of the possession because they fall. In search results as a result of that, which a firearm is found.
That was in the motor vehicle, yes, sir.
Yes. So firearm is taken into evidence.
Yes, sir.
What about the drugs?
There were no drugs.
Okay, so it's a bad search.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
So what did you do with that case?
What you said, what did I do with that
Yeah.
case? I ended up dropping the charges ultimately.
Okay, when you say dropping the charges, did you dismiss the case?
The state entered an ollie. I don't recall specifically whether or not the judge dismissed the case, but an ollie was in fact entered.
So why a nollie? Because a nollie doesn't close the case, right? So a nollie leaves the criminal case open for 13 months, and if the individual does something bad, it resurrects back to the docket, right?
Yes, sir.
So the effect of a nollie here, let's just say that 2 weeks later, the individual was arrested for assault third, right? You would be restoring to the docket a case that was incident to a bad search.
Yes, so that certainly would be the result of a nollie. At the time, I was on the gun docket. So if in fact I would have had to, in order for us to open a nollie, the state has to take action. That's not something that happens automatically.
But that's what you effectively did, was you left a noose, essentially, a collar around this individual who was arrested incident to a bad search.
Yes, sir, I understand. And again, the case may have been dismissed. I don't recall specifically. Certainly, I would not have objected to a dismissal, but I understand what it is that you're saying, yes.
Well, because I'm looking at your backup and you say, I nollied the case in the interest of justice. And I'm looking at, to me, justice would have been, judge, there was a bad search here. I'm moving to dismiss the case. So I'm trying to figure out the mindset here, because, if we're elevating you to the next level, and this is the kind of determination that's before you as a jurist, I'm a little troubled with due process.
I understand, sir, and certainly, as I stated, I would not have objected to a dismissal, and as a judge, certainly, the decision that I would have made would be to dismiss the case based on all the facts that were presented.
Okay, so I still haven't, well, I guess I won't get an answer, but I'm just trying to get to the mindset here. Prosecutors are given a lot of power, and I recognize that when you recognize that there was police misconduct, why you felt it was appropriate for government to have this black cloud over this individual's head was appropriate. I'm just going to give you another opportunity. I don't know that there's a good answer. I'm just very troubled by the thought process.
No, I certainly understand what you're saying. Obviously, as a prosecutor, I don't have the power to dismiss the case. anytime I would enter a nollie, I'm obviously going to put all of the circumstances on the record. In this case was many years ago. I don't recall. I may have stated, the state recommends a dismissal. I don't know. I do recall the case specifically in that I did, enter a nollie in that, but I certainly understand the position that you've taken and what you've stated.
Was I had a case in Middletown court where my client was arrested for attempted murder. And, because he threatened to blow up a house. And when the state's attorney reviewed the hour-long recording and ascertained that the wife had cajoled him into making that statement, and then she only gave that portion, the state's attorney in that case went to the judge and said, "I'm moving to dismiss this case." And that was the appropriate thing in that case. So I'm just troubled by the thought process, but I appreciate your answer. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Representative Howard?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Giddings, good afternoon. I just want to follow up on that a little bit. This was at a GA, right?
Yes, sir.
Probably a pretty busy one, like all the GAs are in the state.
GA 14 is pretty busy. Yes, sir.
All right. So just from that dialogue I just heard, so I just want to get some clarity. You feel that was a bad search and therefore a bad arrest, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And so you chose not to prosecute it because of the poor police work, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And as a matter of practice in the GA, when you as a prosecutor choose not to prosecute something, what is it you generally do when you're not going to prosecute something?
When I'm not going to prosecute
Mhm.
something, I'm going to enter a nollie. I'm going to put the reasons as to why, and then, often I'll say, the state's not going to object to dismissal, especially if there is defense counsel. In all likelihood, they are going to ask for that.
Okay, so just following up on my colleagues' questions, am I understanding correctly that you felt that the case should be dismissed based on what happened, but as a matter of practice and keeping a docket moving in the GA, you enter nollie like you normally do, but certainly it's your opinion that the case should be dismissed. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Callahan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, good to see you, Attorney Giddings.
Good to see you as well, sir.
I appreciate our conversation we had on the phone a couple weeks ago. We talked about different practices in the court, and also talked to people that surround you. I often do that with judicial appointments, and the rave reviews for you. People who work with you, staff that work with you, and I think that's a feather in your cap. So I do appreciate hearing that, and I don't have any misgivings, and I'm going to vote yes today.
Thank you, sir.
Representative O'Day?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Council. So the robitis question that everybody is going to be getting and got so far, obviously there's both an internal compass that we hope you have and an external. Can you just describe for us how you can assure this members of this committee that you won't become afflicted with robitis if you're so approved?
Sure. Just as by way of background, I'm the youngest of 6 kids. That's not how I was raised. I don't think I was taught essentially it's not really difficult to be decent to people. And that's something I've always strived to do. As a prosecutor for the last 11 years, I've, been able to interface with the public every day. I am in court every single day. And I recognize that everybody plays a vital role in that process. I spent a year as a TAC in family court. And I think anybody who's in court every day knows that, everybody plays a really important role. If you want to know anything that's going on in the courthouse, you speak to the marshals, you speak to the clerks, you speak to the court monitors. And some of the best jurists that I have seen are ones that understand that. They know all the marshals' names. They know, they know the clerks. They know, everybody involved in that process, and they treat them all incredibly well. So, when there's times where it's, hey, we might be done with this docket. We have 10 minutes left and it's 1 o'clock. Does everybody mind if we go an extra 10 minutes? All those folks are, often they're going to say, yeah, that's not a problem, especially when they're treated with respect and dignity. So, That's just not something I would ever do, and it's something I'm certainly hyper aware of, just in terms of my treatment of others. As far as external checks, if you will, I'm always seeking out feedback. That's, you know, I want to get better at anything that I do. That's something that I've always done. I actively seek out feedback. I think that that's really important. And, you know, that's from a variety of people. And just to Representative Fishbine's comment earlier about being assigned a mentor, you know, I don't think that's how mentors work. You have to seek out a mentor. That's something that I've done throughout the course of my career. And that way you can get some accurate feedback, constructive criticism. Anytime I've done a hearing or a trial, you know, one of the first things that I do is I speak to the judge who heard the case, and I'm going to ask, you know, what did I do well? What do I need to work on? And I think just hearing that is not enough. I think once you get that information, you take it, you use it, and you do that to make yourself better. So that's something that I'm always looking to do. And if in fact, you know, if I am in fact, you know, appointed to the bench, that's something I would continue to do.
Well, thank you for that response. I will just say, I mean, look, when I was your age, I will be the first to admit I probably was not the right temperament to be a judge at the time. I didn't, but as time goes on, but look, you seem to have handled, or handling yourself very well, and it doesn't sound like to me that road bias would be an issue. Are you willing to work anywhere in the state, even Stanford family, if so assigned?
Yes, sir. I travel almost an hour to work every day now, so that's not an issue.
And are you willing to work at least 9 to 5, Monday through Friday?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, other than my misgivings of question 20 response, as a Eagles fan, you know, Hertz was born, raised, and was a Super Bowl champion before Dallas, or since Dallas has been in the playoffs.
1996. Yes, I understand. Yeah.
Well, other than my misgivings on what teams you follow, I've got no reservations of you becoming a Superior Court justice or judge, and I wish you well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions? Senator Flexer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
I have 3 questions for you, one of which you've heard before. Earlier today, Senator Kissel mentioned the 4 corners of the state being represented. Are you willing to serve in the Wyndham Judicial District?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. And then in your answers to question number 13, you listed a couple of cases
Yes, ma'am.
that did pique my interest. And so I just wanted to ask you briefly about the outcome in example 13F, the state versus Edward Landry. It was a domestic violence jury trial.
Yes.
What was the outcome of that case?
That was a guilty verdict.
Okay, thank you very much. And then in item 13I, state versus Jose Tejada.
Yes.
Do you know if that individual was allowed to continue to operate a motor vehicle?
His license was suspended. So, and I believe it was suspended during the time of the incident. So, legally, no. I know that was also an added condition during the pendency of the case as well. But you know, he had to do whatever he needed to do in order to get his license back in order. But during that time frame, his license was in fact suspended.
So during the case, his license was suspended, but then after the not guilty verdict?
Well, no, his license was still suspended after that. The only added condition during the pendency of the case was he was ordered to not operate a motor vehicle, even though technically he already should not have been. That was just an additional condition.
Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you
ma'am.
for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? If not, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank
Thanks for being with us. Diana Gomez will be next.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. If you could raise your right hand for me, do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great.
Thank you.
Have a seat whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chairs, Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs, Flexer, Facino, and Godker Wilcox, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Diana Gomez, and I am deeply humbled and honored to appear before you as one of Governor Lamont's nominees for Superior Court Judge. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Governor Lamont and his team for this nomination. I also want to thank my husband, children, and parents for joining me here today, as well as my family, mentors, and friends who are here and watching online. Allow me to share a bit about my background. My parents immigrated to the United States from Ecuador when I was young. My father, a pediatrician in Ecuador, sacrificed his career and relocated our family for a better future. Although he aspired to continue his medical practice in the United States, the challenges of doing so while supporting his family were significant. My mother, however, found greater opportunities. She began as a factory worker, later earned her medical assistant certificate, and worked for both Johns Hopkins and Hartford Hospital before retiring. As the daughter of immigrants, I learned the value of a strong work ethic. I was the first in my household to speak English and contributed to the family's income as a young adult, sometimes holding 2 jobs at the same time. I earned a Bachelor's of Arts from Connecticut State University and pursued my dream of becoming a lawyer by graduating from Quinnipiac Law School. Following law school, I worked as a temporary assistant clerk at Bridgeport Superior Court. I then spent 3 years at a private law firm before joining the Office of the Public Defender, where I have served as an assistant public defender for the past 11 years. My experience as a public defender has reinforced the lessons my parents taught me about empathy, compassion, and respect. I strive to work diligently every day to be knowledgeable about my cases and to achieve the best possible outcomes. Having devoted most of my career to public service, I deeply value the importance of serving the state and its people. If confirmed, I will continue to draw upon my life and professional experiences, as well as the law, to serve the state and those who come before the judicial branch. Thank you for considering my nomination, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
I'm trying to figure out, your backup indicates that you started becoming a public defender in 2014, right?
Correct.
Okay, because I'm looking at the investigative report regarding you, and it says since 2017, he has worked as an assistant public defender since 2014. So I just want to, I mean, our investigative reports were quite abysmal this time. Just want to confirm, this is an important.
Yes, I started in
Thing.
2014.
Okay, thank you. When did you go through judicial selection?
May of last year.
Okay. And do you recall who your references were?
Yes.
And who were they?
There was, do you want the names specifically?
Yeah.
It was Judge Espallone, Judge Jones, let me see, Judge Espallone, Judge Jones, I'm trying to think who the third judge was. Sorry, can't remember that. For attorneys, I think it was Attorney Renee Cimino, Attorney, I'm sorry, I'm blanking out because it was 12 of them. So I'm trying to recall all of them.
Okay. Anybody that you've worked contemporaneously with in the last 5 years?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me who?
Attorney Gavin, Edward Gavin, Attorney Fred Paoletti, Judge Jones, Judge Espallone.
And do you get along with others at work?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Has anybody, you handled the Jaden F case, right?
The Jaden F case?
Jaden F?
Yeah.
Yes. And you know, we as lawyers practicing, you know, we're practicing. We learn, right? Case by case. Did you learn anything from the Jaden F case?
If you just have a moment to see where I want to make sure that I have the correct information in front of me, right answer. If you don't mind, Jaden F is not one of the cases that I listed on my packet. I just want to make sure because I represent so many clients. I don't want to mistake them from someone else.
This was a child protection case when you were at the John Law Firm?
Yes,
Right.
in the past, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
My question is, did you learn anything from that case?
Yes.
What did you learn?
That was very early in my career. I learned to be very thorough with my cases. That was a very complex child protection case. It involved a mother who was limited, and the Department of Children and Families had removed her child, had set specific steps for her to regain custody. I represented the mother. When she had achieved those steps, the department refused to return the child because they believed that the child would have a better future with a foster family. That case went to trial. It was a very contentious trial. It was a lot of testimony from DCF workers, support. But I think what I got the most from it was a thorough preparation of the case, to listen to the client, to be open-minded, to make sure that I didn't prejudge the case, and to be a zealous advocate, to make sure that you are enforcing your client's right as an advocate.
Okay. In that case, the judge accused you of doing some illegal activity. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't qualify as illegal activity. I think that like I said, it was a very contentious case. We are in an adversarial process, and I was very zealous representing my client and my client's rights.
Okay. Well, I'm reading from the decision, and the judge says, for example, the hospital staff was informed in writing by the mother's attorney not to release any information about the mother or the child to DCF without acquiring releases. The mother's attorney instructed hospital staff to give no information to DCF. And then in the footnotes of the decision, the judge points out that obstructing a mandated reporter from doing their job is a felony. Do you recall that?
I recall that, yes.
Okay, so that would be being accused of criminal activity, right?
I wouldn't qualify it that way. The reason of the commentary on the note was because my client had not signed releases of information to release any information regarding the child that was not in DCF custody. All I did was forwarded that information and advised the DCF that my client had not signed releases. I was in no way obstructing justice. I was zealously advocating for my client.
Understood. I mean, I would have expected the response. I mean, we learn, right? As I said before, that, you know, perhaps you didn't know it was a problem before, but you learned from the decision that that was improper. You know, in the footnote number 6, the judge says the court notes that Coppola, and this is the nurse, is a mandatory reporter under Connecticut law. And failure to report information to DCF about the care or safety of a baby as required by the statute would have been punishable by a monetary fine. So that's on the nurse. She goes on, judge goes on to say that the person that under Connecticut General Statute 5321A4, any person who intentionally unreasonably interferes with or prevents the making of a report of suspected child abuse or neglect shall be guilty of a Class D felony. It's pretty clear to me because the only person in the decision was being pointed at as blocking. The judge is pointing to you, but I'll go on. Have you had an opportunity to review the written testimony that's been submitted with regard to your nomination?
I have.
Okay. And who's your supervisor presently?
Attorney Carla Jorniak.
Okay. And how long has Carla Jordan been your supervisor?
It's gonna be 3 years.
Okay. And before that, it was whom?
It was attorney Jonathan Gable.
Okay. And Mr. Gable submitted a letter, submitted written testimony to this committee that alleges that you bullied and intimidated coworkers. What is your response to that?
Thank you for the question. Attorney Jonathan Gable was my supervisor before he was demoted. The Public Defender Division fully investigated the alleged claims by Attorney Gable and found them to be without merit and unsubstantiated. As a result of that investigation, Attorney Jonathan Gable's actions, he was demoted. He no longer works as a supervisor, and he was removed from the Derby office. He was also transferred out of the district.
Is Jonathan Gable the only individual you've had difficulty with at that office?
Yes.
Okay. He also says that in March of 2022, Attorney Gomez counseled and encouraged a client to knowingly file a false grievance against me in violation of several rules of professional conduct. What is your response to that?
Thank you. Attorney Gable entrusted me to cover his cases while he was out of the office, which was a common occurrence. When I went to see the client specifically told me that he was not satisfied with Attorney Gable's representation of him. I later came to know by way of my HR department that Attorney Gable personally hired and paid for a private investigator to follow me and to visit his client while incarcerated to write this statement. This was done without the knowledge and consent of the Division of Public Defender. The Office of the Public Defender investigated the matter and found that to be without merit. The Public Defender's Office found that there was no violations of any ethical or professional policy rules. The head of the Public Defender HR department has provided a letter to you as testimony verifying this in support of my nomination. As a direct result of the investigation, Attorney Gable's actions, again, the Division of Public Defender did demote Attorney Gable, did remove him from the Derby office, and did transfer him outside of the district.
Okay, so my question was, the letter says that you counseled and encouraged the client to knowingly file a false grievance. Did you contact a client of Mr. Gable's and try to solicit a grievance complaint?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So I have the affidavit. This individual was Kareem Rashid, right?
Correct.
And Rashid signed an affidavit saying that you did do those things. How do you address that?
And I want to be very careful how I answer this question because this involves a privileged attorney-client communications. However, I can tell you that that letter was fully investigated by the Public Defender's Office. They met with the client. They met with a person, I believe, I was told by the HR department that they did a full investigation. They found all those allegations in that letter to be without merit, and it was not substantiated.
Okay, I don't have a lot of faith in over what's happened in the Public Defender's Office over the last couple of years. That the media has known about. I don't know that, and I haven't seen any of these alleged reports, but so you're saying that the affidavit that was signed by Kareem Rashid claiming that it says, that Attorney Gable was talking to the individual, and I interrupted him and told him that before talking to me about my case, I had something important to talk to him about. I then told Attorney Gable that the attorney who represented me on my last court appearance Attorney Gomez had spoken very harshly and negatively about him. I told Attorney Gable that in my conversations with Attorney Gomez about my case and the handling of it, Attorney Gomez made it clear to me that she didn't like him and said that she was gunning for his job and had it out for him. Attorney Gable told me that she didn't trust Attorney Gomez told me she didn't trust Attorney Gable, told me that he had not done any work on my file. She actually showed me the file and pointed out that there were no notes in it concerning any work Attorney Gable had done, thus trying to prove her point. Are you claiming that that's not true?
Yes, I provided the client complained of the lack of representation. The client was unsatisfied with the representation, and I handled his case on that date. But those allegations in the letter that you read are not factually true.
I go on. All these actions by Attorney Gomez took me by total surprise, made me feel very uncomfortable. Attorney Gomez was acting and speaking in a very unprofessional manner, basically asking me to lie and file a false grievance against Attorney Gable, which I would never do. So I'm hearing on one hand that the client was not happy with Attorney Gable's representation, yet I have an affidavit saying the contrary. So what gives rise to the affidavit then?
Like I said before, Representative Fishbein, the affidavit was obtained by way of Attorney Gable unethical behavior. He hired and paid for a private investigator on his own to follow me, as well as to take that testimony, that affidavit, and then submit it to our HR department, our Division of Public Defender.
So you never believed at any point that Attorney Gable did anything? Well, you just said that he did something unethical, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ever report that unethical conduct?
Well, interesting that you asked me. I was unaware of Attorney Gable's actions. The HR department contacted me to make me aware of this investigator, of this alleged report, because Attorney Gable had turned it over to them for investigation. And like I said, after the investigation, the Office of the Public Defender determined that the information in that letter was unsubstantiated, and because of his actions, Attorney Gable was demoted. Attorney Gable was removed from our office, and he no longer serves as a supervisor.
Now, you said that Carla Droniak, she's your supervisor now?
Correct.
Okay. And I also have a letter allegedly signed by Carla Droniak dated June 27, 2022. Are you aware of that letter?
Yes.
Okay. And in that letter, she says that on more than one occasion, she indicated to me that John was incompetent and undeserving of the position. Now he was promoted, right? And you're talking about that he was undeserving of the position.
I'm sorry, you said April of 2023?
No, I said June 27, 2022.
I am not familiar with that letter.
Okay. Well, it says, in my years' experience, I could never have imagined that I would work in an office with such a hostile work environment. When I first came to GA5 office in March of 2020, it was made very clear to me by Diana that she was upset that John received the supervisor position over her. I chose not to engage her in that type of conversation because I felt it was inappropriate and made me uncomfortable. Are you aware of
I was not aware of that.
Carla's position in 2022?
No, I was not aware of that. I was never told by Attorney Gable or Attorney Droniak of those feelings. Attorney Gable gave me outstanding reviews. In such reviews, he rated me outstanding in 4 criteria that I believe are worth mentioning. One of them was outstanding in professionalism in relations with support staff, outstanding in professionalism in relations with other attorneys, outstanding in professionalism in relations with clients, and outstanding and acts as a team player.
You work with a Mary Jessica?
She has now been part of our office.
Have you ever worked with somebody known as Mary Jessica?
I believe there was a fellow attorney that joined our office for a very short period of time. Yes, I believe that was her name.
Okay. The letter reflects that I witnessed several instances where Diana treated Mary Jessica with disrespect, treated her as less than, and frankly was a bully. Her treatment of Mary Jessica as a new attorney was inappropriate, and it made me feel uncomfortable. Were you aware of that contact?
I was not aware of the contact. Attorney Gable never made me aware of the contact.
Denying that that was going on in 2022?
Yes, as you can see, the letter that was submitted by Attorney Droniak that is dated 2023, she speaks as to the culture that was left by Attorney Gable and what she had to inherit. So the culture at the time was not a good culture. It was under Attorney Gable's leadership, and subsequent, because of his leadership and his actions, he was subsequently demoted.
No, I know we're not heard about the demotion a lot of times, and I don't know the basis of the demotion, but you brought up the April 24th, 2023 letter that's in the system. Do you happen to know how that letter got into the system?
Attorney Droniak?
Are you saying that Attorney Droniak put that letter into the system?
No, I spoke with Attorney Droniak last night and asked her if I could upload Attorney Droniak's support letter to the nomination under her permission. And
So you uploaded a letter ostensibly under somebody else's name?
No, I did not.
Well, did you disclose it to the system or to this committee that you submitted a letter?
Under her advice, her permission, her knowledge, her approval. It was Sunday, it was late, she has a family, she agreed, after I asked her, she agreed that I could do it for her.
Yeah, I thought it was awfully weird that somebody who is submitting something in support of your nomination didn't have the temerity, concern, or actual support to put something together contemporaneous to the nomination.
Well, I could tell you that part of that is that Attorney Gable's letter was submitted on Sunday, and it was, like I said, she has a family. She has been supportive of my nomination all along. She has offered to write letters in support and submit it as testimony
Well, that could
for
be.
today.
She's supportive.
Representative Fishman, just, you guys are talking over each other a
Yes,
little
thank
bit.
you.
Could you let the witness finish her response, please?
Absolutely, thank you.
However, I didn't find it necessary for her to submit something in support. After that letter was submitted by Attorney Gable, I thought it was important to show the other side of the story, not the single false side that was submitted by Attorney Gable.
I find it very difficult to, Ms. Droniak's not going to be here to testify, right?
No, she is in court.
So I've got 2 letters, right? I've got one from 2022 saying that you're creating a hostile work environment. And I've got this other letter that you uploaded to the system ostensibly under her name. And I really would like to cross-examine the individual as to these 2 documents, because all I'm hearing about is bad things going on at the Derby office. And I'm having a lot of difficulty with that. Who's Diane Fitzpatrick?
She was our last HR director.
Okay, and when was she your last HR director?
I believe she retired in 2022, maybe. I'm not certain of the dates.
And Diane got involved with another claim by an employee at the Derby Courthouse about your bad acts. There had to be a meeting,
There was a meeting, correct?
and that was centered on, it was a totally different employee there, right?
It was still Attorney Gable.
Are you sure about that?
The meeting happened with Attorney Gable.
Oh, I know it happened with Attorney Gable, but it was a complaint by a different employee at the Derby Courthouse, wasn't it?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how am I to, since, as I said before, the legislative branch thrusts upon the judiciary branch, the team. How am I to be assured that these claims of creating a toxic atmosphere in the employment sphere are not going to follow you to the bench?
Well, I could tell you that the toxicity and that toxic work environment was not a cause of me, was a cause of a single person that has been since removed. That is why you have that letter from Attorney Jeroniak after that letter that was submitted to you that explains the situation in the office, explains the culture in the office that she was handed, explains the rebuilding that our office had to do after this person was removed. So I can assure you that there will be no toxicity or toxic behavior or a toxic culture, because that was created by one person and that person is no longer there.
What about Rosanna? Do you have problems with Rosanna at the Derby Courthouse also?
I did not.
No? So in Carla Droniak's letter, she says as time progressed, there continued to be issues in her office. Comments were continually made about John as a supervisor that I felt were disrespectful. Then Diana began to have issues with Rosanna. Additionally, Diana began to have several issues with Rosanna's handling of her own files. Rosanna and I both have worked together since 2012. She has an impeccable work ethic and she has always been a professional. So once again, I'm having a lot of problems with what's before us. And then one of your colleagues said, with regard to Gomez, her nomination seriously reinforces my decision to get out. In my opinion, from practicing against her, so this would be a prosecutor, she's one of those cancers in the defense bar, the kind of attorney who believes that her duty to her clients overshadows her ethical obligation of candor to opposing counsel and candor to the court. In my entire career, she's the only attorney I've ever witnessed to have been ordered to read on the record in open court an apology to the court. What are they talking about there?
They are talking about that when I first started as public defender, probably in 2014, maybe 15. I was talking to a client, going over a client canvas of a felony conviction. I was outside the courtroom talking to that client and explaining the canvas, the procedure, the sentence, what to expect. And a marshal came out and said, "You need to come into court at this moment." I said, "Okay, give me 1 second." That marshal reported back to the court that I wasn't ready to come in. After when I came in, the plea went forward, the judge after pulled me aside and said that when the court, orders somebody to come into court, that person needs to do so immediately. I apologized. He asked me to do that on the record for the benefit of the marshal. I did that. And that was what happened. From there, I've learned, obviously, to make sure that if a judge needs me in court at that moment, I go into court. I was not unethical. I was only trying to give the client the time, the respect, the integrity that that person required before pleading guilty to a felony conviction and being incarcerated.
I really feel uncomfortable thrusting you upon the judicial branch at this point. So, I mean, I know it's uncomfortable, it's a public situation, but I can't in good conscience because, all I'm gonna hear is I told you so. Because I have nothing before me that shows that you have the demeanor, character that we look for in our judges. I'm in court almost every day of my life. Tomorrow I'm in Middletown Court in a civil case. Wednesday I got a family case in Meriden. Thursday I got a different family case in Middletown. And when I look at the bench, I look at the judges with respect. And I really, I would find it difficult if I was in your courtroom. So with all candor, that's where I am.
I understand that. Thank you for your consideration and your candor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow up, Attorney Gomez, with what our good ranking member just questioned you about, it seems to me, as observing the back and forth between the two of you, that there's been some conflicts and some problems in the Derby court with staff. And what I'm hearing is it's everybody else's fault but yours. As with the last nominee that I talked about, I called this court, started talking to people. I used to work in the judicial branch and started asking around, what kind of judge do you think he'd be? Glowing. I did the same with your court. Wasn't glowing. A lot of people had an issue with you, were very surprised you were nominated to be on the bench and thought you were a bad choice. So I agree with the ranking member. There's a problem here. We have a judicial branch that we're charged with recommending to the House and the Senate who should move forward. And from what I've heard here today, the people I've talked to, I have a problem with that as well. But you're saying that the incidents in your court with maybe not getting along with people, either in the practice of law in the courtroom or just in daily business in the Derby court, that you didn't see that, ma'am?
No, what I'm saying is I practice in, criminal defense. It's an adversary system. Sometimes people are not going to be happy with the positions that we take. I am a zealous advocate. I zealously advocate for my clients' rights and the protection of their rights. Sometimes that's not going to sit well with other people, in particular adversaries. So I understand and I appreciate their feelings, but it's a system that's set up to be adversarial. So.
Well, I understand that, man, but yeah, there's two sides. You've got the state, you've got the defense attorneys, you've got a judge, you've got family, you've got probation, and those are all the players in the courtroom. And we're doing business. It's not always adversarial. You can have a tough case and go and have a beer afterwards, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. People generally disdain working with you. And I agree with my ranking member. I'm not comfortable with this nomination moving forward. And so I have serious concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments, Representative O'Day?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. So when, as I understand it, when was it that you went through judicial selection?
May 2024.
Okay, yeah, I see that, May of last year. And one of the questions that when I was on judicial selection, I would ask is to try and flush some of this out. What's the toughest ethical dilemma that you've ever faced as an attorney, and how did you resolve that? I don't want to hear any names, but just a tough ethical dilemma that you had. And how did you resolve that? I'll give you an example. I had a client who wanted to testify falsely in a civil action. And I went to a judge friend of mine and a grievance counsel friend of mine on how to handle it. And so I let him testify, but I didn't ask any questions. I said, Your Honor, the witness or my client wants to make a statement for the record. And I just sat down. That's what I was told to do, the best way to handle it, because I didn't know. So I guess my question to you is, what was your toughest ethical dilemma that you faced, and how'd you handle it?
Attorney Gomez, before you answer, could I just ask you pull the microphone a little closer? Thank you.
I think one of the most difficult ethical dilemmas I've had to face was a client telling me that they were continuously committing a crime and asking for advice on how to get away with that, essentially. So in that case, I had to have a conversation with my supervisor. We had to look at the practice book rules, the ethical rules, contact our division legal attorney, and it was determined that we would have to special that case out because I can't breach confidentiality. I wasn't aware of the exact manner and information of the client. He was just saying he was going to do it. It wasn't in motion. So we had to special that case out for another attorney to, contain the issue and to make sure that I don't violate any attorney-client privilege information.
So, look, we're looking at to whether or not to decide to put you on the bench or put you through our committee. We look at experience, intellect, and temperament. The temperament, obviously, you can hear there are concerns because of what we've been told. Hearsay. How would you respond? I know, and you did a good job. I mean, I appreciate the candor of your responses, but how can you relay or put us at ease, those of us that have concerns about your temperament issue going forward?
Yes, I can assure you, like I indicated to Representative Fishbein, that period of time that this information is coming off from was a snapshot in time where Attorney Gable was at the helm of our office. And unfortunately, the culture wasn't good. I'm not going to deny that the culture wasn't good, but to Representative Fishbein's point, we grow with our mistakes. We become better people. I have grown with those mistakes. I have become a better person. I am mature. I accept responsibility. But I want to assure you that the person that those references, those letters, those facts are indicating, that's not who I am. I understand that maybe some people in the Derby Courthouse may not like my style of zealous advocacy, but as a public defender, you are the only stopgap to prevent any violations of your client's right, to ensure those rights. You are the one person that they have. They don't have anybody else. They don't have a probation officer. They don't have the state's attorney. The judge has to be neutral. So you are their person. So I take that role very seriously, the same way that I would take the role of a judge. I understand the seriousness of the role, and I am a zealous advocate. To me, being a zealous advocate is being prepared, being ready, being knowledgeable of your cases. So I can assure you that I have the correct temperament for the role. I understand the importance of the role, and I would ask for your support.
Well, I appreciate that. I will tell you that there's one or two other nominees that are younger in years of experience than you are. And look, I had a great trial experience with Judge Arterton in federal court. I had an opponent who he and I didn't get along. So then I would have to deal with his associate. And it was not a, it was, I was probably about your age. And Judge Arterton, I won the trial, and Judge Arterton called me to chambers and said, how'd you think you did? And I said, I thought I did a good job for my client. And she said, what about with the other attorney? I said, well, he didn't respect me, and I guess I gave it back to him. And so she kind of dropped the juror responses from the trial on the desk and said, read through these, and left her chambers. And I read through them. And the responses were that I was a very good trial attorney, but I was a little too aggressive. And so I guess you're here now. What mistakes that I hear you said you learned from your mistakes. What mistakes did you learn from?
I would tend to agree that early in my career as a young, zealous public defender, I was a little bit more zealous. I fought really hard for my clients. I maybe didn't see so much of the other side. With practice comes experience, and with practice comes the knowledge of understanding the other side, to have an open mind, to listen to all sides, and to make sure that although you are being a zealous advocate, you could also be cordial and professional, and I've done so.
So to ask the question that both the chair and I have asked from different angles, but I would like to hear your response to both. You know, I look at trying to determine whether or not somebody has sufficient humility to be up on the bench, because it lends itself to it exaggerates bad habits, so to speak, I think, potentially, or bad characteristics. How can you assure us, what guardrails do you have in place to make sure that if Robitis starts to rear its ugly head, that you'll be able to rein it in both internally and externally?
Yes. So like I said, because of these learning experiences, I do have a accountability system in place. My system involves a small group of friends, colleagues, mentors who are very frank and honest with me, so that I can course correct if I need to immediately. I will continue to utilize them. I will continue to rely on their feedback, their advice, so that I can continue to be a grounded and well-rounded individual.
Did you reach out to them during what we're talking about here, during these problems?
Yeah.
And without getting into names again, how would you have handled things differently now looking back?
I guess hindsight's 20/20, but I guess maybe being a little bit more patient with people, being a little bit more kind. I would do that if I had to go back in time.
And when was your last jury trial?
My last jury trial was, I believe, 2014, right before I joined public defender.
Okay, and was that in federal court or state court?
State court.
And did you have a chance to talk to the jurors after that jury trial?
We did, yeah.
And did you get any feedback about how, did you handle that alone, or would you call counsel?
It's co-counsel.
And did the jurors make any references to how you and your co-counsel handled the case? From a standpoint of
Yeah.
just presentation?
I handled jury selection, as well as I cross-examined one of the main witnesses that happened to be a young female at the time. The feedback was essentially that I did a good job setting up the answer that we needed to win the case, essentially. So I did a good job walking her through step by step to get that final answer that we needed.
Any constructive criticism like I got about being less acerbic?
Yes, it was. I was a very young attorney still at the time. It was smile more, don't take everything so seriously. So it was along those same lines, I guess. I take my job seriously, and I did back then, and I continue to do that.
All right, well, I look forward to hearing the rest of the responses. I appreciate your candor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Lester.
I thank Madam,
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Attorney Gomez, for your testimony.
we have gotten a single individual, Attorney Gable, who testified or submitted testimony in opposition to your nomination. My understanding is that at one point he was your supervisor. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
We also received testimony on your behalf from HR, and they said they investigated his complaints, found them to be without merit. Is Attorney Gable currently your supervisor?
No.
What happened?
Attorney Gable was demoted due to his actions. He was removed from the Derby office and he was transferred out of the district.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Attorney Gomez. Thank you
afternoon,
for being
Representative.
here. I acknowledge this is a difficult process under the best of circumstances, and this is a difficult process for you today. I'm also a practicing attorney. I would like to think that I zealously advocate for my clients, and I practice in family court where it can be very contentious. I wanted to focus on a couple of things about your application that haven't been discussed yet. And that was when I took a look at the list of the significant legal matters that you set forth and the conversation you had just now with Representative Day about the case in which you were co-counsel and questioned, cross-examined a witness. What I don't see are any lists or descriptions on your significant legal matters where you were lead counsel taking a case to trial from soup to nuts. Do those cases exist, but they're not simply ones that you thought were most significant?
No, I have not done a jury trial as sole counsel. I've done court trials as sole counsel, but not jury trials as sole counsel.
All right, and how many cases have you tried to completion to the bench?
Jury, correct?
No, to the bench, to the
Five.
court.
5,
So in your entire career, you've tried 5 cases to completion?
correct.
And, okay, and all of your experience, in the last 9 years has been working for a government agency. You haven't practiced and had your own client base or run your own practice in that time period. Is that correct? So thank you for those clarifications. And I did want to return to some of your prior statements. I thought I heard you accuse another attorney licensed to practice law in the state of Connecticut of being unethical. I want to clarify that I heard you accuse another attorney of being unethical before this committee today.
His actions were unethical. I was told by our HR department that they were unethical, and because of those actions, disciplinary action was taken against him. So that is what my HR department, after that investigation, told me.
So are you talking about unethical in terms of the generic use of the term, morally what the average person would think of? Or are you talking about an ethical violation of the rules of ethical conduct that we as admitted attorneys are required to practice by? Because that is a very serious charge.
Correct. I really want to answer your question. However, because it was a personal matter involving someone else, I was not in privy to find out what those violations were.
So it's not your allegation. You're not alleging that this attorney violated the rules of professional conduct. You're saying somebody else did, and you repeated that accusation here today.
The HR department informed me that that is what happened. So in my explanation to Attorney Fishbein, I wanted to make sure I was clear of what I was told by our HR department.
And I'm trying to clarify, your HR department determined that he had violated the rules of professional conduct.
Determined that he acted unethically. I don't know whether they're using that in the generic sense of the word.
Was a grievance filed against him?
I really would like to answer those questions, but I was not in privy of that information.
I think it's incumbent. I mean, these are live televised hearings. This is going to exist in perpetuity on the archive of the Connecticut General Assembly public hearing site, and you've made an allegation against a practicing attorney, you've named him by name and accused him of unethical behavior. I have to caution people before us, you know, these are very serious things to say about another attorney, and I would really caution people. I understand it's hard to be in the hot seat, but that's a really, really serious thing to say about another attorney. So I understand this is difficult. Thank you for appearing before us and answering all the questions you've heard here today. No further questions through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Senator Flexer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon and congratulations on your nomination.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
I just have a couple of questions for you, and I'm going to pick up on something that Representative O'Day usually asks. Are you willing to work 9 to 5?
Absolutely.
And are you willing to serve anywhere in the state? And I frankly wasn't going to ask you if you would specifically commute from Fairfield County to Windham County, but you know what? I'll ask that too. Are you willing to work anywhere in the state?
Absolutely. Yes.
Great. Thank you very much for your time and your testimony, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments from the committee for the first time? If not, Representative Fishbein briefly for a second time.
Yeah, I will be brief. I'm just trying to drill down, Attorney Gomez, the allegation of misconduct by Attorney Gable that you've referenced here today. When do you believe that occurred?
When I was told by the HR department, I believe it was 2022, right before his demotion.
Okay, and what do you claim that he did that was unethical?
Again, what the HR department told me was that his actions were unethical, and that is why the disciplinary action was took place.
So it wasn't a determination by you, it was a determination by a third party.
Correct.
Okay, so at no point did you think that Attorney Gable did anything unethical?
No, I was unaware.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Pavlik Tomato online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. It involves an incident back in 2019. I believe, and this was at the courthouse, there was a gentleman involved in illegal alien, Domar Scherer. He was a 23-year-old who overstayed his visa. The incident occurred around the first, apparently there were two, but around October 31st and November 7th, where ICE agents came to detain Mr. Scherer. And apparently a marshal yelled out, but Mr. Scherer went to the back, or followed another gentleman into an office, and I believe went into the public defender's office. I was wondering if you were involved in either of those incidents where Mr. Scherer went into I think it was the public defender's office. Do you remember that gentleman back in 2019?
I remember the gentleman, and I was involved as he was my client.
Okay. So then at some point though, so did you ever talk to the ICE agents at any point?
No.
Okay. And did you know at that time that ICE agents, or on either of those dates, that ICE agents were there to detain Mr. Scherer?
We knew that the ICE agents were in the courthouse. We did know that, yes.
Okay. And did you know that they were going after your client?
Not at the time. We found that after, yes, but not at the time when my client came into the office.
Okay. Did you at any time, I'll say, obstruct ICE from arresting your client?
Absolutely not.
And I believe there was a marshal who was, I believe he was let go or fired from his position. And I don't have all of the details. But did you walk him out of the building so that, let's say, through a different exit or entrance, through a different door than where ICE was, so that way he wouldn't get arrested?
Absolutely not. He walked out of the front door.
Okay. And so even on the second incident was on November 7th. So on November 7th, when ICE came to the courthouse, you did not know that they were looking for your client at that time?
I was only there for one of the occasions when the client was there, so I'm not sure what happened on that second time.
Okay, so were you there for the first one, the October 31st incident?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you, let's say another time, did you ever obstruct ICE from arresting or detaining any other individual in the courthouse or any other place?
No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Ms. Gomez, just one question I have. So in switching gears a little bit here, but you've been before us for a while this afternoon. You've used the word zealous or the term zealous advocate at least a dozen times. I wasn't counting, but quite a bit. I guess my question is, how do you turn that off? What assurances can you give us that you can leave being a zealous advocate sort of in your current role? And if you're confirmed as a judge next week and start judge school the next day, that you're going to give the state's attorney's office an equal and fair shot in your courtroom, and that, you're going to be a neutral and fair arbiter of justice?
Yes, thank you. I could tell you, to me, being zealous is being prepared, being knowledgeable of the case, being able to properly know the law that's involved, the facts of the case. So I understand that my role as an advocate right now as a public defender is to zealously advocate for the rights. My role as a judge will be to be open-minded, to be impartial, to be fair, to listen to both sides, and to not prejudge a case. I could assure you that I will continue to be prepared. I will continue to know the law. I will continue to listen to all sides, to know all the facts and the law involved before making any decisions. That is what to me is being zealous. So I will turn off the advocate hat. I will set it aside. I am able to do that. But being prepared, knowledgeable about the cases that come in front of the bench, that is a skill that I will continue to grow, and I will grow with the role. But I will be open-minded. I will listen to all sides. And to your point of the state's attorneys, giving them a fair shot, I am able to listen to all sides. I've done so in my practice as a public defender. I listen to what the other side has to say, what their point of view is. We might not always agree, but I am open-minded and I do listen to the other side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your nomination. Thanks for
Thank
being
you.
with us today. Donald Green. You could raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairman Winfield, Chairman Staffstrom, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, Vice Chairs Flexer, Pizzino, Gadkar Wilcox, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I would also like to thank Governor Lamont, excuse me, for nominating me for the position of Superior Court Judge. I'd like to thank my beautiful wife Bonnie for her continued love and support. By way of background, I was born and raised in Meriden and continue to reside there. I am a graduate of Trinity College and the University of Connecticut School of Law. I've spent my entire career in the area of public service, serving the public both as an assistant attorney general and as a family support magistrate. From September 1996 to December 2018, I worked in the Office of the Attorney General as Assistant Attorney General. My primary assignment was in the Child Protection Department, where I prosecuted child abuse, child neglect, and termination of parental rights cases. I also represented the Department of Children and Families and Yukon Health Center before the Office of the Claims Commissioner, Freedom of Information Commission, and Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. From December 2018 to the present, I've had the privilege of serving the citizens of this great state as a family support magistrate, where I preside over cases involving paternity, child support, modification, and contempt proceedings. As a family support magistrate, I am humbled and grateful for the privilege of having served on the Judges Education Committee, where I was a liaison between family support magistrates and the Education Committee from January 2021 to October 2023. I am also grateful for the opportunity to present a course at the Connecticut Judges Institute in June of 2021 for family support court judges and for family support magistrates. I have served as a mentor to other magistrates who are appointed after me. I have been fortunate to have excellent opportunities for growth at the Office of the Attorney General and as a family support magistrate. My duties have expanded in many different areas, and I have received several outstanding performance ratings in these roles. I'm excited about the opportunity to further expand my skills and serve the public in a new role with greater responsibility. It will be an honor and a privilege to serve as a Superior Court judge if permitted to do so. I would be most grateful for your support and approval for my candidacy for the position of a Superior Court judge. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony and congratulations on your nomination. I'm just going to ask my brief question, if you don't mind. If assigned, would you be willing to serve in the Wyndham Judicial District?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much and congratulations again. Are there questions from members of the committee? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations, sir, on your nomination. I always find it to be enriching when somebody comes up through the system. Being a family support magistrate certainly gives you a level of background that is helpful going on the bench. I also appreciated your writing samples very much. Very interesting to read. As a family support magistrate, have you had any matters appealed?
Yes, I have.
And have you had any of your decisions overturned?
I'm aware of just 2 appeals that I've had since I've been a family support magistrate that I'm aware of, and they were both upheld on appeal.
Okay, it's unusual we get a FSM before us so that we were able to ask that question. So I appreciate the answer. And once again, congratulations on your nomination and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Fasino.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Judge Green, it's great to see you this morning, or afternoon now. And congratulations on your nomination to the bench. For the Meriden delegation on this committee, we're very well versed in how active you are in the city of Meriden and your years of service to our city and to the state of Connecticut. And I just wanted to congratulate you and thank you for those years of service. You've made our city a better place. Just in the vein of opportunities for growth you mentioned in your opening statement, and I just wanted to give you the opportunity. It's very, as Representative Fishbein said, it's very rare that we have a reappointment, not reappointment, in the sense that you have been on the bench for 6 years now, and you're entering this sort of new foray into as a judge of the Superior Court. But I just want to give you the opportunity to maybe speak to one or two of your best strengths as a decision maker, and some lessons that you've learned about yourself in the last 6 years as a family support magistrate.
Well, my best strengths are that I'm a hard worker and I want to be good. And you may have some people who are smarter than me. You may have attorneys who can think on their feet quicker than me. But no one will work harder than me at getting the right results and applying the law to the facts. And that's my philosophy.
Thank you for that very thoughtful answer, Judge Green. I have every confidence, having known your work ethic firsthand, that you're going to offer that to the bench. And we talk a lot about access to justice on this committee. It's very easy for, I think, democratically elected individuals to engage in that process. We knock doors, we have public forums, we have hearings like this that are open to the public. And so just from your own perspective, how can we maybe be a little bit better about making the bench more accessible to our communities, especially where you're dealing with folks who are in very vulnerable situations, as you've seen over the last 6 years?
Well, the majority of the litigants who appear before me, about 95% or more, are self-represented parties. So I'm very familiar with that aspect in terms of having access to courts. It's my belief that all self-represented parties should have access to courts. They should also be given a fair and full understanding of the process and procedure so that they may properly appear in court and represent themselves. And I see that happen a lot in family support magistrate court.
Thank you for the answer, and I look forward to supporting your nomination. Thank you, Judge Green.
Thank you, Representative Fazino.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Now, I don't see any complaints about robitis, but just if you could give us a brief synopsis of your internal guardrails and some external guardrails on making sure that robitis does not become an outright disease that you would be susceptible to.
Thank you for that question, Representative O'Day. And I have thought about that question, obviously. And I put it this way, you know, I've lived a dream of every young boy here in America being able to grow up to become an all-state basketball player and also to go on and play college basketball. And I say that to say I am no longer impressed with myself. If I get to the point where I think I know everything, then I become dangerous. As a trial attorney, I've gone before judges who decide cases before hearing all the evidence, and that's dangerous. It's unfair to the litigants. And so externally, I have the best court staff in place. Judicial has excellent court staff, by the way, who always serve as checks on robitis. I also look to trusted colleagues and any other information that comes to me through the court staff in correcting my behavior if it needs to be corrected going on the road to robitis.
Thank you for that response. And I see that, you know, and I know that Meriden is right in the middle of the state. So as I understand it, you're willing to serve anywhere assigned, at least 9 to 5?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor, and congratulations on your nomination. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony and congratulations again on your nomination.
Thank you. Thank you all.
I'm going to ask for a brief pause just for a moment. I know we have some exciting guests for the next person to testify. Just give me one moment, please. Next, we will hear from Caitlin Halloran. Welcome, Caitlin.
Thank you.
If you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are going to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed with your opening statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, and Fazino, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and Honorable Members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Caitlin Halloran, and it is an honor and privilege to appear before you today. I would like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me to serve as a judge at the Superior Court. I would also like to thank his team, especially General Counsel Braswell and Executive Aide Denal, for their guidance throughout the process. Additionally, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. I would not be here today without the love and support of my parents, who are both in attendance. My parents taught me about hard work, empathy, compassion, kindness, and how to speak up for those that cannot speak up on their own. They continue to hold me accountable and challenge me to be the best version of myself. I would also like to thank my husband, Dr. Kelvin Roldan, who is here today with 2 of our 3 children. Kelvin is a former member of this committee and considers this assignment among the most important and rewarding in the General Assembly. Keegan is 8 years old and Carolina is 7 years old. Our oldest son, Casey, is 10 years old and on the autism spectrum, which limits his ability to attend. Keegan and Carolina will be thrilled to share today's excitement with him. By way of background, I was born in Hartford and raised in West Hartford. I attended West Hartford Public Schools and graduated from New York University. After college, I served in AmeriCorps. The following year, I returned to Connecticut and worked for Gaffney Bennett before embarking on law school. While in law school, I interned at Shipman and Goodwin in the U.S. Attorney's Office. After law school, I immediately started practicing with my father, Attorney Bart Halloran. Attorney Halloran has been recognized as one of the most accomplished litigators in the state of Connecticut. I have learned so much practicing law by his side. At Halloran & Halloran, I worked on a wide variety of primarily civil matters. In 2021, our firm merged with BBB Attorneys to better serve our clients with a mix of legal expertise and an advanced technology platform. Over the course of my career, I have appeared in state court, federal court, and various administrative tribunals. I also maintain an active special education pro bono law practice, helping families access services for their children. It has brought me great joy to help these families. I'm incredibly proud of all the clients I have helped and continue to help in the way I have conducted myself as an attorney. Thank you to my mentors, colleagues, legal assistants, and paralegals. I would not be here today without your assistance and guidance. It truly takes a village. If I am fortunate enough to be confirmed, I promise that everyone who appears before me will be heard and will be treated with dignity, kindness, and respect. I humbly ask for your support of my nomination to serve as a judge of the Superior Court, and I welcome any questions you may have for me.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I have one question for you. Are you willing to serve in the Wyndham Judicial District?
Yes.
And then I just have one request. I would love it if when your testimony is finished today and your questions are done, that perhaps your family can stand with you and we'll take a picture for Keegan to be able to see when this is all done.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
That's wonderful.
Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Congratulations, Attorney Halloran.
Thank you.
Back in the day, when I first started as a senator, now 33 years ago, your dad was very supportive. I mean, I would have fundraisers and I would see him there, and he was like a superstar as a litigator at that time. I have no idea why he was supportive. I was like, no clue. To this day, no clue. We haven't been in contact or anything like that for decades, but it always impressed me. I go, how the heck does this like superstar attorney even know who I am? So, but yes, he's always been highly regarded by members of the bar. And you come highly regarded by the O'Keefe family, and specifically my former aide, now the head of supervisor of all the aides for Senate Republicans, Kate O'Keefe McAvoy, who tells me you were a stellar runner and even running in marathons internationally. Is that true?
Yeah.
So certainly you have the stamina to be a judge. So that when Representative O'Day asks if you're willing to work 9 to 5, everything in your background says that you will. Uh, on a personal note, and you sort of like took it in stride that, you know, one of your children is on the autism spectrum, but I would guess that not only do you have a big heart and coming from the family that you have, has everything in your background tells me that you have people that have embedded in you compassion. But having to deal with a child who has special needs on a day-to-day basis, I would think gives you an extra leg up so that when people come before you as a judge, you will have that extra amount of compassion for them, knowing that life gives you all sorts of things all the time, and that when they do come before you, and typically you'll start off in a GA somewhere far away from where you're practicing now. But it may be one of the scariest things in their life. It's one thing to have like a major civil litigation where the parties are all amped up and excited, or corporate clientele. But in the GA, it's usually somebody that's in a world of trouble and they don't want a permanent record and they made a stupid move and hopefully it won't happen again. Or if it is a train wreck, you know, how can justice be meted out and the victim's rights addressed? But at the same time, maybe this is the last time someone's before you as a defendant. So I'm just wondering, in all of your life experiences, do you feel that, is there anything in particular that will enhance your abilities as a jurist?
Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to clarify, when you asked me before if I thought I was a stellar runner, the answer to that is no. I do love to run, but I don't consider myself a stellar runner and certainly have a lot of room for improvement. But I do agree with you. Having a special needs child, and especially one with severe special needs, changes you. And you're not the same person you were before you had this amazing gift, but requires a lot of different assistance and needs, and you have to change your temperament. Yelling at a child like Casey does nothing. So it has changed my perspective on everything. And I do know that I'm not the only one who's been dealt something that's hard, right? And it's how you deal with it and how you respond. And, you know, I understand that even, you know, people that you don't know well, usually they're also dealing with something very hard. So I try to treat everyone with compassion, kindness, and how I would hope to be treated as well.
Well, that's you know, I expected an answer like that, and that's exactly what I got. I'm a firm believer that God has a plan, and it's not always what we want, but that, you know, we may not even know in our lifetime what it's all about. But everything happens for a reason. And sometimes when we're given great challenges, it's for that. It's for a reason. And sometimes we surprise ourselves, things that we may not have wanted at first. There are aspects of it that we would never give up down the road. And it opens up something in us. And when I'm sure you were in the room when Attorney D'Agostino said that he would look at a faraway assignment as a challenge, as something to be embraced, because he looked at the notion of being outside one's comfort zone. And so it strikes me that you're an excellent, excellent candidate. And that's not even talking about your jurisprudential skill set, or the fabulous family heritage that you come from and your tremendous work ethic. But also the fact that you completely understand that everybody that comes before you has some sort of story, and we don't know what it is most of the time. And so we just have to do the best that we can with what's presented before us. And that even goes as far as someone just being a jerk. You know, maybe they're just having a super bad day, or maybe they're taking care of someone back home and it's just stressing them out to the nth degree. And that incident just happened to be the time where it just exploded. In fact, for future reference, down the road, 8 years from now, if you ever have a bad day at court, make sure it's in your first couple of years, not in your last couple of years, because that always gets brought to our attention. But I don't think that's going to happen with you at all. So I just wish you the very best. Again, I congratulate Governor Lamont on being such a savvy selector of candidates in this batch of new judges. And I wish you the very best.
Thank you, Senator Kissel.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank
And
you.
thank you for being here today. You know, the whole autism situation is something that's more prevalent in our society than it was a decade ago. You know, on one hand, I'm happy that you're going on the bench. On the other hand, I'm disappointed because this is a niche area of law. And we're taking somebody who does this niche out of private practice and putting them on the bench. I mean, my brother has a severely autistic daughter, my niece, and she's 19, I think now, and she's somewhat verbal. She's got her own way of communicating. She's got to be treated in a particular way, and you know that,
Yeah.
right? Because of all these cases. And I'm going to tell you that, you know, I didn't see it in the backup, but, you know, having somebody in the family court that has that background, I think would be helpful. You know, all too often, who's on the bench doesn't have this background, and you're talking about a child like my niece having to live in two households, which is difficult, right?
Right.
They
Yeah.
need stability. And I never recommend bird nesting. Bird nesting is where the kids stay in one house and the parents switch in and out. Because for various reasons, it always ends up in a problem. But when there's a child who's autistic, I always try and work towards bird nesting because the kids, it's really important for the kids. And you bring that perspective to the judicial branch. You know, my brother had a problem with his niece in that, my niece, the school that she was at in their community wasn't giving her attention. It was almost like she was in a chair in the corner and the rest of the class is going on and she was almost like a potted plant, and recognized that that was bad. And they went out and got a lawyer. And in resolution of that case, my niece was transported from like 3rd grade through at least 8th, from Bristol to, I think it was Madison, on a daily basis. And, you know, I remember the first day, I mean, swimming in the pool, right? What a great thing. Eating something other than gummy bears, you know, pizza. And those are things that she learned at the school that she never would have learned as the potted plant at the other school system. So, you know, I suggest that I think you'd be of great value there to bring that perspective. And I agree on running. I love to run too. I don't do it very well, but it's certainly the endomorphs get going and my best thinking. So I appreciate it. So once again, you know, congratulations and congratulations to the governor for picking you. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. That's very kind.
Not very good.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations, Counselor. Good afternoon. Just real quick, you're willing to serve anywhere in the state at least 9 to 5?
Yeah.
Monday through Friday? Okay. The Robitis question. If you could talk to us how, and knowing your father and litigated against your father, I think I know the answer, but I've never litigated with you. I was looking at the cases, litigated case against you. Can you tell us what internal and external guardrails you have that would prevent you from being afflicted by Robitis?
Sure. I will tell you, I'm incredibly hard on myself. I think that in every aspect of my life, I have room for improvement. I don't think I've mastered anything at this point. And I'm constantly self-reflecting. So part of running that I think is so nice is it gives me a period to be alone in my thoughts and to think about what I have done well that day, what I have not done well that day, and what I can do better the next day. So since I love running so much, I have a lot of time to reflect on these things. And I just think it's incredibly important to always try to be a better person right? There's always room to be kinder, to have more empathy, to be more compassionate, to listen better, and to be more patient. I found myself yesterday being a little short with my children. And on my run, I reflected that, I am obviously clearly very nervous about this hearing, but that's not fair to them, right? So whether or not I'm better the next day, I just know I'm trying. And I'm constantly thinking about ways I can improve as a person. And then as for external kind of checks and balances, I'm very open to feedback. And I like to think that I take feedback very well and try to incorporate other people's feedback into my day-to-day the next day. And I believe I'm a very approachable person, and that for the most part, people feel very comfortable talking to me. I think I'm a little more approachable than my dad. So I tend to get more feedback than he does. And I'm open to it, right? I'm always open to the suggestions. I do understand that if I'm lucky enough to be appointed, putting on a robe, it does create kind of an additional barrier to people feeling like they can approach you. But I would promise you that I would continue to work on relationships and make sure that everyone feels comfortable sharing their ideas with me on how I can do better as a judge if I am appointed.
Thank you. And just for the record, your dad did get a chuckle out of that, out sitting behind you there. Who he was actually as a young attorney. He was approachable. So I would hope that you would, I appreciate the fact that you were going to be that way on the bench if you get through it. And I presume you, it looks very good for you. So, the cases that you listed, I see you mediated a case with Judge Robina, who's very good at his job. Any of these cases, were you lead counsel?
For the mediations, yes. So before Robina, they were all mediations. Not for the 4 cases I listed, that went to trial in the last 4 years.
And I bring that up, Hugh Keefe.
Or sorry, in the last 10 years. I misspoke.
Yep. Okay. Yes. I took it that way from reading the question, so I think I know what you meant. But so Hugh Keefe, contemporary of your father's, was a big proponent of nobody in their 40s should be on the bench, and this is when I was in my 40s when I was on judicial selection with him. Obviously, that's changed. You're the second youngest nominee here. I guess my question is, how can you assure us that a lack of experience, maybe life experiences, won't be detrimental, and that you won't, knowing you and your family now here, I don't think it's a problem, but people mature. We've been talking about it. You've heard the responses. How can you assure us that that you'll be able to handle the responsibilities of being on the bench, even though you've only been practicing for less than 20 years? If you could just elaborate a little bit.
Sure. So I'm only 42 years old, but I have had a lot of experiences within that time, and not just professional experience. I've had to juggle a lot. My husband went back to school for a little while and lived out of state. So I was essentially residing by myself with 3 children and trying to balance the practice of law as well. And then in our office, it's my father and I at Halloran & Halloran, and then we had paralegals. And I also was tasked with trying to manage the finances of it. And doing personal injury is a wonderful thing, and it's incredibly rewarding. However, all of our cases are contingency fee. So the larger medical malpractice cases require a lot of money out the door prior to recovery. So I think I've had some unique experiences that have been incredibly stressful, and I've juggled a lot. And I would like to think that I've done it well, could always do it better. So I think I've had a lot of experiences and continue to grow every day. And I'm hoping to continue to grow. And our cases have been in all different areas. So I've had to learn new aspects of the law. And I've studied and worked hard, and I would promise you that I would continue to do so as a judge.
Thank you for that. And I can only imagine the pride that your parents have right now. Congratulations on your nomination, and thank you for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, congratulations again, and thank you for your testimony today. Oh, and let's have that family come up and we'll take that picture.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm in charge for this brief moment, so I'm sure. I clearly am, Senator. Excuse me, I will take it and I will give it to you in the interest of time.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. It's going to be a long day. I don't want to get kicked off the committee. Thank you. All right, 1, 2, 3. And congratulations again.
Thank you so much, Senator. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And it's fine to pause for that kind of thing. All right. So next we'll hear from Kevin C. Kelly. I'm sorry, and Angeline N. I jumped one. Angeline N. Ianu of West Hartford. And Mr. Kelly will be on deck. Okay, so when you're ready, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God on the penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee. Chairs Winfield and Safstrom, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, Vice Chairs Flexer, Fazino, and Gadkar-Wilcox, and all the members of the committee. My name is Angeline Nicole Ianu. I know you had a little difficulty with that, so I apologize. That's a mouthful. Thank you very much for considering my nomination. It is truly such an honor and a privilege to be before you today. I clearly want to thank Governor Lamont for this nomination, along with Attorney Braswell and her staff for all the support during this process. I also thank my former colleagues at Lewis Brisbois, but most importantly, I thank my family, many of whom are present today over there, and they've made some of them made a long ride to be here with us today. They've supported me in my life and career, and without them, this would not be possible. I also, of course, need to thank my late father, Basil, who raised me as a single dad, my bonus mother, Regina, which is his wife, and of course, my wife, Brooke, for all of her support. Finally, and most importantly to me, I would like to thank our children, Grayson, who's here today, and our daughter, Victoria, who's too little to have the attention span to be here today. They both inspire me to do my best and to try and leave this world a better place for them. And it is my hope that, they look back and they say they can be proud of their mom. I'm a first-generation American born to Greek and Romanian immigrants and a resident of Connecticut since age 5. My parents taught me English so I could attend public school. I'm proud to be a homegrown product of Connecticut, a graduate of North Haven High School and then later Sacred Heart University before attending Widener University School of Law. My aspirations for a career in law began in childhood because I was influenced by my parents' divorce. I learned firsthand that the legal system helped families and protected kids like me caught in the crosshairs of their parents' decisions. My legal career, although you may know me from my resume as being in private practice, it actually began in public service while I was in law school. There I clerked for the Pennsylvania Attorney General, and I worked with the attorneys who defended the Commonwealth against civil lawsuits. After graduation, I immediately returned home to Connecticut and obtained a job as a temporary assistant clerk at the New Haven Superior Court. There, I had the privilege of working very closely with the judges and staff, learning about our Connecticut judicial system from the inside out. Afterwards, I entered private practice. I initially did family law, then general practice, and later complex tort and malpractice claims. Most of the last 15 years of my practice were spent defending healthcare providers and nursing homes against malpractice claims. I also served as an arbitrator for the Hartford Superior Court. During this time, I gained a very deep appreciation for both perspectives of the case and how everyone was impacted by the events that gave rise to a claim. I believe attorneys are problem solvers and that my experience in life and as an attorney has prepared me for this next chapter. I've experienced the judicial system also from different perspectives, as a child, as a clerk, and later as an advocate, working for my clients to get them the best possible result. If I have the honor of being confirmed as a judge, I will endeavor to harness all of this experience and help the citizens of Connecticut solve their problems however is needed. Thank you so much again for your time and attention today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about me or my candidacy.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Driving up here this morning, on 91 North, There's a series of billboards,
There are indeed, sir.
and the first one of Brooks billboards that I hit in Meriden is about wives. And I forgot exactly what, but I remember wives, and I remember looking up and I was like, oh, that's what she looks like. But I don't think you're on that now. That maybe we can change that.
No, sir.
You know, I'm a child of divorce also. And I understand the impact. And I think you understand the impact. It ruined 10 years of my life. Because I was the shrapnel between the parties. So I appreciate you recognizing that. In the backup, you didn't indicate, would you be willing to sit in family court?
I absolutely would.
I appreciate that. You also get involved with arbitrations, correct?
I did. I was asked by one of the judges in Hartford Superior Court if I would essentially, really donate your time to serve as an attorney arbitrator and trial referee as needed. And I began that, I believe it was before COVID. It was suspended a little bit when they weren't holding those types of hearings, and then it resumed shortly, a bit of time after COVID.
In the role of an arbitrator, you are essentially being a judge. I mean, you're making it, it's not a mediation, right? You're taking in the stuff,
That's
you're
right.
making a determination, you're issuing a memorandum of decision. So you sort of already have started that process.
Judge Light,
Judge, yeah. I mean, I got that.
apprentice.
I thought it was interesting from your backup. Another thing that we have in common, early in your practice, you got involved in an adversarial proceeding in bankruptcy court.
Very early in my practice.
As did I.
Representative, very
Yeah,
early, yeah.
I
I was a
had
baby.
I had a construction case that I was prosecuted as a plaintiff, and I got dragged into bankruptcy court, and we brought in the professionals. They said, there's nothing you can do. They're going to get discharged. And I said, no, that just can't be. And I bought a bunch of books, and I locked myself in the office for like 3 weeks. I filed the motion. I brought the adversarial proceeding and all that stuff. So I know exactly what you were doing. And ultimately, I was successful. I got the bankruptcy dismissed, which was a heralding point in my career. But it's another thing that we have in common, because it's rare that we see anybody comes before us that gets involved with adversarial proceedings in bankruptcy. So I appreciate that. I very much appreciate your backup and your very concise review and summary of these cases. It is indicative of how you more than likely will write as a judge, and that is very important, that we have decisions that people can understand, they are concise, and that other lawyers can rely upon. So I appreciate that. And congratulations on your nomination. Thank you.
Thank you
Mr.
so much, Representative Fishbein. I really appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Now, Kevin Kelly of Stratford. When you're ready, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
You may proceed.
So, good afternoon, Chairman Winfield and Chairman Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, and Fazino, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and the distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Kevin Kelly. I would like to begin by thanking Governor Ned Lamont for nominating me to be a judge of the Superior Court. I am truly honored and humbled by the trust and confidence he has placed in me. Equally, I am thankful to his general counsel, Natalie Braswell, and her staff for their guidance and assistance throughout this nomination process, as well as the Judicial Selection Commission for their work. And having sat where you sit now, I am thankful to the service and sacrifice you make on behalf of the people of Connecticut. I am grateful for the time you have taken to review my application and consider me for this position. Lastly, I would also like to thank the people of the 21st State Senate District who entrusted me to be their voice in this General Assembly. Privilege and responsibility is the motto of St. Joseph High School in Trumbull, from which I graduated. I was blessed to have parents who invested in my education, but with that privilege comes a responsibility to not only make the most of that education and to better oneself, but also, and more importantly, to use that education for the betterment of others, to put that education to good use. Thus, public service is very important to me, a service I love, and a service that has brought me immense personal satisfaction. I studied politics at Assumption College and then received a master's degree at Fairfield University. During this time, I landed my first public service job with the Connecticut Department of Social Services in Bridgeport. Little did I know then that for the next 40 years, I would utilize my talents, my education, and experience for the betterment of seniors, the disabled, and families struggling to make ends meet. While employed with DSS, I attended UConn Law Nights to elevate and enhance that public service. Upon graduation, I was fortunate to be hired by Zelda's Needle and Cooper in Bridgeport, where I learned to practice law with very talented and skilled attorneys. Personally, I am lucky to have the love and support of my spouse, Cindy Kelly, a registered nurse who cares and sacrifices for our entire family. From making aging in place a reality for my mom and for her mom, to traveling to the ballpark and basketball court, or for the sacrifices she has made for my public service, she is a saint and the love of my life. Together, we have 4 children and 7 grandchildren, all of whom live in Stratford, Connecticut. Although I love the opportunity to serve the public here at the Capitol, being nominated to be a judge of the Superior Court will enable me to continue that public service in a very meaningful way, an opportunity I am very grateful to have been afforded and one that I look forward to serving. Again, thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Well, first of all, congratulations. I want to call you Senator Kelly, but that's about to change real fast. And again, Governor Lamont's done a fabulous job with the class that you're coming in with. Couple things. You are the 5th person from our caucus that I have now had an opportunity to pass on to become a judge since I've become a state senator. First one was Tim Upson, who you may recall, may have been before your time. But he was the ranking Republican senator here on the committee, and then I took his place. He's actually served 2 terms and now is retired. So it gives you an idea how long ago that was. But then we had Bob Gennario, who's still on the bench. Occasionally I have cases in front of him. Andrew Rohraback, and under your watch, Jason Welch, and now yourself. And also it did not pass upon me driving in this morning that it was almost exactly 4 years ago. On March 9th, 2021, that you were kind enough to come up and visit the 7th Senatorial District. And those 4 years passed really quickly. And who could have guessed back then that we were sitting where we are now? I have nothing but confidence that you're just going to do a fabulous job on the bench. Certainly, I have learned a lot about your personal history from your floor speeches. Whether it's like making hot dogs down in Stratford or some other thing. But I guess one of my questions is, what is it that you can look upon yourself and make sure, and I'm waiting, trying to kill time till Tom O'Day gets here with his Robitis question. But to sort of laugh at yourself. And I say that not as a criticism, but you do take public service very seriously. And I've seen you get very passionate especially if you feel that public policies weren't in the best interest of individuals, especially when it comes to seniors. I've learned so much from you, and I used to be on the Select Committee on Aging, and then it turned into the regular Committee on Aging. And I think I got booted off when you first got elected, but that's okay. I learned all along. You're just a master in that area. But not necessarily to humble yourself, but to ground yourself, because this is a huge step forward, and it's sort of like almost, I don't say it's the final chapter, because who knows, appellate, supreme, whatever you decide you want to do, but to sort of like ground yourself so that you stay humble in this new role, because you're just going to have so much power, and you're the final word on so many cases, and people are going to be in awe of you when they go into the court system. I'm guessing you've been in this building long enough that you don't have trepidation sitting on that side of this desk. I will say this, and I've been here 33 years. I still get nervous as anything when I'm over there. If I'm testifying on a bill proposal, or I have a constituent that I'm sitting with, as much as I probably know all the people on this side, it's still very nerve-wracking. And you're going to be now that judge wearing that black robe, and people are going to be terrified coming before you. And I'm just wondering how you can keep it all in perspective.
Thank you very much for the question. I think, Senator, one of the things you have to do is when you come to the equation is to keep yourself grounded. As my grandmother used to say, never forget from where you've come. Okay, and I grew up in a working middle-class town. My mom worked for the town. My dad was a brake shoe salesman. And, he was an all-state baseball player that went to college on a scholarship and loved baseball. And so everything was looked at through that prism, like the baseball, that it's grounded in life. And so what you want to do is you're only as good as your last at bat. You want to stay committed to knowing that at the end of the day, that I'm Kevin Kelly. That's who I was before I became a senator. That's who I am now. That office, as Representative D'Agostino was talking about, that was the people's office. I occupied it. I treasured it. I cherished it. I loved it. And while I was there, I tried to put my best foot forward and serve the people of my district, but it was their seat. And so at the end of the day, I'd come back and I'd need to keep grounded that I'm Kevin Kelly. I'm a senator today, but not tomorrow. And the same thing goes with this. You have to remember like who you are, how you were raised, and to make sure that, the authority, it's humbling, but the authority that's going to be vested in me is being done for the betterment of the people of Connecticut. It's that privilege and responsibility motto that was instilled in me at St. Joseph's, to live every day in that manner, that it's a privilege to be here, but you're also responsible to the people of Connecticut and the people that we serve. And the best way to be responsive to them is to listen. And you have to listen, not only to the people that are going to come before you, but to the people that you work with and that you come in contact with, whether that's in the courthouse or at the local coffee shop or at the gas station. You need to understand and listen. And I think that's what's important, to stay grounded.
Well, having served with you from the very beginning when you were first elected to the Senate, I actually think this is going to be the very best job for you. I actually think this is going to be the best fit. It's not a suggestion that being leader of our caucus or being a strident, passionate, compassionate state senator or any of the other positions that you've held, you haven't done to the very best of your abilities. I think that you are just perfectly situated at this point in your life to be an excellent judge of the Superior Court. And I just think everything's fallen into place at the right time. I'll leave you with this. We bumped into each other on the hallway of the Legislative Office Building a couple of months ago before the swearing in, and you were showing me your trip to Ireland. And that building that was all painted white, by the way, they did that during the potato famine because it was an easy way to spot dirt and grime because people would die of the illnesses when they became emaciated from lack of food. And it just sort of been carried on for over the decades. That's what I learned from my studying of the Irish potato blight. But that little building that you said housed like 10, 12 people over in Ireland, and you had such pride that was you saw part of your roots. And it's clear to me that that savoring, that appreciation, that love of the roots and appreciation of the roots goes all the way to Stratford and your mom and dad and everything associated with your ancestry and who you are right now. And I think that knowing who you are and how committed you are to other human beings, I'm just so happy that Governor Lamont made this selection. I'm going to be very frank. Some people have suggested that I throw my name out there. And I probably have as good a chance as any to probably get on a list and get nominated. But I don't feel like that's the right place for me. I think it's the right place for you. I'm not going to assume that I'd get there. Probably couldn't get past this committee. But I do feel like being a state senator that I have my Wonka ticket, and I think this is going to be your Wonka ticket. So congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Question, conversation, question, comment. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Kelly, Attorney Kelly, good to see you. Quick question to you. What's your specialty? What area you are practicing as an attorney?
On a daily basis, I practice in the areas of elder law, trust and estates, probate litigation, and municipal law.
You think being a legislator prepared you to be a judge? If so, please explain us a little bit.
If being a legislator,
Yes.
I wouldn't necessarily say that being a legislator prepared me for the bench. I think it's more not only the practice, the studying and practice of law and being in front of courts and helping people in their daily lives help solve their problems. But it's that together with, I'm going to say, my background and upbringing that I think is what has prepared me really to be ready for the bench.
So, do you have any preference, certain area you want to serve, like criminal or housing or family?
Not necessarily. I've always been welcome to a challenge, and obviously as a legislator, you come to Hartford, and this is one of the best educations you could get because it's so wide and varied as to what the state does and doesn't do. Obviously I've been in one area, but I always welcome a challenge, and wherever there's a need is where I want to be.
My last question, what are the most important factors you must focus on in order to make a right decision? Because your decision will impact human life.
Could you,
What
repeat
are
the-
the most important factor you must focus on in order to make the right decision?
the
Right,
most
just-
important factors?
Yeah,
I think that the first and foremost, the most important thing to make sure you get it right is to listen. I can't state that enough, that listening is critical to whatever you do. I find it in my practice when I sit down with families. That's essential, is to understand what's going on, what are their issues, and how can we help solve their issues and problems. The same thing here. Listening is what leads to collaboration. It leads to understanding. And so I think that's the first and foremost, is to bring that to the table and to look at everything from the perspective of understanding and listening. Then you have to bring, obviously your desire and ability from a competency and aptitude perspective. to make sure that you bring your best every day to every case, because everybody that comes to court expects that, and you have to deliver that. So I think those together are what you really are looking for to make sure that whatever impact you have is the right impact.
Well, thank you so much for all the answer. Congratulations.
Sure.
No more further questions. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Chicarella.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, just want to make a couple of comments. Want to start by congratulating you on the nomination, very well deserved. I agree with Senator Kissel in saying I think this is a great fit. The time that we've got to spend together, I was a freshman senator. I would call you constantly and ask questions, a lot of them, and you would take the time to explain things to me very thoroughly. With your patience with myself and staff that I've seen you deal with here at the Capitol is going to be very useful on the bench, taking the time to listen and thoughtfully address that situation. Seeing how you're able to work across the line or the aisle, if you will, to get stuff done and communicate. I just wanted to thank you for the time that you spent with me and helping me. And I wish you nothing but success in this next chapter. And I know you'll do great things. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have Daniel R. Shapiro of Westbrook. You are ready, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury? You may provide us with your statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Stastrom, Vice Chairs Flexer, Gadkar, Wilcox, and Fazino, and Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and all the honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Daniel Shapiro. It is truly an honor to appear before you today. I'm very grateful to Governor Lamont for nominating me and for the support and guidance of General Counsel Natalie Braswell and all of her staff. I want to thank my parents, Michael and Ann Lou Shapiro, and also my sister Julie, for their incredible love and support. From a young age, my parents instilled in me the values of hard work, respect for others, and fairness. Their lessons and love have shaped me, and they continue to inspire me. I am also grateful for my colleagues who have taught me so much and who have mentored me throughout my career. This opportunity would not be possible without their guidance. For the past 25 years, I've worked at the Attorney General's office, and for the last 4.5 of those years, I've been in charge of its health and education section. Over the years, one of my main clients has been the Department of Public Health. And some of the cases that have brought me the most satisfaction are cases where I was assisting the department in protecting the public. I have handled numerous cases involving nursing homes, residential care homes, and when representing the Office of Early Childhood, cases involving daycare centers. These cases and others where I helped protect the public were particularly meaningful to me. I truly love serving the people of Connecticut and representing our state agencies. I've been fortunate to argue cases in the Superior Court, our Appellate Court, and our Supreme Court, and also our Federal District Court and the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. I have tremendous respect for the judges in all of our courts. Prior to my work at the Attorney General's office, I worked as an attorney for the Department of Public Health. And one of the most meaningful duties that I had was when I first started with the department. I served as a hearing officer and was responsible for ensuring hearings were fair and that each side had a genuine opportunity to present evidence and argument. I understood the enormous responsibility of providing a forum for a fair hearing and the responsibility of weighing evidence fairly. And finally, my first job as an attorney was with our Legislative Commissioner's Office. I drafted legislation for the Human Services Committee and the then Select Committee on Children. Outside of work, I coach a varsity tennis team at my local high school and also serve as a coach of the Quinnipiac Law School moot court team. I'm truly honored to appear before you, and I sincerely appreciate the consideration by this committee of my nomination. And if confirmed, I promise to serve with honor, with fairness, and with respect for others. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Representative Fishbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your nomination, Attorney Shapiro. I will admit that when I was going through the backup, I got to the first page of the Sensational Smiles case. And I was like, what is this? This is a decision. This doesn't mean anything. And then I noticed that it's a brief to the United States Supreme Court. So I'm humbled. You didn't mention that. Did you end up arguing the case? What happened?
No, the United States Supreme Court denied cert, and so the decision of the Second Circuit Court of Appeals stood, but I did argue the case before the Second Circuit Court of Appeals.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, even though they denied cert, I read the Supreme Court brief. I thought it was extremely well put together.
Thank you so much.
And I think that you would be a great addition to the bench. So congratulations once again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next will be Kevin C. Shay of Madison. When you're ready, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide us with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chairs, Senator Winfield and Representative Staffstrom. Vice Chairs, Senator Flexer, Senator Gadkar-Wilcox, and Representative Fazzino. Ranking Members, Senator Kissel and Representative Fishbein, and other distinguished committee members. My name is Kevin Shay, and I'm humbled by and tremendously grateful for Governor Lamont's nomination. I would also like to thank General Counsel Braswell and the rest of the governor's team for their support and shepherding me through this process. I would also like to thank my wife of 28 years and counting, Sue, who is with me here today, and our 3 daughters, the oldest of whom is also here, for their love, support, encouragement, and patience, and for all that they have taught me. Finally, I would like to thank my law partner of the last 24 years, Bill Clendenin, who is also here with me today, for his mentorship, support, and friendship, and also the incredible office family we have been blessed to practice with. I am the 7th of 8 children from a yours, mine, and ours family that was formed by the marriage of my widower father and widowed stepmother following the death of my mother when I was 3 years old. Both of my parents were first-generation Americans whose parents immigrated here for better opportunities. I am a first-generation college graduate and first-generation law school graduate, earning both degrees from the University of Connecticut, and I'm a lifelong Connecticut resident. I worked my way through college and law school as a bartender, which provided invaluable experience dealing respectfully and effectively with people from all walks of life. Service and community involvement has been a constant for me pretty much since elementary school, and the honor of being a judge would be the culmination of my life's experiences for the public service of the people of Connecticut. Although the majority of my work over the past 30+ years has been in our civil trial and appellate courts, the diversity of my clients and the matters I have handled has brought me before our small claims courts, housing courts, administrative courts, family courts, housing courts, probate courts, and criminal courts, as well as before the Workers' Compensation Commission and various local commissions and boards. I have represented police officers, and I have represented people who have sued police officers. I have represented crime victims, and I have represented people who have been charged with crimes. I have represented employers who have been sued for discrimination, and I have represented employees and others who have brought discrimination claims. I have represented the state of Connecticut in various municipalities, and I have represented people who have sued the state of Connecticut and its municipalities. I don't believe in a good side or a bad side. I believe that everyone, no matter what their station in life, has a right to be in and to be heard in our courts and to a fair and just resolution of their claims. That is the through line of my experience, helping people from all walks of life navigate and overcome obstacles in obtaining justice. Thank you all for your time, efforts, and consideration. I would consider it the privilege of my lifetime to earn your approval and the General Assembly's confirmation to dedicate the rest of my career to public service for the people of Connecticut, continuing to help them get access to justice in our court system. And I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment, Representative O'Day?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council, good to see you. Congratulations on your nomination. Are you willing to serve anywhere in the state in any assignment, family, or anything else?
Yes.
And work at least 9 to 5?
Yes.
Monday through Friday?
Absolutely.
Just real quick on the robitis, what assurances can you give us that you will not suffer from robitis?
Several, I think. First, I was raised to treat everyone the way that I would want to be treated, if not better. And I've had role models throughout my life. I've tried to live my life that way and conduct my practice that way. And I've had several very good role models in that respect, starting with a judicial clerkship internship that I did with Judge Covello, who you mentioned earlier, who unfortunately passed last week. And Judge Covello, who served on every state court, including a couple that no longer exist, before going to the federal district court where I had my internship clerkship with him. He had an indelible habit that sticks with me to this day of standing after the gavel and making a point to the jury that they were not standing for him, that they were all standing for respect for the court system. And that made an indelible impression on me. And I don't believe that I am bigger than the system. I believe we are all here to serve the system and the people in it. Throughout my life, I had the benefit of working alongside Mark Kravitz when I was at Wigan and Dana. And then I was co-counsel with Mark before he went on the bench. And then I actually had a case against Mark. And then I appeared before him. And Mark was also another remarkable example. Another former colleague of mine, Judge Victor Bolden, and the way that they treat people and the way that they notably come down off the bench to meet people where they are, I think also makes a very important impression. I believe that my experience representing people on both sides from all walks of life has given me compassion and empathy for people from all walks that I believe is inconsistent with robitis. And following up on Judge Covello's visual cues, I believe those are important. And there's some that I already have in mind that if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed that I would put in place for me, because I think it's important to have those reminders in addition to having colleagues and staff that I would hear feedback from. I would look forward to, if confirmed, receiving guidance with the Code of Judicial Conduct, and also to having a new set of colleagues from whom to get feedback. And having a wife and 3 daughters has kept me very humble so far, and I suspect that won't change.
Thank you very much for your responses. Congratulations on your nomination. Best of luck.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Chair.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we have Latanya C. Williams of West Hartford. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury? You may provide us with your statement.
Good
Good afternoon, Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer, Gladcar Wilcox and Vizino, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and all of the distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Latonia Williams. I want to express my gratitude to Governor Lamont for his nomination, to General Counsel Braswell and her team for their guidance, and to my family, friends, and mentors, without whose support I would not be here today, including my husband, Brad, and our two wonderful children. By way of background, my journey began in Mount Lebanon, a rural community in St. Thomas, Jamaica. My mother, seeking opportunities for her children, immigrated to the United States when I was an infant. 5 years later, my brother and I had an opportunity to join her in Hartford, where she worked tirelessly to provide for us. She later married my stepfather, and our families melded. I have 6 siblings in total, 3 brothers and 3 sisters, all of whom I love very much and thank for their support through the years. Watching my parents' hard work and perseverance in ensuring that their children had the educational opportunities that they did not instilled in me a foundational belief that striving for excellence, maintaining integrity, and showing respect and kindness to those around us are the keys to living a fulfilling life. These lessons have guided my path. We lived in Hartford for the majority of my childhood, where I had the opportunity to attend Kansas Elementary School and Byrne Middle School. We then moved to Bloomfield, where I had the privilege of attending and graduating from Bloomfield High School. And I was fortunate to earn a full scholarship to Howard University through the Bill Gates Millennium Scholars Program. And I went on to earn my law degree from the University of Connecticut School of Law. Upon graduating, I joined Shipman & Goodwin, where I've spent the last 15 years handling commercial bankruptcy disputes on behalf of creditors and federal courts across the country, as well as commercial litigation matters here in Connecticut state courts. While I've dedicated myself in my career to being an effective and zealous advocate on behalf of my clients, it's been equally important to me personally to serve my community. Because of this, I've been deeply committed to mentoring young attorneys, serving on various bar associations, and working with organizations such as Statewide Legal Services of Connecticut to support the goal of providing legal assistance to those in need. My lived experiences and my legal career remain guided by a commitment to continuous learning, integrity, and respect for those around me. And as I sit here today, I can't help but to reflect on that 5-year-old who had just come to the United States, living just a mile from this very building, and never imagining that one day I would be sitting here being considered for judicial appointment. If I am fortunate to be confirmed as a Superior Court judge, I will bring my full self to the bench. I will use my expertise to add immediate value, applying the laws written to the facts of the case. I will work hard to seek guidance in areas in which I lack familiarity, and I will ensure that every individual who comes before the court is seen, heard, and treated with dignity. I am honored by this nomination and grateful for your time and consideration. Thank you, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick. You know, you remind me of a young lady that was before us, I think 3 years ago, also from Jamaica, lived in Hartford. You know, it's sort of like the American dream, right? Being here today. I just, you know, I would be remiss if I didn't thank you, because it does mean a lot. Your backup is amazing. You know, the amount of cases that you wrote about, you were very concise. I learned so much from your backup about various aspects of the law. I just didn't want to, you know, have you without having to say something. So very much appreciate that, and congratulations on your nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Representative O'Day.
Congratulations, Counsel. Are you willing to work anywhere in the state so assigned, whether family or anything else?
Yes,
And Monday through Friday, at least 9 to 5?
yes.
All right. I just would, the Robitis question briefly, having heard you briefly in your opening remarks, how can you assure us that Robitis will not be a problem for you going forward?
Thank you for that question. So I am a very introspective person. Before I act, I consistently take time to think about the impact of my actions. And I also spend a lot of time trying to put myself into the shoes of others to ensure that I am treating them the way that I would want to be treated under the circumstances. So from a personal perspective and an inward-looking perspective, that's how I can assure the committee that I would not be afflicted by rubitis. From an external perspective, I understand the importance of seeking feedback and guidance from others. I wouldn't have gotten where I am today in my practice and all of the opportunities that I've received throughout life without receiving feedback and growing from that feedback. And so I look forward to the opportunity, if confirmed, to continue to seek guidance and feedback, to have accountability partners, to seek out mentorship. And that mentorship would not just come from senior judges, but also from the members of the court who would be my colleagues and would best be able to help guide me through the process.
Thank you for that response. Have you ever picked a jury in any cases?
I have not.
I think I mentioned this to, I know I mentioned this to an earlier candidate about the fact that they were, young. I won't use the age, but you're one of the youngest of the candidates, and a good friend and someone I sat on judicial selection with, Hugh Keefe, used to say, nobody in their 40s should be a judge. He's just not mature enough. Of course, he said that when he was in his, I think, 60s, but in any event, was a while back. How would you address the concerns that we have that someone as young as you are sitting up on the bench and being able to handle the job from a maturity standpoint?
I think from the perspective of a maturity standpoint, I've had a lot of responsibility that I've had the opportunity to take on, both in life outside of work, as well as professional opportunities that I've been presented with. And in all of those instances, I work very hard to learn. I am a part of the first generation of individuals in my family to go off to college and also seek out a professional degree during that time period. Starting actually in high school, I carried a part-time job, despite the fact that in college I had a scholarship. It was something that was necessary. And during that time period, specifically, I worked at CVS Pharmacy, and I worked in the pharmacy. And so I had a lot of opportunity to interact with individuals during a time period where they faced a lot of challenges, whether it was frustration or dealing with significant medical concerns. It taught me how to have conversations with people and approach them with empathy during difficult time periods. And I've carried that experience with me. I think I worked part-time at the pharmacy for 6 years in total, up through when I started in law school. In addition to that, I've had great opportunity to take on responsibilities. I currently chair my firm's hiring committee, and that's been a wonderful experience. And I think that I can continue to seek feedback and continue to grow despite my age.
Well, thank you very much for that response. Wish you best. Congratulations, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question, Representative Osborne?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations on your nomination and welcome this afternoon. I want to say how gratified I am to read your application and how many times I've seen the word lead counsel or co-chair or co-counsel on the significant legal matters that you've listed for us. I personally feel that trial experience and managing a practice, a caseload is really important, an important experience for judges to have. And the only thing I would ask you is, given you are quite young still, is there any area of hesitation you have that you're going to pay particular attention to in order to make sure that you're doing the very best you can as a judge? And again, I congratulate you on your nomination.
Thank you. I don't think that I have a specific area of hesitation. I do think that there are areas of the law that I have no experience in, and I look forward to growing in those areas, specifically family and criminal law. I don't have any exposure and experience, and because of that, last week and the prior week, I actually took some time to observe So for the criminal courts, I went to the criminal court in Waterbury as well as separately observed the criminal court in Hartford, both for full days. And last week I had an opportunity to observe the family court in Hartford for a full day. And it was an enriching experience. I had an opportunity to speak with the judges. And I look forward to learning and I look forward to growing.
Well, thank you very much for being here today. And I'm biased toward the Hartford Family Court. We got a great PJCAJ there. So thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to do that, to go see what it's all about. And again, congratulations on your nomination. I look forward to supporting you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you. I researched a little bit your resume. It's outstanding. I'm really thankful that Governor Lamont nominated you, and we need people like you, more judge, across the state. And I think you will be the great judge, and I'm looking forward to supporting you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Comment or question from members of the committee. Comment or question from members of the committee. If not, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Zonatan E. Zamir of Woodbridge. If you would raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God or under penalty of perjury? You may provide us with your statement.
Good afternoon, Chairman Staffstrom, Chairman Winfield, Vice Chairs Flexer, Gadkar, Wilcox, and Fazino, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Yonatan Zamir. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you and for your time reviewing my application and for considering me for the position of Judge of the Superior Court of Connecticut. I would like to extend my gratitude to Governor Lamont for nominating me, to the Governor's General Counsel and her team for their support and guidance through this process. I'm thankful to my wife, Claire, and my children, Serena and Abigail, and to the rest of my family for the love and support. I've been privileged to have a number of personal and professional mentors throughout my life who have inspired me and guided me to devote my professional life to advancing justice. I'm grateful to my parents who were immigrants to this country. They worked incredibly hard to take advantage of opportunities they've had here in America that allowed them to lead productive and fulfilling lives and provide stability for me and for my siblings. It is largely because of them that I was set on a path to arrive before you today. I was born and raised in Chicagoland, where I went to public school and attended the University of Illinois. After serving in AmeriCorps and working as a legal assistant in Chicago, I continued my education in New York. And after some time spent in New York City and Washington, D.C., I have lived in Connecticut for over a decade. I'm humbled and fortunate to have studied and worked in some of the great institutions of this country. In particular, I've had the privilege of working in the U.S. House of Representatives, which allowed me to see firsthand how our democracy functions and how the Constitution limits the power of each branch of government. That experience further solidified my belief in our system of government and allowed me to feel some of the weight of the great trust that citizens put in the hands of those who make and interpret and uphold the law. I became a lawyer so that I could work in the public interest and as someone who has provided legal services to those who are historically and typically marginalized. I have seen how the decisions that judges make are enormously impactful on people's lives. I've seen how important it is for judges to be cognizant of the fact that for much of our history, many Americans were excluded from full participation in all that our great nation and our economy has to offer. I believe that those who are designated the task of interpreting the laws must be keenly aware and respectful of this history and of just how fragile the stability of our nation has been and continues to be. Should I be confirmed by this committee and by the legislature, I will carry these lessons with me, and I strive to make the legal system fair for everyone. I would be honored and humbled to have the opportunity to serve as a judge of the Superior Court of Connecticut. I thank you all for your consideration, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee. comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Bodett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, council.
Thank you.
On your nomination. Just real quick on the willing to serve anywhere in the state of Connecticut's four corners in any assignment, family or otherwise?
Yes.
Willing to work at least Monday through Friday, 9 to 5?
Yes.
And the robitis question, you've heard it. How can you assure us that you won't be afflicted with that once you get on the bench?
Thank you, sir. You know, there's being an attorney can be a very humbling experience, just like being a father of twins as I am. Being a legal aid attorney, I think, has an especially humbling aspect to it because you have the responsibility of being that one person for so many people who don't have anyone for them. They can't afford that. They don't understand the system. They don't know the system. And our system of laws can be complex and it can be cold for some people. So I have been humbled first and foremost by my clients over the years, but I've been humbled by the greatness of our institutions in this country. I've had the opportunity to see them up close. And so I feel that privilege as someone getting to do that every day. I feel the checks from within myself because I was instilled with a sense of humility from my parents. They were immigrants. They didn't assume anything about what they'd be, what they would receive. They worked very hard, and I try to emulate that as best I can. I believe very strongly that the people around you should be, if they're truly close to you and they understand what you're doing, they should be willing to speak freely about what they see you doing and how they feel about that. So I'm privileged to have, I have 3 women in my family, 2 daughters and a wife, and others who are not afraid to tell me what they think, and I'm privileged for that. Within the judicial system itself, I believe I'm understanding that there's a great system of mentorship, of oversight by the administrative judges, as well as by the clerks and the staff there. If there's something that I learned from practicing in trial courts in Connecticut, in New York, and observing how things run, even in DC, it's that the people who run the operation that help administer the justice and make sure people can access it, those people observe how you are, and you need to be willing to let them tell you what they think. You have to be vulnerable like that. So that's some of the ways that I'm gonna try and keep myself in check.
And just and briefly, as someone on the Republican side of the aisle, you don't have any deep-seated, and I know you're in elected office, or you were. There was a letter that was sent to me, provided to me about a letter to the editor in October of 23, I believe, about some far-right Republicans, something to do with books. Was that you that wrote that letter to the editor in support, I think, of the Board of Education or something along those lines?
I'm not exactly recalling that. Maybe is it something to do with?
It was a letter to the editor in support of some Board of Ed candidates. And I'm not criticizing you for writing a letter to the editor. I'm also in favor of it. I'm just concerned there was some language in there that equating some objections to some of the books as far-right Moms for Liberty, national far-right group making presence felt in Connecticut was the language. And maybe they were. My concern is, do you understand that the nonpartisanship as being a judge with the robe on, that the days of writing letters of support for candidates is over, so to speak? Does that concern you in any way, your abilities to do that?
100% I understand that. That is, very important part of being a judge is being impartial and understanding that people have strongly held opinions. But when you put on that robe, when you're in charge of interpreting the law, applying the facts to the law, your job is not to make decisions based on what you feel your personal views are of whatever, the people who come before you are. So I feel pretty strongly that I can be fair and impartial. I certainly felt I've been able to do that, serving in my town as a member of our town planning and zoning, which is a very powerful, a powerful entity in and of itself. And so I've been privileged to be able to do the public service in that way.
And just a softball follow-up, I'm almost done, Mr. Chair. You don't believe all Republicans are some far-right menacing individuals?
No,
I assume?
absolutely not.
All
I
right.
do not. I
Well,
have many friends who are Republican.
thank you very much for your responses, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and good luck going forward, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee, comment or question from members of the committee. I'll just say that in response to the Robitis question, and maybe I just misheard, it did not feel to me like there was much that was an external control. And I would say to you that there are many humble men amongst those who don't have a lot of power. And when people get power, they become less humble. And that's why we ask the question about how you are going to control yourself and what systems of accountability that you have. So I would just invite you to revisit that. It would help out a lot during your time on the bench. Congratulations.
Certainly, sir. I shall do that.
Okay, next, you're done. So
Thank you.
that's why I said thank you. To be a family support magistrate, we begin with Benedict R. Daigle of Cromwell. Good afternoon. Good to see you. If you raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm as the case may be that the information that you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury? You may provide your statement.
Co-chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, vice chairs Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, and Fazino, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, distinguished members. My name is Benedict Richard Daigle, Ben, and I'm honored to appear before you today as a nominee for Family Support Magistrate. I thank Governor Lamont for nominating me, and General Counsel Natalie Braswell, Executive Aide Janice Denal, and others for their support and assistance throughout this process. I'm a relatively private person for one in public service, but let me at least acknowledge here that words cannot convey the depth of my love and gratitude for my family and friends, past and present. I am fortunate beyond measure. Indeed, much of my commitment to public service stems from a keen awareness that the love, support, advantages, and opportunities that have enriched my life and shaped it are far from universal. Since I was hired by the Division of Public Defender Services, family support magistrate practice has been a significant portion of my broader work as a public defender. Excuse me. I've worked in every FSM court, though mostly Hartford and Putnam. I've presented trainings on FSM practice for public defenders and assigned counsel, and at the New England Fathering Conference. I've participated in systems-level groups focused on the FSM courts and in the Connecticut Fatherhood Initiative. My work beyond FSM has included, among other things, supporting the public defender's legislative advocacy and representing individuals who stand accused in the courts of New Britain, Waterbury, and Hartford. Previously, I worked at the Institute for Municipal and Regional Policy, the City of Hartford Department of Families, Children, Youth, and Recreation, while in UConn Law's Evening Division, the Connecticut Association for Community Action, the City of Bridgeport, this General Assembly, while earning my MPA at UConn, and the Beckett Chimney Corners YMCA. Among my roles within the Connecticut Bar Association, I'm a member of the House of Delegates and Board of Governors, a co-chair of the Legal Aid and Public Defense Committee, and a member of the Family Law Section. I'm also a member of the Middlesex County Bar Association, and I serve proudly on the boards of the Charge Syndrome Foundation and the Northern Middlesex YMCA. The theme throughout has been working with people of all backgrounds towards stronger families and communities, and Connecticut's Family Support Magistrate Division has a vital role in doing just that. Most parties are at challenging, vulnerable places in their lives, and most are pro se, unable to afford legal counsel, and having the right to court-appointed counsel only in certain circumstances. This, as FSM decisions impact parties and their families in profound, enduring ways. Fairness and empathy within the legal bounds are crucial. Every party deserves to be treated with respect and dignity. And that mustn't be limited to the parties. Every court team member, agency representative, attorney, and member of the public deserves the same. A culture of supporting children and families begins with how we treat each other. And if appointed, I would commit to maintaining and being held to a high standard in that regard. Finally, I understand that serving as a family support magistrate would entail a transition from zealous advocate to neutral jurist. Nonetheless, it would leverage all of my professional, civic, and life experience. I'd remain committed to community engagement and practices of accountability to stay grounded and promote continuous improvement. And I'd embrace the court team, welcoming their feedback and learning from their expertise. With respect to it, I appreciate the gravity of the role, and I would strive daily to fill it well. I thank you for your consideration, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Congratulations on your nomination, Attorney Daigle.
Thank you, Representative.
So I want to put the elephant in the room out there. So I had a piece of legislation that I consider a piece of signature legislation that died an ignominious death last year. And you are one of the people who, in your capacity as liaison to the Public Defender's Office, placed testimony into evidence opposing that legislation. And I wanted to ask you, with respect to that testimony, because oddly enough, you haven't applied to be a judge. You've applied
Correct.
for the very narrow role of family support magistrate, which, decides issues of child support between parties. And in that role, you'll be deciding, between the parties, as opposed to representing just one side. And I wanted to find out from you, the testimony you put in opposing that bill. And by the way, I'll fully give you that there were great comments in it that I've used to improve that legislation that is not going to see a lot of day this year either. But I took many of your comments to heart. But I wanted to make sure, because you will be trying to decide issues between two very opposing viewpoints. Women or other child support obligees, recipients of child support, who desperately need that money, who desperately need a way to support their children. And your testimony could certainly have been construed as not understanding that perspective as much. And the litigants before you deserve to have every confidence that you have the ability to be neutral and unbiased, and not favoring one perspective or having more empathy for one perspective than the other. So could you clarify for us, was that testimony provided mainly in your capacity as the legislative liaison, or was that something that you pursued out of your own strongly held beliefs, favoring one side or the other? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate the question and the opportunity to address the issue. First, let me clarify. I serve as an assistant public defender and the assistant legislative liaison. I wouldn't want to step on toes in that regard.
Fully understood.
I've been involved with public policy one way or another for over 20 years now. It would be disingenuous to say I don't have views on public policy. I'm not going to comment on specific public policy today, with all respect, Representative, truly. What I can point to for you, for the members of the committee, for the General Assembly, and indeed for the public, is my professional experience, and there is a reason I articulated it out loud as opposed to simply relying on my materials, shows that with each professional transition, I've managed it with integrity and adopted the role and mission of the employer, of my work. Most importantly, as I sit before you today, is my commitment that I stated in my opening statement and will reiterate. Fidelity to the law is paramount. Paramount. There's research on procedural justice. There's research on, which is even when people don't have a good day in court, they have a better day than they might if they knew they were listened to and given a fair opportunity. My commitment is that I'm not bringing my views into that room. The way I honor the opportunity, the way I honor our system of government, is by applying the law as this legislature writes it. Certainly with fairness and empathy within those legal bounds. But if the policy needs to change, that's the prerogative of this legislature. It's not the prerogative of anybody on the bench.
Thank you very much for sharing that perspective. I appreciate your answer, and I wish you every success with your nomination. I'm sure you'll be fine, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you
Thank-
again, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick. Congratulations on your
9 to 5.
nomination. Good to see you.
9 to 5.
Are you willing to work anywhere in the state, at least 9 to 5, Monday to Friday?
I've been all over, and while I might ask the chief for some mercy, at the end of the day, this would be an honor, and it would be my pleasure to do so.
Well, just to let everybody know, I've seen Attorney Daigle in volunteering, doing work in Hartford. When I was working pro bono, he was working extra duty, trying to help alleviate case flow. So I'm happy to see you up there. For those that don't know you, how can you assure us that robitis will not be a problem going forward?
I don't think highly enough of myself. I really don't. The striving that I referenced in my opening statement speaks to that. I am very humbled by this presence, this opportunity today, this potential opportunity if appointed. I was raised to always just let my work speak for itself, right? Not to showboat. I remember when former Senator, now Judge Paul Doyle, was running for one of his elections, he said, you know, I'm not a show horse, I'm a workhorse. A few months ago, we had to say goodbye to our dog, our family pet, who was with us longer than the kids. Every night, I was the last one to bring her out. I'd look up at the stars. There's no way to go through this life, in my view, without understanding that we're all in it together. And if you acknowledge that, if you know how dangerously close any one of us is from being on the other side of bars or on the other side of any of the issues that this committee and the legislature deals with, if you know how close, then I don't think until we've all made it, you can't think that you've made it.
Thank you for that, and I'm glad to see you up there. Congratulations, and good luck. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment, question from members of the committee. Seeing none, it's very good to see you.
Likewise, Senator.
Congratulations. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next we have Leanne S. Neil of Waterbury. Right, if you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide your statement.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer, Gadkar, Wilcox, and Fazino, and Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and all other distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I am Leanne Neil, and it is truly an honor to be before you today. I want to begin by expressing my deep gratitude to Governor Ned Lamont for nominating me as a family support magistrate. I am deeply humbled by this opportunity and the trust he has placed in me. I also wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to the governor's staff for their support throughout this entire process. To my colleagues, community, and friends, your encouragement has meant the world to me, and I thank you. And of course, I am especially grateful to my family, my parents, my dad, who's here, my sister and my husband Greg are also here, and also my sons Liam and Lennox, who aren't here. Liam is committed to his perfect attendance, and though he probably would have gotten out of school by now, he did not want to miss school to be here, and he said that if he can't be here, then little brother can't be here either. As a first-generation Cape Verdean American born and raised in Waterbury, I carry the story of my immigrant parents with me every day. They arrived here from the Republic of Cabo Verde and settled among the Cape Verdean community in Waterbury, working in various factories while raising us children and obtaining their education. I grew up in the Waterbury public school system, and I vividly recall the end of second grade when my teacher and principal called my parents in for a meeting. They informed them that although I was struggling with reading, I would be promoted to the third grade in the hope that I would catch up. My parents firmly disagreed. They insisted I repeat the second grade, and I did. They understood that if I was promoted without the proper foundation, I would always be behind. I know that decision was not an easy one, and I guess as a whatever second grader, I did kind of hold a grudge against my parents for it, but I know in hindsight, it changed the course of my life. Without it, I know I wouldn't be sitting here before you today. My legal career began at the New Britain State's Attorney's Office, where I split my time between adult criminal court and juvenile matters. I was later assigned as a domestic violence prosecutor for serious offenders, and I continued in that role upon transferring to the Waterbury office. As a prosecutor, I interacted with pro se defendants daily. I have always understood that for many, their interaction with the judicial system may be a one-time experience, and that I may be the only person they encounter in this process. I've always made it a priority to ensure that their experience with me, regardless of how unpleasant being in court may be, is one where they are treated with respect, fairness, and dignity. I believe that even in difficult situations, the way we engage with people can make a lasting difference in how they view the system as a whole. Afterwards, I made the decision to shift my professional focus to children and youth, and I joined the Center for Children's Advocacy. There, I represented children in special education, disciplinary hearings, expulsions, and delinquency matters. While at CCA, I quickly realized how much I missed being in the courtroom. This led to me joining the Attorney General's office in the Child Protection section, where I have had the privilege of advocating for the best interests of children in court nearly every day. Outside of my work, I've been involved in several boards, including serving as the current secretary of the Waterbury Promise Program. Reflecting on my journey, I truly believe every step, every challenge, and every shift in my life and career has prepared me for this role. From working as a substitute teacher while waiting for my bar exam results, to third shifts at a Star Group home while applying for jobs in the legal field, each experience has shaped my unwavering commitment to serving families and children. I am deeply passionate about this work and the opportunity to serve in this capacity. I hope you will find me worthy of a role of family support magistrate, and I welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment, question, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
Your experience presently, have you ever been in family magistrate court?
No, I have not appeared in family magistrate court. I have gone in and watched magistrate court, but I have not had to represent any parties or appear before the magistrate.
Have you ever done guidelines?
No, I have not had the opportunity to do guidelines. I have reviewed them. I know that looking over the guidelines is different than actually making the determination. But as I stated in my opening, I have switched to different legal positions, from criminal to education to now doing child protection. So I don't think that it will be a problem in getting up to speed if I am to be appointed.
Okay, I'm just questioning if you've never been there, never done it. You know, last session, we had a young lady who was a clerk in family support magistrate court for a couple of years, and she got excoriated by some members of this committee, and here you sit here today and you've never been involved in this process, and I'm just a little concerned that you know, well, I appreciate your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, are you willing to work at least 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, anywhere in the state?
Yes, and I may see you in Stamford.
Okay, excellent. Without getting too much into it, you are one of the younger, I mean, obviously it's a family support magistrate position, one of the younger people to come before us. Are you comfortable, you feel you will be comfortable in your new role?
Yes, I started as a prosecutor in my early 20s, And I know that a prosecutor is not a judge, but you still do have a lot of power. And I know I've used that power, that discretion wisely, and I know myself, and I know that I could be a fair adjudicator.
And the robitis issue, you're confident that won't be a problem? Could you just explain why?
Oh, yes. So I gave a little bit of my background, but just the way I was raised, I can tell you that my parents are still on me now about what I do. But I can say that, I didn't have lawyers, judges, professionals in my family growing up. So my reputation is really important to me. And my reputation is what I believe has gotten me here. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to speak to people who have worked with me, but I can tell you that I get along well with everyone. I am respected, and I respect people. And I also understand that the people who may appear before me, when they are standing there before me, they're probably going through one of the most significant periods of their life. And it's difficult in family magistrate court. We're talking about stability in their children. So I know where I come from. I know that other people may come from somewhere else, but I think it's important to have perspective and to remain grounded, and I am. So I can guarantee you that I won't have robitis.
Thank you for your responses, and congratulations on your nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Comment, question from members of the committee, comment or question. If not, you're correct. Perspective matters immensely. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next, to be a Workers' Compensation Commission Administrative Law Judge, Christine M. Conley of Groton. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the information you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
You may provide your statement.
Good afternoon, Chairs, Senator Winfield, Rep. Stastrom, Ranking Members Kissel, Fishbein, Vice Chairs Flexer, Gadkowski-Wilcox, and Venizio. Honorable members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Christine Conley, and it's a great privilege and honor to sit before you today. I'm grateful to Governor Lamont for his nomination and to Council Braswell and Executive Aide Denal for their assistance during this process. I would like to thank my family for their unwavering love and support, including my husband, Timothy. I'm a lifelong Connecticut resident. I've spent my legal career in workers' compensation and civil court. I'm a board-certified workers' compensation specialist. I'm currently employed at McGann, Bartlett & Brown, representing employers and municipalities. I've appeared before the commissions throughout the state and attend 10 to 15 hearings weekly. I've had the opportunity to represent injured workers, large, small employers, municipalities, and insurance companies. I've practiced in our state workers' compensation commission, the federal tribunals that administer workers' compensation for shipbuilders, such as those employed electric boat, as well as practice before both federally recognized tribes. Understanding the interplay between the state, federal, and tribal systems is an essential skill in workers' compensation, especially in Southern Connecticut, where thousands of workers are employed in shipyards and businesses owned by the tribes. The knowledge and interplay between these systems will allow me to assist in fast-moving dockets. I've represented individuals and employers in traumatic injury claims, as well as occupational disease, cancer, and asbestos matters throughout my career. For 4 terms, I held a second job as a state representative for the 40th District. In this position, I've had the opportunity to be the Majority Leader's Chair of Screening, trusted with a daily schedule, and working with legislators, staff, and advocates to get bills ready and called. In this position, I've balanced many priorities, fairness, and timing, all skills needed in the commission. I am also a trustee for the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Scholarship Trust Fund. This year, we have been able to provide 12 scholarships, each of which is $25,000 to high school students in New London County. As an all-volunteer board, we not only fundraise and provide these scholarships, but we mentor the students through their college careers. I appreciate this nomination and the opportunity to serve in a new way, to treat claimants and respondents with patience, professionalism, and dignity. I will strive for fair results within the confines of the Workers' Compensation Act. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee, comment, question from members of the committee. Representative O'Day.
All right, now that I've got you under oath, as I said with Attorney D'Agostino, I've got a few questions. No, it's really nice seeing you up there. I'm not going to ask you the Robitis question because having worked with you fairly regularly over the last few sessions, I think the governor did a great job in nominating you. It's going to be nice seeing you up there and on the bench, and congratulations and good luck going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Rahman.
Good to see you, Attorney Conley. I'm sad. I just came in here 2 years ago. Call you even midnight, 10 o'clock, need help. But you living it. I'm worried who's gonna review 5,000 bill outside, all those. So I know you did great job as a House member and help me help so many people, touch so many people's life and heard from this building. I have no doubt about as a judge, you will touch so many, lives across the state. And you well-known, well-respected, experienced. You will be great judge. I can't wait to vote for you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Wilson, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, congratulations on your nomination. The question I want to ask is you discussed the Martin Luther King Scholarship and some of the work you do in the community. And could you just elaborate on how that work allows you to kind of see things from a different angle when dealing with the human aspects of people?
Yeah, so Rep. William is one of our Martin Luther King scholars. I have to say, one of our great young people who have matured and done great things across the state. But in the community in New London County, it's one of our best programs. I'm honored to be on the board. But to speak to folks, to bring these students up from your regular high school student, we work on public speaking skills. We work on a lot of skills and resources, applying to college, funding college outside of our scholarship, and mentoring students through the process and even after they finish. I think I'm honored to be part of it, but it is one of our beautiful jewels in New London County.
Thank you, Representative. Comment, question from members of the committee, Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chris, it's going to be a loss for us up here, but having worked with you on the same side of a workers' comp case and having been opposite you, I know we're getting someone who will be very knowledgeable and experienced in making the best decisions while on the commission. And again, I congratulate you and will miss having you here.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon. Okay, Colette S. Griffin of Newtown. You'd raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God or under penalty of perjury. You may provide us with your statement.
Good afternoon, Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox and Fazino, and Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and all other distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Colette Griffin. It is both an honor, truly an honor, and a privilege to meet with you today. I am truly humbled to have been nominated for the position of Administrative Law Judge by Governor Lamont. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to General Counsel Braswell, Executive Assistant Denal, and the entire staff for their unwavering support throughout this process. Family is at the core of who I am, and the values instilled in me by my late parents, who I wish could be here, have guided me throughout my life. My mother was an extraordinary woman who taught me the importance of resilience commitment, and hard work. Both of my parents exemplified empathy and compassion for all beings, and these values shape who I am both professionally and in my personal life. My son Peter is my greatest gift. My partner Michael Prince, who's here today, has been my rock, providing moral and emotional support, cheering me on every step of the way through my career. I'm also lucky to share his children and grandchildren as family. I'm also blessed to share my life with my sister who lives with disabilities. She teaches me what it means to have faith in the face of adversity and to carry on with determination and love in her heart. She is also one of my cheerleaders. My legal journey began in the 1980s when I worked with battered women, which inspired me to pursue law school. I thrived in law school, learning from professors who were passionate about the law, and this ignited my own love for it. After graduating, I was introduced to the workers' compensation practice, making the start of my career. My experiences appearing before the current and past administrative law judges have been invaluable, and I have spent my career mentoring other attorneys and individuals and learning from others, believing that we can all learn from one another. I'm also a board certified specialist in workers' compensation. I understand the importance of making fair and just decisions and fulfilling our mission under the law. It is vital to assist injured workers and employers alike, ultimately benefiting the state by returning individuals to the best health possible and to the workforce. Volunteerism is also extremely important to me. As a young lawyer, I founded a not-for-profit rescue organization, rescuing countless homeless animals. During my tenure as president of the organization, I was honored by the Department of Agriculture for my advocacy. Most recently, I've had the privilege of serving for Connecticut Votes for Animals. I've also served on the Connecticut Bar Association in leadership positions, including chair of the workers' compensation section, where I was asked to serve an additional term during COVID. I also founded and chaired the animal law section. I also involved with the women's law section. Additionally, I serve on the board of the Friends of Putnam Park, which is a Revolutionary War historic site. Sitting before you today is truly one of my proudest moments. I have countless people to thank and much to be grateful for each day. I believe it is essential to express gratitude and to consider how I can give back. At the core of my being is a commitment to making a positive difference in our community. If confirmed, it will be my mission to make the governor and our state proud to count me among the administrative law judges. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee, comment, question from members of the committee. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Attorney Griffin, congratulations.
Thank
We've been on the opposite side of a lot of cases over the years, but I know that you have the knowledge and experience for this job, and I look forward to appearing before you sitting at the end of the table.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you all so much.
Michael L. Anderson of North Stonington.
You all be patient.
If you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm as the case may be that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide your statement.
Good afternoon, Chairs Winfield and Safstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer, Gadkar, Wilcox, and Fazino, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and other esteemed members of the Joint Committee on Judiciary. My name is Michael Anderson, and I'm humbled and honored to appear before you, and I'm grateful to Governor Lamont for nominating me to be an administrative law judge for the Workers' Compensation Commission. Thank you to all those who have generously assisted and supported me during this process, including but not limited to General Counsel Braswell, Janice Donnell and all the staff at the governor's office, and Lieutenant Governor Bysowitz and her staff for guiding me through this process. I'm a lifelong resident of Eastern Connecticut. And thank you to Representative Howard for representing our district of Stonington and North Stonington in a fantastic manner. My wife Heather, who's here with me, live in North Stonington, which is not Stonington, it's North Stonington. And if it were not for Heather's support, I would not be where I am today. We have two daughters, Ellen, who's a UConn freshman, and Ingrid, a sophomore at Wheeler High School. Our girls are strong, independent women who make Heather and I proud in so many ways. For the last 20 years, I've practiced law in Norwich with my brother, Chris, and it's been one of the great joys of my life to work with him to make our family firm successful. The firm was started by our father, Carl Anderson, who was a member of the New London County Bar for over 50 years. We are trial lawyers, and we're proud of it. Most of my practice has been representing injured workers in the workers' compensation system, and I love this work. The system can seem complex and overwhelming to the average person, and my greatest satisfaction comes from the look on my client's face when they realize that their only job is to recover physically and mentally and to try to get back to work and leave all the administrative stuff to me. The workers' compensation bar is by far the most collegial in the state, in my opinion. I grew up in Voluntown. It's on the border of Rhode Island, in case you haven't heard of it. It's a rural blue-collar town, farming town. And my family had a small farm, which included horses, chickens, dogs, cats, and the occasional goat. We had a very large garden and 2 wood-burning fireplaces. And I have a strong work ethic because my parents expected my brother and I to care for the animals, muck stalls, tend the gardens, mow the lawns, stack wood, and keep the fireplaces going almost all year long. So there was no Saturday morning cartoons at my house growing up. I'll bring that work ethic to the Workers' Compensation Commission should I be confirmed. Community service has been paramount in my family my whole life. My father led the Voluntown's Democratic Party for decades, pretty much my whole life. My mother, Karen, was the chair of the Board of Education for over 15 years. My sister now holds that spot. From 2009 to 2022, I proudly served on the board of a local nonprofit known as Madonna Place. It's a nonprofit in Norwich that is dedicated to preventing child abuse and neglect. I served as president for over 3 years. In North Stonington, I've served on committees to refurbish our schools. And in 2017, I was elected to the Board of Finance, serving as vice chair and now chair. Do not get anything done in our town or any town without having the ability to see both sides, to truly try to understand where someone with the opposing opinion is coming from. And I will bring these attributes to the Workers' Compensation Commission should I be given the opportunity. I thank you all for your consideration of my nomination and welcome any questions.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee, Representative Howard.
Thanks, Mike, and I just want to welcome you to the LOB and Heather for being up here and spending the whole day here. You are living proof that people can make it here from Eastern Connecticut, which is, Senator Flexer and I are happy to see that. Being the chairman of the Board of Finance in a small town is no easy task. You've heard all day, my colleagues often press attorneys who come before us on their temperament, their ability to not get robitis, which Rep. O'Day calls a disease. I would call it a infliction, I guess. But in any event, I think that, and I will tell my colleagues here and everybody listening, the job that you've done in North Stonington as the chair of the Board of Finance, by all accounts, everybody in town has been judicious, has been professional, with a clear-cut commitment to public service. I'm grateful that you're here. I'm grateful to the governor for nominating at least a couple of people from Eastern Connecticut, but specifically you. I'm sure that you'll do a great job, and I'll be happy to vote for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Howard. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Wilson, followed by Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just kind of echoing, Representative Howard's, sentiments. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
Again, I want to, focus on, your service. I've had a chance to watch up close, the work that you and the Madonna Place do, in the city of Norwich. And really, I want you to, explain how being a part of that for so long, has helped, you understand, the community you've served and where your practice, is.
Certainly. The Madonna Place, they have three main programs. One's a family support center where folks can come in and get general supplies, diapers, formula, and things of that nature. They also, while they're there are professionals that do screenings for developmental milestones and what have you, to basically help parents who, I mean, in all honesty, my wife knew all about the developmental stage. I was clueless, and I had to be taught. So I mean, they're not everyone knows exactly what you should be looking for, and they provide that type of guidance for their clientele. There also is the fatherhood program, which I thought was a fantastic program where people, gentlemen that have lost contact with their children, whether it be through incarceration, custody battles, what have you, come to learn from each other and from professional people within the organization to learn how to reconnect with their children. There's also now a COPE center where people can come off the street and learn about services throughout the Eastern Connecticut that might provide support for themselves. And I'm missing one. There's traveling services to go to people's homes, teaching new parents how to be parents, and following up on clients over the years to help them figure out how it's difficult to raise children, young children, and if you have additional pressures of economic instability, what have you, it makes it that much harder. And to have that support there does prevent child abuse and neglect in our community. It's been an amazing experience, and I'm very thankful to have had it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Attorney Anderson, congratulations on
Thank
your
you.
nomination. Being on the same side, our circles have not connected yet.
No, my wife asked me, I was like, I'm not sure if I've met Attorney Quinn.
No, not as of yet, but I congratulate you, and I'm sure I will be seeing you at the end of the table, wherever you get sent. Which I guess, should I ask O'Day's question then? We do have an office in Stamford. I assume I assume you're willing to travel anywhere throughout the lovely state of Connecticut if you are appointed.
I am absolutely available at the chairman's discretion where he chooses to have me, and I would go where I'm needed.
Great. And again, congratulations, and look forward to meeting you in the future.
Thank you very much, Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, I'll just say it's always good and important to hear about a work ethic like the one you described. It's also good and important to hear about an ethic of self-care. So maybe visit some of those cartoons sometime, okay? All right. With that, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Senator.
And we will move on to the public. So let's see, we have Steve Kennedy, Eric Weishman, Jamie Bell.
I'm here.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Senator
Just-
Winfield.
Just before you start, just so that folks know, just want to be clear, you have 3 minutes, and then there will be a chime, a bell, a sound, which will indicate that your 3 minutes have elapsed. We will give you a short runway after that, and then remind you that it has elapsed. And we'll see if there are any questions for you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony and for your ongoing hard work. I'm the Executive Director of Greater Hartford Legal Aid. GHLA provides free legal representation to indigent people with legal problems related to meeting basic human needs. Others have told you and will tell you about Judge Bright's skills and excellence as a lawyer and a judge. I don't have first-hand experience of these, but I do have first-hand experience and will speak about the values and commitment I've seen him bring consistently to initiatives that are crucially important to the clients and community I serve. Our clients at Legal Aid typically have annual incomes of less than 125% of the federal poverty level, which is about $37,500 for a family of 4. In addition to having low incomes, clients often have disabilities, limited English proficiency, limited educational attainment, membership in a minority or historically disadvantaged group, experience of trauma, or other factors which can limit their opportunities or challenge their abilities to meet their basic needs on their own without support or assistance. For many, access to the court system is necessary for their survival, to be safe from domestic violence, avoid homelessness, or attain an essential public benefit necessary for life, such as food or health care. Judge Bright, in my experience, deeply understands this reality and consistently strives to improve access for litigants who need the justice system to survive. In my 12 years as leader of GHLA, I have worked with Judge Bright on multiple efforts to support legal aid and access to justice for vulnerable people. He has been a part of and usually actually led these efforts, including being appointed recently by former Chief Justice Richard Robinson last year to lead the current post-COVID Access to Justice Commission. Upon this appointment, Judge Bright immediately reached out to me and the other legal aid programs to gain our insight on current problems, initiatives, emergent needs, best practices, possible solutions, other stakeholders to include, and ways to structure and focus the Commission's work for maximum efficiency and impact. Judge Bright is always respectful, collegial, collaborative, tenacious, and effective. Someone with his long history of informed and authentic commitment to improving access to the courts and to justice will be an extraordinary addition to Connecticut's highest court. Therefore, I give my strongest and unqualified support to the nomination of Judge William Bright to the Connecticut Supreme Court. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying today. Are there any questions for this individual? Are there any questions for the person before us? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Vanessa Avery.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, chairpersons Winfield and Staffstrom and members of the committee. My name is Vanessa Roberts Avery. I'm a partner at the law firm of McCarter and English, LLP, resident in Hartford. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of the bill. I am here today to lend my voice to the chorus singing the praises of the Honorable William H. Bright, Jr., Chief Judge of the Appellate Court, to be confirmed by this esteemed body to be an Associate Judge of the Supreme Court and a Judge of the Superior Court. I have known Judge Bright, or Bill, as he is known by his friends, for more than 25 years. Bill is so much more than a friend to me. He is a trusted advisor, a mentor, and a sponsor, and a former law firm colleague. In fact, Bill was my very first supervising partner when I began my career as a young attorney in 1999. And while I had the pleasure of working with many outstanding partners in those early years, Bill's influence was substantial and foundational. It stands out to this day. He went on to become the head of our litigation practice group and then the Hartford office managing partner prior to his elevation to the bench as a judge of the Superior Court in 2008. I offer this testimony today based on my personal experiences working with and for Bill, learning my craft from him as a junior associate, and continuing to benefit from his wise counsel and encouragement since his elevation to the bench, even to this day. Those who have had the pleasure of working closely with Bill know that he is brilliant. His legal acumen and analytical skills are superb, even when the most challenging and novel issues arise. He has an impeccable recall of factual details.
We've lost your sound. I don't know if you, did we lose her? You're muted, I believe. Try to communicate and see if we can hear you. No, we have no sound.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you now. There we go. All right.
Okay. Shall I start from the top or have you
Not
heard?
from the top. No.
Okay.
So start from where you left off.
Okay, I'll try to remember where I left off.
About a sentence back.
Okay. Those who have had the pleasure of working closely with Bill know that, in a word, he is brilliant. His legal acumen and analytical skills are superb, even when the most challenging and novel legal issues arise. He has an impeccable recall of factual details, even in the most document-intensive cases. And he knows how to get straight to the heart of a matter without failing to address any related or tangential matters with the appropriate degree of attention or brevity. He is equally gifted in consensus building with colleagues and in vigorous but professional and respectful debate. Bill is easily the smartest person in the room and most rooms that he enters. But one thing that also stands out about Bill is that you will never hear him say that about himself. He is one of the most humble people I know. As an example, for his farewell party before he was elevated to the bench, Bill chose to have his farewell at a restaurant where the menu.
Attorney Avery, just so you know, your bell has rung. So if you could wrap up, that would be great.
Okay. I'll get to my final point, which is on a more personal note. Bill was a fierce ally to those of us who were starting our careers at a time when it was rare to find Black women and other people of color as attorneys at large firms in Connecticut. There were several associates who were people of color, but no partners at the firm who looked like me in 1999. But that didn't matter. Bill made sure that the same opportunities to develop as an attorney were available to all of us, regardless of race, gender, or other characteristics.
All right. So we're going to see if there are any questions. By the way, thank you for being here to testify today. We're going to see if there are any questions or comments from the members of the committee. Are there questions or comments from the members of the committee? Where was the party? That was a
Was that Woody's?
Okay. Attorney Avery, it's great to see you again. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Chairperson Winfield. And if I can just close, I would just close by saying I can think of no one more qualified and more deserving of this appointment than the Honorable William H. Bright Jr. And I urge you to give your approval of the bill without delay. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Okay. So next we have Christina Capitan, Ozzy Gooding, Valencia Goodrich. I believe that's
Hi.
There you are. You may testify.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I'd like to say first off, good afternoon to the esteemed chair, Winfield, Senator Winfield, to the Judiciary Committee. My name is Valencia Goodrich, and I am a national director with the National Coalition of 100 Black Women. And it is my esteemed honor to testify in strong support of Judge Robin Wilson, her nomination for the appellate court. Judge Wilson is a dedicated and highly respected leader for those within the career, which reflects her unwavering commitment to justice, collaboration, and community service. So throughout her distinguished career, Judge Wilson has demonstrated an unparalleled passion for equity, fairness, and mentorship. She has worked tirelessly to ensure that justice is not only served, but it's accessible for all. Her ability to work across diverse communities, foster collaboration, and engage in meaningful dialogue highlights her deep commitment to justice and in public service. Judge Wilson's record speaks for itself, having over 1,000 opinions that she's written. She has demonstrated her judicial expertise, diligence, and dedication to upholding the law with integrity. This body of work is a testament to her deep understanding of the legal system and her ability to navigate complex legal matters and with clarity and fairness. However, beyond the courtroom, the Honorable Judge Wilson has been a devoted advocate for community engagement and volunteerism. She has worked closely with the National Coalition of 100 Black Women, mentoring young women and advocating for leadership development. Additionally, she has volunteered her time to speak with women who were transitioning through our LEAP program from incarceration and offering guidance and support as they build their lives to move forward. Judge Wilson also has played a pivotal role in education, where she has chaired the scholarship committee and mentored countless young individuals, ensuring they have access to the resources and opportunities necessary to succeed. Her collaborative spirit, legal acumen, and dedication to public service makes her an exceptional candidate for the appellate court. Judge Wilson's ability to balance the law with compassion, her deep understanding for systemic challenges, and her unwavering commitment to equity will undoubtedly serve the court and the community well. It is with great enthusiasm and the highest regard that I strongly support Judge Wilson's nomination, and we ask that the Judicial Committee and all vote in favor of moving her forward. I am confident that she will bring the same level of excellence and dedication and integrity to the appellate court as she has demonstrated throughout her distinguished career. Thank you for your time, and Judicial Committee and Senator Winfield, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, and that was perfect timing. So
I timed it.
All right, comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, it's good to see you again. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm told that Ozzy Gooding is on. Whatever issues were cleared up. So, Mr. Gooding, you may testify.
Can you hear me, sir?
We do.
Do I need to turn on my camera or no?
Yes, if possible.
Okay, let me see. Wait, I think we got this. Sorry. Okay, let's see if that turns on. Yes, Eureka. All right, thank you guys for allowing me to speak. I'll make this terse. And I wanted to come today because I do have some concerns. Judge Wilson actually presided over my case previously. And the first part about my concern is basically her judicial, her judicial temperament. When my case occurred, quite frankly, I thought some of the comments that she made was like insulting. I thought it was a little condescending. At one point, she sarcastically told me I'm bright. I know I'm bright. I actually graduated from Columbia University with my master's in journalism, but it was just like she was talking over me at certain points. And I just was actually shocked because I've never had a judge do that. And I just think it's very important, especially when you're sitting on the appellate court, to have the appropriate decorum. I'm not sure about what other people's experiences were, but for me, it was just a little bit jarring, especially having interactions with other judges and not having to deal with that. And then also in my case in particular, it was unemployment compensation case. So for example, Regulations Connecticut Agencies Section 301-237G dash 51A basically states that the board has to reply when you file a motion to correct the findings, even if it's a late motion to correct the findings. The statute does not stipulate that you can ignore it. So one, Judge Wilson found that, oh, I didn't file the motion to correct the findings, which is categorically false. And of course, the appellate court is going to handle that. And I filed everything accordingly. But also, she just discounted the fact that they still had to reply. Like, even though I had to send a subsequent motion to correct the findings later on. So the statute doesn't dictate that you could ignore that, but she just completely disregarded that to render her own opinion. And I just feel like it was arbitrary. And I think when you're considering moving the justice onto the appellate court, you know, all opinions matter. And I was like combing through her history and I found a couple of others that have been overturned by the Supreme Court. There was one case that was publicized dealing with an officer who sued the city of New Haven, and the Supreme Court overturned her decision 5-0, basically stating that she made an error by not allowing the alleged victims to speak. So yeah, and this was in 2017. So my point in bringing this up is that, you know, it matters how you rule, you know, and not just all, you know, the opinions that people see as being great. So yes.
Yes. So your time has elapsed. Let me see if there are any questions. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? I don't see any. I would agree with you that all opinions are to be taken into account, as well as the facts. And thank you very much for joining us here today.
Thank you for.
Have a great afternoon. Next, we have Representative Hughes.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair of the Judiciary, Staffstrom and Winfield, and my esteemed colleagues on the Judiciary Committee. My name is State Representative Ann Hughes, and I'm here to, you know, ask for your support in the confirmation of my dear colleague and public servant, sorry, I'm at an airport, Diana Gomez, to be Superior Court Judge. She is a wonderful, engaged public servant. Our small town of Easton relies on boards and commissions, volunteer boards and commissions, and she has stepped up. We serve together on the Commission on Aging, which oversees services for senior citizens, and the municipal agent. Not only has she stepped up to deliver meals to homebound seniors, but she's brought her whole family. Not only has she stepped up to clean up our waterways when we have local watershed cleanups, but she's brought her whole family. I can personally attest to her capacity for professionalism, for due diligence, for public service, for stepping up and helping where needed. Most recently, we just worked really hard to move a plan forward by our town to support our first responders and rebuilding a headquarters. Again, to rely on volunteer public service to serve the community. I've heard some concerns today, and I want to say firsthand, I want to reassure my colleagues that Diana has the capacity to be an impartial and fair judge, to learn from her colleagues and to step up to this profound opportunity at this moment. We need all three branches. We need judiciary branch, we need the courts, we need our good governance. She has held me accountable as her state representative and legislator, and been engaged and informed to make this part of government work. And I am so pleased to recommend her to become a Superior Court judge for Connecticut and make that part of our government work for all of Connecticut.
Thank you, Representative. Comment, question from members of the committee? Comment, question from members of the committee? I don't see any. Thank you for joining us to provide your testimony today.
Thank you.
Rena Cameron. Rena Cameron.
Can you guys hear me?
You are coming in garbled. I don't know if you
Can you
do.
hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, I wanted to say that thank you for letting the public speak as well as myself to the chair people or whatever. And I wanted to also complain about my experience with Wilson. Um, as I wrote about, she can be a very frustrating person and barely let anyone speak but herself. I represented myself at a pretrial before her a few years back. And so I didn't like know to object or whatever, but she was like very rude and hostile and condescending for no reason. And since having watched like other conferences on your YouTube, like it's been much worse than what happens to other people. And because of like the nature of my case, which was about like um violation of consent and like stuff things, she didn't really understand consent and just was like blaming the whole thing on me, even though like the guy had admitted it. And that was my whole comments I wanted to make.
Thank you. And can you just for the record state your name?
Rena Cameron.
Say that, could you say that again? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I think you can hear me. Rena Cameron.
Okay, thank you. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comment or question? Senator Flexer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What kind of case did you have before the judge?
It was stealthing. Have you, I don't know, if it's like when someone violates the person's consent.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the
And
term.
he like admitted it to her and she just blamed the whole thing on me, and she was like, you should have not gone out with him, and she blamed me that I should have called the police even though it wasn't even like a crime. And I just think she wasn't listening, and she like went on this like long rant, and she asked me like she asked me if I remember something he said, and I didn't remember because it was 4 years later. And she just like goes off and freaks out, and I was like, what is her problem? Like,
Thank you. And this was a criminal case?
this was a civil case that I brought myself. I wrote about it. I have the transcript.
Do you have the transcript of the hearing that you're talking about?
Well, I have excerpts. It was like 60 pages. I didn't post the whole thing. I posted excerpt, but you really have to hear it to really get the vibe, you know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Flexer. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Lillian Holmes. Good afternoon. You may testify. Make sure you know if the light is on. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Chairs Senator Winfield and Representative Sestrom, Ranking Member Representative Fishburne, Senator Kissel, and distinguished members of this committee. If you remember nothing else about me today, remember the words brevity. I say that in terms of Valencia Goodwood's testimony. I affirm all that she has said about the Honorable Robin Wilson. My name is Lillian Holmes, and I am a resident of Milford, Connecticut. I am here today to testify in support of the nomination of the Honorable Robin Wilson to be judge of the appellate court. The genesis of my indirect relationship with Robin began in the 70s when I entered into a successful contractual relationship with one of the first persons in her life who taught her dependence, integrity, and fairness. These parental pillars, demonstrated by her father, positively influenced Robin, and they have been evidenced throughout her life. A shared desire to support and serve the community first brought us together nearly 2 decades ago. Through that shared medium, I have come to know Robin personally and professionally. She is an intellectual, a person of high moral standings, yet rational and fair. Through our shared community experiences with the Milford, Connecticut chapter of the Links Incorporated and the New Haven chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated, I have witnessed the Honorable Judge Robin Wilson demonstrate, among so many others, organizational skills, empathetic behaviors, and fairness. Without partiality, I have witnessed her sharing with youngsters and adults of diverse backgrounds. In the arena of brevity, I am confident that the Honorable Robin Wilson has the knowledge and temperament to perform the judicial duties of a judge of the appellate court for the state of Connecticut. Consequently, I wholeheartedly support her nomination and ask the committee for a positive response as we await her confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, just briefly, thank you, ma'am, for coming here today. I know it must mean a lot to Judge Wilson for you to sit here all day. I know you've been sitting there all day, and very much appreciate you being here in person and telling us why we should confirm her. So thank you and have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us today. Carla Droniak.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
Are you ready to proceed? You may proceed.
I am, yes. Good afternoon, esteemed committee members. I do thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak on behalf of Attorney Gomez's nomination today. I know that there have been a lot of questions surrounding her nomination, and I am hopeful that my coming on and answering those questions will put the committee members at ease. To say that our office had been in a state of tumult, I think would be an understatement. I have worked in this office for 5 years, and I have been a supervisor in this capacity for 2. At the time when I first came into this office, unfortunately, there was a very great divide in the office, and it was something that permeated to every member of the office. Since my coming on as supervisor and really righting the ship in the way that things had been left, unfortunately, I do think that bridges have been mended. I do think, in speaking with Attorney Gomez specifically over issues that had previously occurred, that there has been a conscious effort on her part to tailor how she has spoken, how she has treated members of the office and members of the courthouse. I would certainly say, and I would give her credit for making those efforts. She is a direct person. She can at times be blunt and very honest, and sometimes that doesn't land well. And that has been something that has been discussed with her. I do think that in going from being her colleague to being her supervisor and having to wear a different hat, my job as her supervisor and being the supervisor in this office was to fix what had happened here. And I do think that if given the opportunity to be confirmed on the bench, I think that it is something that Attorney Gomez would certainly not squander. I do not think that she would abuse that privilege. I think she takes her role and the role, if confirmed, that she would have very seriously, and that she would uphold the laws as they are meant to be. She would hold each party accountable. And I do support her nomination. I do feel that she has made the capacity to change in the time that I have been observing her. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thank you for coming here today. This is an important matter. When did you first come into the Derby office?
I came into the Derby office in 2020. I had returned from a maternity leave. I had worked 4 days, and then unfortunately the COVID pandemic happened. So for a long period of time, we were working remotely, and the Derby courthouse was closed, at which time we were moved over to the Milford courthouse, and business resumed there for a remote period of time before moving back to the Derby courthouse full-time July of 2021.
Okay, so the remote situation, well, let me deal with it this way. So in June of 2022, you had been Attorney Gomez's colleague for 2 years. Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
Okay. And in June of 2022, you did pen a letter complaining about Attorney Gomez.
That is correct.
Okay. And I just want to go through some of the portions of that letter, because they are of concern to me, and I would hope this committee. And I quote, "When Diana would come into work, which frankly was sporadic at best, so much so that our judge would make comments on the record, I witnessed several instances where Diana treated Mary Jessica with disrespect, treated her as less than, and frankly was a bully. I complained to John about Diana's attendance and her lack of ability to act as a team player in January 2021. Is that statement correct?"
That statement is correct. Yes, I did bring it to the attention of my supervisor at the time in January of 2021. To my knowledge, that was not addressed with Attorney Gomez.
Okay. I go on. While John was on vacation, there was a situation where Diana ordered Rosanna to come into the office to assist Diana and myself with the handling of the docket. That was unnecessary. There was no operational need and was only a way of trying to control and bully Rosanna. Is that statement correct?
That is correct.
Additionally, Diana began to have several issues with Rosanna's handling of her own files. Is that statement correct?
Yes, sir.
I go on. When Gabby came to our office, I observed Diana engage in the same type of treatment that she did with Mary Jessica. Diana was on more than one occasion has talked down to and about Gabby and treated her with disrespect. I had the opportunity to speak with Diane about my concerns regarding the climate of the office when Rosanna made a complaint against Diana. The issues with Diana have only increased and the tension in the office is palatable. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and we're talking about June of 2022, which is a little over 2 years ago.
Yes, at that point, things had continued in a downward trajectory with the way that the office was being managed. In the summer of 22, unfortunately, it had all come to a head. HR was involved. Our supervisor at the time did receive a demotion and was removed. And then I believe in July of 22, an interim supervisor was put in his place in order to fix the wrongs that had occurred in the office and that had not been addressed.
So I'm trying to understand, some people are just mean and demeaning by nature, right? It doesn't matter about their supervisor. Am I hearing that because this particular incident, John was on vacation by your own admission? So
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out why this is still going on. Everybody's blaming John, right? But it appears that you aren't blaming John in your letter. So can you explain why?
I think, as I said, that the relationships in the office under Attorney Gable's supervision, although I had no issues with Attorney Gable myself, had continued to deteriorate, had continued to sour. And yes, there were issues that Attorney Gomez did have and continued to have at that time. As I said in my 2023 letter, I do believe that, my job in becoming the supervisor in December of 22 was really to rebuild where everybody was at that point. And that included being a supervisor of not just some, but for all. And that included Attorney Gomez in making her feel supported, in addressing any concerns that she had, and really working with her, believing that she had the capacity to tailor how she spoke with people. And I do think that she has made that conscious effort to do that since I became supervisor.
Did you write a letter of this fashion with regard to any other employee at the courthouse?
No, sir.
I go on in your letter, Diana's behavior towards everyone in the office has not improved. In the same way that Mary, Jessica, and Gabby were treated, Suzanne became a new target. Is that statement true?
That is correct. At that time, there was a meeting in December of 2022 when I first got my position with the interim supervisor regarding a incident between our secretary, Suzanne, and Attorney Gomez, in which we had to address how she was being addressed.
Okay. And the last portion of this letter, because there's other stuff in here that I skipped over. You say, not only is Diana not a team player, but she exhibits no qualities of a supervisor. She is abrasive, unapproachable, difficult to work with, and a bully. Is that statement true and accurate as of June of 2022?
As of June of 2022, yes, which is why I wrote it in the letter. I would say that that has changed now. Yes.
Okay. And when did it change?
In changing as her supervisor in December of 22, it was definitely a struggle, I think, for Diana first to accept the fact that I was here to support her, because that had not been necessarily the case in that she felt supported. We had almost daily meetings when I first became supervisor, in which I said to her that, again, I am a supervisor for everyone, and that included her, that I wanted her to be happy here, and we spend the majority of time with each other, and that should be something we are all comfortable coming to work and feeling like we can work as a team. And I do mean it when I say that I believe that she has turned a page, in addition to everyone in this office working as a team. And that took a lot of work and it took a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, more by way of comment, I thank you for and time is key here. We've had a lot of applicant or nominees before us today, and I've been doing this a few years now. I haven't seen anybody with this kind of record, but I thank you for coming here today. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment, question. I just have a question. I don't want to go too deep into everything that was going on, but as a person who became a supervisor, you seem to suggest that this has something to do with the management of the office itself. I guess my question to you is, do you know that there were issues on a part of that Attorney Gomez had that couldn't be resolved, given the management of the office that factored into this?
I think at that time, certainly everyone who was involved had played, their respective role and had their position in what the conflict was. HR was very heavily involved at the time when I was just Attorney Gomez's colleague. I can say that since I've become supervisor, HR has not been involved here, which I think is very telling.
Okay. Representative Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just follow up on that briefly, because I think, the real question for us is not what happened in 2001, 2002. I mean, that, workplace drama happens, right? I think the real question for us is, can we be 100% confident that putting Attorney Gomez on the bench, she's going to be someone who is not going to, I don't have the language in front of me, but the words you used were strong, right? Bully and demeaning and the like. I mean, what assurance can you give us that if we confirm her onto the bench and give her a robe, that she's not going to be a bully and demean people on the bench?
I think that certainly the progress that she has made is really a testament to her. I mean, she has really made a conscious effort and has chosen to reflect on how she speaks to people and how she treats people. I think that she would take the responsibility of being on the bench as something very seriously. I don't think she would abuse that power. I think, as she had said in the hearing earlier, that she would have her checks and balances through her friends and her family, and ensuring that that doesn't happen, along with the inner dialogue that she is having with herself, to be fair, to be impartial, and to speak and to treat everyone with respect.
Thank you, Representative Stastrom. Comment, question, Representative Osborne.
So thank you very much for coming here today to
you.
explain some of your testimony and your current support of Attorney Gomez in light of your past evaluations of her. And I'm mindful of your description of her change in demeanor over an extended period of time in what you describe as a very nurturing, almost supportive environment in which you met with her on a daily basis to work on these deficiencies in her interpersonal interactions with her colleagues and with her subordinates. And I've got to say that, being a judge is not a nurturing and supporting environment. It is grueling in some respects, especially if you get sent to family court. That is not a nurturing or supportive environment. And my hesitancy is, how are we supposed to have the confidence that placed in the line of fire, which it really can be as a judge, that she's had enough time, an extended enough period of time to have incorporated what you say are these new ways of interacting personally, and that she could deploy those new skills in a grueling environment. And I welcome your thoughts on that. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you for that opportunity. I think certainly in my letter from April of 2023 that Attorney Gomez is not the attorney, is not the person that she was in my first interaction in January of 2021. And I think that she has continued on an upward trajectory. It's certainly not perfect. She's not perfect. No one is. But I think that from April of 2023, she has continued to make those efforts. And we did have to have a lot of nurturing experience here. And I do think that although the bench is not a nurturing one, that she understands that challenge. And I think that she would be ready to take on that challenge. I would not have allowed her to upload my letter of support. Unfortunately, I was at a family gathering yesterday. I didn't have access to a computer. And I did give her permission to upload that letter of support from 2023. I did also want to confirm that because I know that was a question earlier today.
Thank you. Further comment or question from members of the committee? Further comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. Your testimony has been and is important.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, we have a final individual from the public to testify. That would be Steve Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, are you there? Attorney Kennedy? All right.
Hi, sorry about that.
There you go. All right, you may testify.
Okay. All right. I'm going to keep this quick. I know you all have a long day, and this has been a conversation we've been having for a couple of years now, but I just had to come in on behalf of our organization to just, again, express our concern over the lack of professional diversity on our Supreme Court. I would refer you to our written testimony, which points to multiple studies showing that, just empirically, judges' backgrounds that they had before they took the bench do have a significant impact on their rulings. And that's as much as they may be great judges, great people. It's still like when you spend all of that time looking at the law from a certain perspective, it does inform the way that you approach the bench in the cases that appear before you. And they have significant impacts on the people appearing before these judges. So while, as you've heard today, I think Judge Bright has, a really great record, is good experience, things like that. I think that the fact that our highest court still does not have a single judge with a background in the public interest, aside from doing pro bono work, things like that. The numbers point towards that actually having a really significant impact on the people appearing before our court and what our law actually means in the state. So, I'll mostly leave this to our written testimony unless someone has any specific questions. But again, we have really deep concerns about the fact that particularly on our higher courts, both the Supreme Court and the Appellate Court, there are very few people who've actually represented people as opposed to institutions like corporations or the state or, municipal governments, things like that, as opposed to the individuals most intimately impacted by our laws. And for that reason, and really that reason alone, we do need to oppose this nominee. But I'm happy to discuss this further if anyone's interested. But we had to come out and put that out there.
Thank you very much for joining us today and offering that testimony. Let me check to see if there are questions or comments. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Questions or comments? If not, I'll just say this. I've been on the record publicly with a similar position to yours, so I just want to say to those who have concern that it may feel like no one hears, but I do think that people are hearing and are aware. As you know, though, the committee is tasked with looking at the folks who are in front of us. So that's what we are going to do, but the concern is not lost on the committee either. With that, I'm going to thank you very much for joining us today. And I know that there are others in the room who might like to testify who weren't signed up. Unfortunately, we're not going to let folks testify, but if people would like to have a conversation directly after this is over, I will stick around and have that conversation with them about anybody that they would like to talk about. The committee will again meet on Wednesday at noon to take up these folks. We don't have a lot of time left before the session that begins tonight. And there is a caucus before that. So members have to move to that. And with that, I will call this public hearing to an end. Thank you very much for joining us today.